All right, everybody. Welcome to the second day of BitBlockBoom. We're live streaming currently from the Swan Bitcoin channel and from the BitBlockBoom channel. We're currently also streaming on Twitter Spaces, on the Swan account, on the Simply account, and the BitBlockBoom account. I'm here with Bitcoiners always get uncomfortable when I say this, but to me, he's a legend. Pete Russo of Bitcoin Magazine. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm riled up. I got some morning energy. We're here to talk about Bitcoin. Hundreds of people here in Austin. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, man. Dude, I was blown away by the conversation we were having before stream.
Oh, you're going to put me on spot.
Dude, I mean, the concept of because you've been here a while, bro.
Yeah.
Right? The concept of the
Unfortunately,
cycles.
yeah. You can tell I'm poor because I'm still around. That's
the cycles and how that creates a new generation of Bitcoiners, so to speak. That was a really fascinating concept.
Yeah.
I guess, I've only been around 2 cycles myself in class of 2016.
Hey, there haven't been that many cycles.
So I guess I'm not zoomed out enough, but I am getting jaded enough.
Oh, that's good.
Where
that's the first sign. Yeah, we can work with that. We can work with it.
So anyways.
Yeah, so my presentation, 1040, if you're staying on the stream, it's just going to be about the history of Bitcoin and really, just these kind of cycles that we've seen, right? I think everybody believes that there are Bitcoin price cycles, right? Everybody's getting ready for 2025 bull market, I hope. But really the thesis of this is that we actually have cultural cycles in Bitcoin and that these cultural cycles exist to help us better understand Bitcoin. So I'll sort of go through, this really is a synergy of a couple aspects of my work. The first is the history, but also defining Bitcoin maximalism, right? What do we think Bitcoin is? Why do we think Bitcoin's the best cryptocurrency? And then what do we know about it? And the question I think I posed at the end is like, do we have more to learn about Bitcoin?
I think Bitcoin is a never-ending. I mean, they don't call it the rabbit hole for no reason, right? I think anyone who says that they figured it out, I highly doubt that I highly doubt that statement.
Well, it's, do we know everything about Bitcoin, right? So if you look at the chart of how much longer we'll be issuing Bitcoin in blocks, right? It's going to go on for a long time. So the question is, within the arc of history, are we at a time where do we understand everything about it? Can you confidently say that we understand everything about Bitcoin? And I'll give you just one example. We know that the subsidy of Bitcoin is going to run out. There are some people who think that's not a problem. There are some people who think that it could be a problem. But this is just an example of, we don't know. There are unknowns out there in the deep, and I hope that as a culture we can continue to kind of ask these questions, right? I just don't think we know everything about Bitcoin.
I agree. I think we're at the tip of the iceberg. Also, not to mention not only just Bitcoin itself, but also the societal impacts of Bitcoin. I think that hasn't even been explored. I think we're starting to feel it. I think the internet really started the fire in terms of disintermediating information, and then Bitcoin came along and is disintermediating money, and I think it's really causing a lot of chaos in the world. I would say in a positive way. But again, for all these institutions that have been around for a long, long time, that have had a monopoly on information, the legacy media or governments per se, that have had a monopoly on money. The internet and Bitcoin really, really shook things up, to say the least.
Yeah, I think I would comment on that and just say, we might not have seen the limit of Bitcoin's disruption, right? And Bitcoin is just different things to different people, right? I think that we used the example earlier of, there were plenty of people who use Bitcoin to do things that we don't like, that will continue to do those things, and they'll have a different relationship to Bitcoin, right? There are some people in the world who use Bitcoin out of necessity, right? Yeah. They don't come here for the culture. They don't come here because their, political leaders are saying things that they don't like. They need to hold money now. They need to get across a border. They have a utilitarian need, and to them, Bitcoin is a tool. And there are all these other layers around it. But I think, we're going to continue to see different people come to Bitcoin for different reasons. I'll give you an example. There used to be, we have our Austrian economics people here. They're here for sound money. There used to be a lot of hacktivists in Bitcoin. They were here to, disrupt the power structure. WikiLeaks, right, a very early adopter of Bitcoin, wanted to, destabilize maybe more actively some of these political apparatuses. So we've just seen different cultures come to Bitcoin. We may see other cultures embrace Bitcoin, right? Right now in the United States, the political right feels attacked. It feels disenfranchised, and they're turning to options and tools that can't be exploited. We might live in a world in the not too distant future where the political left is persecuted. Maybe they're looking for a solution like Bitcoin. And at the end of the day, Bitcoin might provide both of those things to both of those people, even though they have completely different ideologies about the world. And one of my hopes would be that we actually see that happening, right? We actually see people who are currently negative towards Bitcoin in that camp embrace Bitcoin for the same reasons that right now their political adversaries are. That would be, I think, a nice thing, because I do view Bitcoin as a apolitical, it's a amoral, it is this neutral technology for both conflicting parties.
1,000,000%. I agree with you in the sense that, and again, right, the political right does feel attacked, right, and a lot of people are seeking an alternative, right. You have the debanking, you have that stuff. And but it's important to emphasize the fact that what you said, Bitcoin itself is apolitical technology, and it helps a lot of the popular left causes. For example, the Bitcoin, in my view, is the most inclusive, equitable money the world has ever seen. By far, nothing comes close, right? And not to mention the fact that, look, Bitcoin uses stranded energy sources that would otherwise have no monetary value. You can even say that it's a net benefit to the environment, right? So yes, I completely agree. But I think we should strive to get to get away from the fiat political ideologies. Like I say, I really don't think it's left versus right or red versus blue. I think that's the divide and conquer mechanism that they've used for a long time. I really see it as the party of orange, the party of Bitcoin, freedom, peace, prosperity, versus the party of
we might
green.
get our first orange candidate if Robert Kennedy runs as a third party. Who knows?
Dude, I hope so. I mean, he did speak at the Bitcoin conference. How'd you guys manage to do that?
Oh, wow. A lot of phone calls. That was a last-minute addition, I will say. He came in hot and with a lot to say. But yeah, look, I mean, again, this is an example of someone who wants to speak to the people who feel left out of the political process, and right now Bitcoin is identifying with them. But it's a good example, right? He's a Democrat traditionally, right? Maybe he's changed some of his views, but this is a Democrat that's coming to Bitcoin for some of the same reasons that people on the right came to Bitcoin. So I just think, to me, that's great, is that we're really seeing these properties embraced by all sorts of people. And then I tend to be wary of people who want to use Bitcoin as a political tool for their particular ideology, right? So I think it's nice that we're seeing like an RFK to come to Bitcoin, a Nigel Farage, right, just debanked in Europe, where in the UK they're dealing with these same things. I don't think maybe RFK and Nigel Farage, they probably disagree on a great number of things. The fact that they see the same value in Bitcoin, that they can be united by that, I think that's incredibly powerful. And again, I think when you see certain factions, if you're the party of Bitcoin, and Bitcoin goes up and it becomes very popular and widely used, there's a real danger in one party being associated with Bitcoin. Again, it's not a future
it has to stay bipartisan. I can't emphasize that enough. There's real importance in that, right? I agree, because it helps people. It helps people equally, in my opinion. People want to associate their personal beliefs to it, but the technology itself is completely. It doesn't matter who is it doesn't choose, right? Unlike the dollar, for example, right? If you happen to be born in a certain jurisdiction or a certain country, you can't open a bank account, right? Bitcoin doesn't care. It doesn't care what your religion is, what your skin color is, what your beliefs are. Anyone could download a Bitcoin wallet, and for the first time in human history, you could say that Bitcoin enables them to connect with the global financial system in a way.
Oh yeah, and I think Bitcoin is different things to different people, right? I mean, we in the global West and we have a different relationship towards Bitcoin than, again, someone who is in an emerging market and they're using it for a completely different reason. Like right now, it's like I use Bitcoin. I'm not using Bitcoin because I need every day. I'm prevented from making financial transactions. That's not a reality of my life. But there are people who that is their life. For me, it's a savings vehicle, right? For me, it's to improve the future for my children, to improve the future for myself. Because again, I was economically penalized for non-adoption, right? I was in early, but I wasn't a believer. I was more of a trying to be objective. I was attempting to come here to understand Bitcoin from a neutral perspective, and so my adoption path was different, right? I think people are going to have a lot of paths to Bitcoin.
100%, guys. We're about to start on stage, so I'm going to pass it back on over there. Welcome to day 2 of the BitBlockBoom conference.
Howdy, 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 howdy. Hope everybody's here having a good time. Everybody enjoy the party last night? I mean, that was kind of a good location. I'm not 100% sure that beat the town, but it was a pretty good damn party. And I had a good time, and I don't know if anyone else has lost their voice like I have. I think when you're the MC, you're not supposed to do that. I'm waiting for my slide to come up, so I'm just burning up time here. That's okay. But, you know, I always like to say that I appreciate everybody coming to BitBlockBoom because, you know, we have a lot of people do a lot of things here to volunteer to help, and I really appreciate that. But if no one showed up, we wouldn't have much of a conference. So while I'm still in the burning up mode, is everybody coming to casino night tonight? You know, just because I don't have the prizes listed this year, I usually have all the prizes listed, but we have, gosh, we have a block clock from Coin Kite, we have a mini block clock, we have millions of dollars worth of sats we're giving away. So we're doing quite a bit of stuff tonight, so you'll have a good time at that. You know, it's funny, when we decided to do the casino party, my wife was like wanting to do that really bad, and I said, oh, that thing is going to suck. Nobody's going to have a good time at that. But I was definitely wrong, and I want to give my wife some credit because everybody's had a great time at that. So sooner or later, we'll be going here, and I want to apply some pressure to Mike because he's working his ass off over there. Now he's starting to get a little pissed off at me probably because I'm pumping the pressure on him. Well, I'm sorry for the delay, guys. I guess I'll be back in just a second. Talk amongst yourself. Subject is Bitcoin Cash. It's not cash and it's not Bitcoin. Talk about it.
Guys, we are having some technical issues. We'll be right back.
It wouldn't be the BitBlockBoom if we didn't have a little snag in here, but it looks like they're dealing.
How you doing, Opti?
Honestly, guys, I had almost a little too much fun last night because every time you hang out with Bitcoiners at conferences, it's like a family reunion. And there's a lot of love, man. Nico went to bed early because he's so old and worn out. But
we had an 8-hour stream, and we did a Simply Bitcoin show.
Yesterday was hectic, but hey, it was worth it. But yeah, I had to go out and hang out with friends. It was good to see a few of. I would consider some of my best friends. I don't get to see them every single day, but it was a lot of love. There's a lot of love at these conferences. It feels real good to hang out with friends.
We met at one of these. We roomed together.
What was that? Was that 2020?
Was
that the Forbidden Conference?
That was a Forbidden Conference. That was the initiation of LobbyCon.
Yes. That's why this is the longest running conference in the world is because
they didn't shut down. They didn't shut down for the pandemic.
They couldn't shut it down in 2020. Let's go, guys. Well, I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you're enjoying this. And as you guys can see, I think I'm already on third cup of coffee, so we're gonna keep this going. I think we have another 8-hour shift in us, but actually, Nico, you have the program list, right? Let's run down the day for everyone. What are they in for today? What are we going to be hearing? I saw some of the speaker list. It's going to be lit.
We have some crazy speakers today. We have Natalie Burnell. We have a panel with Mark Moss, James Lavish, Preston Pish, Parker Lewis. At the end of the day, he's going to be doing the closing panel. Also, we have Pete Ruzzo. We have Mark Moss. We have Max and Stacy. We have Turda Meester, and then a couple introductions, of course. Natalie's going to be introducing some people. I'm going to be doing an introduction. It'll be my first initiation of BitBlockBoom, so it'll be really exciting. We have the legendary one and only Bobo. Jimmy Song's going up at 9:50. He just released his new book, by the way. Absolutely, really, really cool. So yeah, man, it's going to be a hell of a lineup. All right, guys, we're going to transition back to the main stage.
Glitches, stuff happens here. But I do want to thank everybody for your patience and thank you for coming. I just wanted to go over a few photos I got from the event the other night, and it looks like I'm down again. There you go, BitBlockBoom Town. I hope everybody had a great time at BitBlockBoom Town. As far as I know, I'm the only conference that's ever rented a town, even though it's a small town. Maybe technically it wasn't a town, but I'm going with the town because it sounds pretty damn cool. So BitBlockBoom Town, that was great. And I don't know if you know this or not. I told a few people, if you've ever watched Walking Dead, season 7, this town is the town the survivors live in. So it's in a lot of TV shows and some Westerns, but it's definitely season 7 of Walking Dead. You were where the dead walked. I haven't watched the episode, so that is the survivor town. And who would have thought Nerf guns could bring such entertainment? We had I think this guy must have been one of the good guys, and normally in your Western movie, you have a bad guy. But I know Uncle, and he's not a bad guy, so I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Uncle's a really great guy. And then, we wanted to go down to the basics and axe throwing. My wife has been wanting to throw an axe for 3 years, and there was one for free for her to throw, and she didn't get a chance to do it. Then we had the Wild West Poker Night from Tone, which they have every year here. That was fun. And then last night, I thought that was great. Hey, I do want to give some cred to Signs from Scrap Bitcoin, and I know I'm saying his name wrong, but he's got a booth at the end. He made these giant bees for us and brought them on a trailer, I think from California. I mean, that's incredible. I think it's Bitcoin Signs from Scrap. But anyway, at his table at the end, he is giving away tons of stuff. I think people just walk by and think maybe he's selling it, but he brought so many signs, so many bees, letter B's, hodls. I mean, everybody needs to go by and get some of this. It's free. I mean, unless you can't get it in your suitcase, which I'm sure he has every size. Yeah, for sure. I want to thank all the volunteers up at the front desk. They've done a great job this year. And I do want to make sure, now this is Fractal and Crypt's newest piece of art, which is fantastic. But Scarce City has a whole thing back there that's on auctions. So please make sure and check that out. And I want to thank Toshi for making this, by the way. I've shown it a lot, but I hadn't thanked Toshimoto. Now, Unchained, I want to thank, once again, they've been my platinum sponsor for 4 years now. I use Unchained personally. I'm a big believer in Unchained, and I like all the people there. But I do want to make sure you know, they have these cards there. I laid them on the tables. You should go by their room 602 over here. I mean, it's really crazy all the stuff they brought in there. It's right around the corner, first room. But go check out that room and enter this contest. They're going to do the drawing this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And they have some great prizes on it. Please check those out. And I also want to make sure everybody knows about Voltage, our second year for our gold sponsor. Now, we showed this video yesterday, and our audio wasn't quite that well. So I'm hoping we have our audio ready to go on this, because I thought this was really funny.
Hey, it's Bob from Voltage Pizza, and today I'm excited to share we're opening a second location. That's right. You guys have loved the Raspberry Pis so much that we're taking it further. We now have handmade nodes in 2 minutes. And the key ingredient to our success is the liquidity. You can't have good pizza dough without water. And we've got the flow you need. Anytime you want a pizza, bam, you got it in 2 minutes. And we've got just-in-time liquidity, meaning we've got the best water tap in the world. We can make dough the minute we need it with no issues. Business has been surging. We've been running the numbers, looking at the data and analytics, and the demand is at an all-time high, and we're excited to provide it for you. So give us a call at this number. What is it? 512-548-0669. So I got one of my guys there waiting for you to talk, but yeah, Voltage, baby, we're excited to serve you. So give us a call, come down, put the magnet on your refrigerator, don't forget, and we'll be here for you when you need us. 2 minutes, it's really that easy. How was that?
After 21 takes, you got it. Thank you.
All right.
Now, when you go out the door here, their booth is right to the right. It's the first bit, and they've got these magnets. And call this number. This is really cool. That's why I'm bringing this up again. You need to call this number and check out what's happening there. I want to make sure you're aware of that. And then we have our bronze, our Foreman Mining, first year for Foreman Mining, and then our bronze sponsors. And I appreciate all our sponsors, and I appreciate y'all stopping by their booths and giving them a look. In case you don't have it yet, here's the Wi-Fi. It's also on a poster or a banner up by the front door. And we're streaming this live, plus Nico and the crew are running a live stream between sessions, you know, which all will be on the site also in the streaming right now. Then I want to thank Fold. Fold has been a great sponsor this year too. This is the 4th year. I think they were the drink sponsor last night, so you can thank them for all the drinks. But this is the 4th year for Fold, and I appreciate them. And now it's time for the Wheel of Bitcoin. Wheel of Bitcoin. Come on up, guys. And what's your name?
Constantine. Eric Mills. Vikram Amatraj.
2 last names. This is getting better. We don't get many last names up here. And we're ready to go with the wheel. I'm looking. Have you ever spun the full wheel before, anybody?
On the app.
On the app. Yeah. Y'all all use Fold? You use Fold? Oh, hopefully you're going to use Fold after this. And we're loading the Fold wheel. So that's what you're waiting on, guys. Has anyone got a joke they want to tell me? I mean, y'all look like y'all might know some good ones here. You know, things will get better, guys, I promise. It was really smooth yesterday. I think I was told that some little kid got behind here and started switching wires into the computers. You know, we're just having to figure it out because we're not as little as they were. That is the wheel right there, for damn sure.
All right, guys, we will be right back. They are currently doing some interactive stuff. Opti got his second round.
He's ready to roll, baby.
Second round of coffee.
No, I got some water. I was feeling the coffee headache already, so I got the water, guys.
Gotta stay hydrated.
You turned it down a notch. Anyways, how you doing, Russ?
Dude, I'm doing great. Super hyped. We got Drew about to take the stage. A little technical difficulty getting started today, but we are about to get rolling. Super excited. I mean, we've got Preston Pish. We've Jimmy Song.
We got Jimmy Song.
Yeah, we got Jimmy Song coming. Max and Stacy are coming in today. It's gonna be
the Max and Stacy one is what I'm most hyped about. I really want to hear their update on El Salvador. Actually, at one of the Swan salons in Miami, I was super lucky and fortunate enough to be able to talk to the senior presidential advisor for Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, and shout out Monica for watching the stream. She made it happen, but it's so fascinating. You know what's happening. Anyways, guys, we're gonna switch it back to the main stage.
It was called the Texas Bitcoin Conference here in Austin. It was the first conference I'd ever been to. I was like, I'd been into Bitcoin like 2 weeks. I was really excited to go to this conference. Little did I know it was a shit fest. I didn't even know what shit fests were yet, but I went to a shit fest, the first one I went to. But one good thing happened at that shit fest. I met my first Bitcoiner besides the person who orange pilled me. And that was the next person who's speaking. And I can tell you what, I tell him all this time, and he's probably so sick of hearing this from me, because I remember it so well, but no one else knows this. You know, he was the founder of Unchained Capital, one of the founders, so he definitely was into it pretty much. But he was so nice to me. And I remember I was going, God, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm not even sure I understand all this completely. And he was taking the time with me. Drew is one of the best people I've ever met. He's kind, he's sincere, and he's an honestly nice person. I know you don't want to hear all that, but that's the way it goes, buddy. Come on out. My friend, Drew.
Thanks, Gary. I think I'm good with this. Thank you, Gary. Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me okay? Doing good? Okay. So I've got 25 minutes to do a 40-minute talk. I'm going to try and get through it on 1.5x speed. If you all miss something, just watch it later. Okay, so the name of this talk is How Does Satoshi Think of Bitcoin? And I'm going to just tell you the answer right at the top. It's because of monetary policy. 21 million isn't just a meme. It's not just a shelling point. It's maybe not even just good economics. I'm going to make the claim that it's an essential technical simplification that was required for Satoshi to extend the work of historical projects and actually conceive of Bitcoin. So let me try to motivate that a little bit. First of all, this is not even what I want to be talking about. What I wish I were talking about were a much larger story about Bitcoin as layers of markets and how we need to stop cargo culting the blockchain and instead focus in on what makes Bitcoin really successful, which is market incentives. But I can't talk about that. I found that in trying to write about this, I needed to do a lot of research and go back to some of the original work, the white paper, the references it contains, their references, and I found myself asking constantly this question, hey, before I can tell this story, I really need to know what was special about the beginning. What was so new about what Satoshi did? Because a lot of projects came before Satoshi. This slide's a bit messy, excuse me. There's a lot of stuff that happened before Satoshi, and it turns out notions like proof of work, the blockchain, cryptography for transactions and public key ownership, all these concepts existed. So what did Satoshi really do? How did they think of Bitcoin? What was the key insight? So the plan for the talk is I want to start by just talking about decentralized systems overall, like Bitcoin, convince you that they have to be markets, they can be nothing else. I want to talk about specifically a decentralized system that we would use to build money, and how would that market necessarily have to work. I then want to talk about historical attempts, everything from B-money to BitGold, etc., at trying to build that market, why they failed, and maybe what they got right. And then I want to convince you that it's really monetary policy that Satoshi brought to the table, and that's what allowed Satoshi to succeed where others failed. And if I have time, which I won't, I'll talk about how really the point of all of this is that understand that Bitcoin is a market indeed, but it's also a methodology. Like, there's lessons in this talk, hopefully, that we can follow if we intend to build larger, more productive systems on top of Bitcoin to disrupt other human networks. Okay, so I'll start by just talking briefly about decentralized systems. This word is often misused. I'm going to try and define it for you in a very simple way. Decentralized to me means markets. Decentralized systems have to be market-driven. This is an idea I got from my good buddy Ryan. Check out our talk from 2 years ago. I forgot to promote that at the top. Decentralized systems have to be markets because no one is in charge of them. There's no central point of control. There's no main API server. There's not even anybody to really tell us the time. And in a system like that, how do we get it to observe rules? Adversarial behavior cannot be punished by a central actor, so we must rely upon local economic incentives or disincentives. It's the only thing that's going to work. We have to make it more profitable for individuals to cooperate and collaborate than to engage in adversarial behavior. Satoshi well understood this point, but so did almost everybody that came before Satoshi in the world of digital currency trying to build an online kind of money. Okay, but if decentralized systems have to be markets, then they have to exchange goods. There has to be a kind of trade of goods and services within that market. That's what markets are. Unfortunately, decentralized systems deeply struggle with traditional goods. They don't know how much money is in our checking account. They can't talk to payment providers. They don't know what real estate you own, because to know those things would require talking to, interfacing with centralized systems. That would no longer make the decentralized system decentralized. And so, in a sense, every form of asset or wealth that existed prior to Bitcoin is illegible. Can't even be talked about, can't even be pointed at within a decentralized system. If we are going to build powerful decentralized systems, and if they must be markets, then there must be new decentralized goods, things that are legible directly within those systems. And historically, the very first such good that was conceived of was proof of work. A lot of people understand proof of work in this audience, I'm certain, but allow me to try to talk about it in simple terms. So remember, we're in a decentralized system, and proof of work was originally invented by Dworkin and Nauer in 1993 as a kind of access control mechanism. So there's a shared resource. They were often thinking about an email server, and I want this shared resource to have some metered, throttled usage, so I want to sell tickets to use the shared resource. But hey, I'm in a decentralized system. I can't use money. So you can't buy these tickets with money. You have to use something else. Let's use work. All right, so this is a little funny picture of, I think it's a Russian subway station, where instead of buying a ticket with rubles or whatever, you can just do some squats. Okay, that's kind of funny, gives you an idea of how it might work, but obviously these are online systems. We're not going to be doing physical exercise in order to purchase these tickets. We have to do some kind of online digital equivalent of work. So Dworkin and Nauer suggest doing some math. Like they actually propose square roots. I've given a small example here of a factoring problem. It's hard to factor numbers, but it's easy to multiply them. So this is a kind of work that we can do in a digital system. And it turns out that's not exactly what you want. It takes Adam back a few years later when he implements Hashcash to build a hash-based system that implements proof of work. This is slightly better, right? If you know something about mathematics, you'll probably understand that factoring numbers is an arena in which cleverness is very useful. By being clever, you can more efficiently factor numbers. Now, efficiency and greater performance is usually called progress in the world. But for proof of work, that's not progress. That's exactly the opposite of what we want. We don't want you to do better because you're cleverer. We want you to do better because you did more work. And so we want a problem that can't be solved through increased cleverness, and proof of work provides an example of that problem. We also want it to be tunable. As you'll see here, we really want proof of work to be something that we can inject the concept of a price inside of. And that is important, right? Because I'm making the claim that decentralized systems are markets. So let's look at this market for email delivery that was proposed by Dworkin and Nauer in 1993 and later actually implemented by Adam Back and Hashcash. It really is a market. Users pay email server providers in proofs of work for the ability to deliver emails. The user has an email, that's the data. They do some proofs, they do some work. They're guessing a bunch of random numbers, and eventually one of them meets the requirements of the math problem here, that is the proof of work. And the combination of the email and that winning number, the green one together, that's like the ticket, and then the email provider can verify that and send it along. So it's a market. But this is not how we actually solved the spam problem historically. Right? We didn't do this. This is not how it works today. We do not use a market-based solution to spam because this is not a very good market. And that's because computations are not a very good form of currency. I can't take the proofs of work I receive as an email server provider and then pay someone else for some other thing with those same proofs. Hashcash, the proofs of work are tied at a moment in time. They've got an email address. They're not fungible. And so proofs of work aren't a kind of money. They don't solve the coincidence of wants problem. They are decentralized good. They are something that I can talk about in a decentralized system, but they're not money. So I need to make a new kind of decentralized good, something that is distinct from proof of work, perhaps related to it, but that actually has the monetary properties that I want. And this is hard, right? Because I'm still trying to build the first decentralized system over here, right? So somehow the market for this decentralized system must bootstrap the very currency it uses to perform settlement. This is a very hard problem. But in another way, it's trivial, it's easy. We know what the solution has to look like. I'm making the claim that decentralized systems are markets. There are two goods, proofs of work, and tokens of this new currency we're trying to build in this decentralized system. A market must exchange goods. We only have two goods. Ergo, the market must consist of the exchange of proofs of work for units of currency. There can be no other trade. The hard part is that this trade must do everything else the currency requires to exist. It must solve the problem of issuance. It must solve the problem of settlement. There must be a ledger somehow that is produced simply through doing this trade over and over. So let's look at some historical attempts to build this market. I'll start here with BitGold, I think first proposed by Szabo in, I think, 1993, though not easily available till maybe a little bit later when he published it again on his blog in 2005. Nick writes, it's really hard to build a currency because computers get faster over time, and if you make an advance in computing, you can swamp the market, so to speak, with BitGold, these tokens that you're going to make in Szabo's version of a decentralized currency. And the thing about currency is we want all the units to have equal value. Right? If there's a supply glut and there's some time period where because of increased proof of work we're producing more tokens of BitGold, those tokens are just going to be worth less. There's a greater supply, so they should be worth less. How do we solve this problem? Like if the supply of proof of work changes, like how are we going to ensure that all the units of the tokens we're making from proof of work are actually worth the same? So there's a methodology that gets proposed here, which is think about cost, right? Like proofs should be time-stamped. Now, this is not because of double spending or any of those. We'll get to those later. Proofs should be time-stamped merely because a timestamp connects them to an economic climate and a certain market supply and demand of proofs of work. If you know, and Sabo says this very explicitly in his BitGold writings, if you know the time a proof of work was created, you can use that time to determine the average efficiency of computing hardware, and Dai says something very similar, treat it like a commodity market basket of goods and try to determine from that what it must have cost to do that proof of work, and maybe that's a way to value it, and that's how you can perform this exchange in the market. But this is actually really hard to do, right? You're kind of running into that legibility problem. Decentralized systems deeply struggle with trying to determine how anything in the real world operates at all, much less the cost of computing. And so what winds up happening is that these BitGold tokens are not really a kind of money at all, because we can't really value them like within the system that we're creating them in. They're really kind of collectible. Szabo proposes that since, quote unquote, anybody can look at the supply of BitGold tokens, that a collection of outside the system so-called dealers will take the tokens that were made and they will bundle them into larger units of approximately equal value. And these larger bundles, these will be the money that we make. That's the idea here. So this is not as good of a solution, obviously, as Bitcoin. This is a format of making money after we've made tokens later on in what should be a decentralized way, but this is very hand-wavy and non-specific. It's not clear to actually implement this. What we want is we want that for the network itself to adjust the price of money directly, not some external system that happens afterwards, but the network itself. And Wei Dai in 1993 as well actually proposes kind of a model for how to do this. And I want to be clear that now I'm switching to B-Money, and in B-Money, Dai's already proposed the concept of using a blockchain, like that's already out there. Every participant should have a full history of all the transactions in the system. Those ideas are already present. Dai's talking now specifically about, hey, I think I know how to solve this, how do you value the computations problem, and I'm going to do it with an auction. So he proposes a 4-stage auction for how we can create the money supply and deal with the inherent supply volatility of proof of work. So phase 1 of this auction is planning. All the users get together and they talk and they figure out the optimal amount of money to create. I don't know what they're talking about because government agencies and whole departments and reams of economists, they can't seem to agree on the optimal amount of money to create. So I don't know how a bunch of nerds running software online are going to do the same thing. But in theory, they're supposed to publish macroeconomic calculations that support their bids. But even Dai admits they don't have to agree. They're unlikely to. What matters more is what happens in the next phase, bidding. Each user independently, this is important, each user independently puts out prices. I would like to create this many units of B-Money for this much work. And then someone else will put out a similar price or bid. I would like to create a different amount of B-Money for a different amount of work. So you have all the users in the system all putting in their own prices or bids for money creation. Now I've drawn 3 here, but you should think of this as millions of possible bids at any given moment in time for creating money within the B-Money system. And then phase 3 occurs. I don't know how phase 2 ended. It's not clear how we communicate to all the participants that we finished one phase and we're entering a new phase. That's a detail, a very important one that Dai does not address. But phase 3 is computation. Now that we have a bunch of these prices, these bids that have been submitted by the network, each individual user goes and works on their own bids. And in this case, you have the first user, they solved the proof of work that they bid on. The third user did the same. User number 2 didn't find a valid proof in the amount of time required. Maybe they bid too high and they couldn't do the amount of work. Maybe they just got unlucky. Regardless, multiple users are doing multiple amounts of work for different prices with different amounts of money being proposed to be created, and all the winning bids are broadcast to the network. In the 4th and final phase, the network actually creates money out of these proofs of work. And this is really tricky. The network demands that each user take the highest bids that actually had proof of work, and then use those to define the creation of money and credit it to the account of the miner, if you like, who did the work. But this is a subtly very difficult thing to do. A decentralized system struggles with the concept of highest, because highest means we've taken a bunch of things and we've put them together in one place, and then we can sort them, and we can determine which ones are the highest. It requires us to have knowledge of all the elements of the set before we can determine its highest member. That's really, really hard. And not only that, but for many reasons that I've tried to highlight, this system never works. For example, what if multiple users provide these multiple proofs of work and then different users get different bids that they see, right? Just because of the internet and variance and so on. Now different users will have created different numbers of tokens. There's no mechanism that DAI suggests for how to fix this problem, right? Okay, so let's answer the question. How did Satoshi think of Bitcoin? So we all know that one of Satoshi's premier, most important, #1 goals in launching Bitcoin was stopping inflation and stopping the dilution of the money supply. This is one of my, I think probably everybody's favorite quotes from Satoshi, like full of breaches of that trust, right? So for Satoshi, monetary goals were deeply important. And I want to highlight how new this is in the history of digital money. In BitGold, anybody can create BitGold by just doing proof of work. There's no monetary policy. There's no finite supply. The dealers will value large amounts of BitGold, times when there were large amounts of BitGold created, just less. And in B-money, there's similarly no limit. In fact, the users are supposed to, through their macroeconomic calculations and planning and bidding, figure out what is the optimal increase of money at any given moment of time. It can go on forever. For Satoshi, of course, the optimal increase in the money supply is eventually 0. This goal is fundamentally incompatible with granting users the freedom to create money. So Satoshi eliminated that freedom. It's the simplest decision. My conjecture is Satoshi read B-money, it's reference 1 in the white paper, and was like, this is pretty good, but I don't want these people to be creating money. I want to create the money. I want to have a finite supply. And my claim is that that thought was the key idea. Once you have that thought and that goal and you decide, I want to take B-money and I want to adapt the auction model so that users aren't creating the money, it's pre-created, and they're just auctioning off a finite supply. Once you have that idea, I think anybody could have discovered Bitcoin. Okay, maybe not anybody. Maybe you have to be really smart. Maybe you have to be one of the 10 nerds in the world at the time following these topics. But it's not as magical as it seems. I think it's a clear step from B-money through a finite monetary policy into Bitcoin. So let's see quickly in what looks like 9 minutes how this happens. How does this essential technical simplification emerge merely from the requirement that we should have a sound monetary policy? Well, let's start with phase 1 planning. In fact, we're going to find out that there are no phases anymore. We don't even need phases. That's one of the great parts of the simplification, because everything is just going to happen all at once. So phase 1, planning, this happened in 2008. Satoshi decided the monetary policy, and we all endorse it by running the software. That's it. There is no argument to be had between users. There's no multiple bids. It's done. Let's move on to phase, quote-unquote, phase 2, bidding. This, I think, is the most important part of the simplification almost. In B-money, many millions of users are providing separate bids all the time, and the system somehow has to track all of those things and make choices like which ones are highest. Satoshi simplifies this. There's only one monetary policy, so there's only one bid. The entire network makes a deterministic calculation, which then results in a consensus price. And if you run a Bitcoin node, go ahead and run these 2 API calls. That's what you're really doing. You're participating in the deterministic calculation of the current market price for proof of work as offered by the entire network to the community of global miners. There's only one bid. Oftentimes, eliminating freedom reduces scope, and the reduction in scope allows something that could never have existed to actually be birthed. Let's talk about computation. There's no phase here. We don't have to wait for bidding to end because there's always just one consensus bid that all nodes are aware of. And they just perform proof of work continuously. The first one to discover a block at the current network price, of course, broadcasts it back to the network. But there's no phases here. And then money creation. Let's talk about this. We're no longer under an obligation that each user must somehow determine the highest bid or the highest proof of work. We know that all valid blocks are going to be at the network price. And so each user can merely accept the first block that they see. And this is the key idea that actually makes Nakamoto consensus possible. If users don't have to wait and make a local determination of an optimal choice, if they can instead follow a greedy algorithm and just choose the very first block that they see, this turns out to be a valid consensus algorithm. In fact, it turns out to be a breakthrough in consensus algorithms. Satoshi spends 25% of the white paper writing this calculation up, replete with C code, proving to you that Nakamoto consensus and picking the first block actually is a form of consensus and therefore ultimately solves the double spend problem. And this is incredible, right? Satoshi made a progress in a computer science fundamental domain field. It wasn't Leslie Lamport, right? It was Satoshi. And it's because they weren't focused on a computer science problem. They were focused on a monetary problem. Right? Like Bitcoin solves the double spend problem because of Nakamoto consensus. Nakamoto consensus works because it's a greedy algorithm that can be executed locally. Every user can just accept the first block they see. They can accept the first block they see because they know the block is only going to be transmitted if it's at the network price, and that's easy to validate. And the network price exists because Satoshi wanted there to be a sound monetary policy in which users aren't granted the freedom to create money. So it literally all comes back to eliminating that choice and then allowing the system to actually succeed. I really think that the lesson, if there is one from this, has to be that all 21 million Bitcoin already exist, right? And Satoshi, there's various ways you can maybe try to quote differently, but the way I read this quote is, Satoshi knows I can't issue coins. There's nobody to issue them. I have to issue them upfront, and then the best I can do is I can distribute them to the rest of the market over time. So the Bitcoin network is paying miners every 10 minutes in Bitcoin from an existing supply in order to perform proof of work, and the price is calculated deterministically, right? So all 21 million Bitcoin exist. Now, I think for a lot of people, if I had asked how did Satoshi think of Bitcoin, what's the key insight, the answer would have been, it's the difficulty adjustment algorithm. That's the most magical part of Bitcoin, I think, for a lot of people, myself included, prior to thinking about these things a bit more deeply. But I'm now of the opinion that the difficulty adjustment algorithm itself is something that you come to once you decide that you must have a finite money supply. Auctioning off Bitcoin's 21 million supply over 140 years is a very different sales proposition than doing it in 3 months after launch in 2009 because we didn't think about the temporal aspects of such an auction. No project before Bitcoin really framed the notion as, I want to restrict the rate in time at which money is created. It's not a problem in BitGold. If more money is created faster, we'll just devalue it later on with our dealers. And in B-money, if we are creating money too quickly, if our money creation periods are happening too quickly, our collective macroeconomic calculations should encourage us to increase the price in proof of work and fix that problem, but it's not really a problem. It is a problem if you are auctioning off an existing money supply. So one of the most natural things to jump to once you have this realization is, I need to fix the rate in time at which blocks are produced. And it turns out this is actually possible. You can measure through the blockchain what time blocks are coming in and use that as a basis to regulate the rate at which they continue to arrive in the future. So kind of reaching the conclusion here, and I have actually a couple more minutes than I thought. Maybe I'll actually finish this. Let's see. So just to summarize, right? Layer 0, I'm calling this layer 0 of the Bitcoin market, really just is a market exchanging proofs of work for coins of this new currency. And the network calculates a consensus price, the blocks must be time-stamped, and the current tranche of coins is always being sold. I've called this layer 0, though, and not Bitcoin, or layer 1 even. And that's because I think this market is logically prior to the usual market we think of in Bitcoin for transaction fees and settlement. In fact, I haven't even talked about transactions. And I think transactions are a totally separate market. They're a second layer, I'm calling it a layer 1 here, that sits on top of Bitcoin's layer 0. So there's a single market in which, on the left-hand side in layer 0, users are exchanging proofs of work, miners are exchanging proofs of work with the entire Bitcoin network as their counterparty in that trade. That's for the purposes of distributing the initial supply of Bitcoin. There's a single consensus network price. In layer 1, users are directly trading with miners. There's not a single consensus price. There are millions of different prices. Those are the transaction fees that we include. The order book, if you want to think of it that way, in layer 0 is trivial. There is one price, and the very first block that shows up is matched. That's it. In layer 1, the order book is a little non-trivial, right? There's a mempool that has many megabytes of transactions waiting to be settled. Right? It's non-zero, non-trivial. Of course, the settlement of transactions in layer 1 relies upon the existence of layer 0. The fact that blocks are in Nakamoto consensus, that they are time ordered, means that it solves the double spend problem. So layer 1 needs layer 0 to exist. But layer 0 doesn't really need layer 1 in some way. Anytime a miner mines a block with 0 transaction in it, they're engaging in a layer 0 trade, not a layer 1 trade. Oftentimes it happens together, but they can be separate. Of course, these markets are also tightly coupled, right? One of the cool things is that layer 1 works because layer 0 exists. Transactions are settled when they're put into the blockchain, right? So layer 1 needs layer 0 to exist. And to make sure that that connection is as secure as it needs to be, Layer 0 winds up needing to understand the semantics of transactions in layer 1. The entire script language, for example, it only exists to enable us to write more complicated transactions in layer 1. Script is not necessary at layer 0. All we're doing at layer 0 is just giving Bitcoin to the miner that won the block. That's it. There's no more complexity than that. Now, of course, a network that does not allow its users to trade the coins that they've earned through mining wouldn't be a very useful network. So layer 1 has to exist just to increase the value of layer 0. And I think this is really the pattern that I want us to emphasize, like going forward with Bitcoin, that it's a system of layers of markets, and the lower layers provide functionality and solve problems for the higher layers. The higher layers add value to those lower layers and actually make them more interesting long term. So as we think about how Bitcoin grows, the plan is to build more and more and more markets so we can solve more and more problems, but yet do it in such a way that we're creating the right layering and the right sense of coupling between these various systems. So maybe next time I can give you guys that talk. Thank you. I've got 5 minutes for questions. All right. Anybody? For the next market, yeah. You should check out that talk from 2021 that Ryan and I gave. And I think my short answer is Lightning Network is really interesting because it looks like it's solving a question of payments and liquidity, which it is. That's part of the problem that the market for routes and the market for liquidity in Lightning is solving. But it's also solving a deeply unexpected problem of connectivity. How do I actually find you in the Lightning Network before I can send you things? I think this is an interesting, just general truth of the methodology, if you like, of Bitcoin is you think you're solving one problem, but you will wind up solving another problem that's deeply adjacent to it. So for example, in Satoshi's attempts to build a functioning digital currency, Satoshi has to build a clock. That's really cool to me. I like that idea. And I think similarly, as we're trying to build out Lightning, we're building a kind of routing table. And I think it gets even more interesting from there. Once we have a routing table and liquid routes and we have a global marketplace for quickly transacting in information, what adjacent markets we build on top of that? What unknown problems we solve when we tackle those systems? Thanks for the question. Anybody else? Please. Yeah, that's what he told me. Yeah. No, I don't know, and I think something I was worried. Yeah. I don't know. The question is, did Satoshi really think of Bitcoin that way? Are you bullshitting us? And I don't know, man. I don't know. I think I didn't put it into this talk, but I think one of the coolest things I like is I'm originally a physicist, and I think there's some deep parallels between Bitcoin and relativity. They both are scary, cool, new, revolutionary projects. They're both concerned with local measurements and global consensus. They both employ maximization principles. They're both dangerous, but Bitcoin is obviously dangerous, whereas I think relativity is like not so obviously dangerous. It took us decades after Einstein to actually figure out we can make bombs with this stuff, whereas the white paper comes out, it is a bomb, right? It is a targeted assault against the existing systems of the world. And as a result, Einstein is a, well, public intellectual. Satoshi is a ghost. So we have many decades of of Einstein writing about how Einstein came up with Bitcoin. How Einstein came up with relativity. He explains, this is how I thought of it. I had this vision, I read this article, it prompted this next thought, and then a year later I had figured it out. We never got that from Satoshi. And I think from a history of science perspective, I feel a little bit impoverished. It's the way that you thought of something is often different than the way you will explain it to people later, but both are useful. Satoshi spent a lot of time describing why Bitcoin is valuable, what we can do with it, et cetera, but didn't write too much about what was I doing in 2006 to think of Bitcoin. And so these are my attempts to try to reconstruct that thought and frankly make it seem, one, a little bit less magical. Like, yes, Satoshi's a genius, I totally agree, but many of us can, if we had followed the same path as Satoshi might have, if we had been studying the same things, if we cared about the same issues, if we applied the same new goal to an existing project, one of us might have been Satoshi. Hard to say. Please. Do I think proof of work causes black holes in the universe? I don't know. I sometimes think that the purpose of life is to make black holes, so let's hope so. Yes? Mm. I fundamentally do believe in that, yes. I think the great man theory of history is just bogus. Big advances happen because the world is ready for them, because there's enough proximate thought that has occurred that's waiting there for people to discover, and you're right about calculus or any number of other advances. And yeah, I believe that. If Satoshi hadn't done it, someone else would have. The pieces were in place. One more question. I don't know. I don't know the details, and I think a lot of people here probably do know some of those even better than I do. I get the sense that having a finite supply was definitely always part of Satoshi's plan. What that exact number was, don't know. And I think it probably doesn't actually matter, as we all can sort of rationalize. What matters is that it is finite, and in particular, for the purposes of my talk today, that it is predetermined. That's the most important part. I have heard, like, I don't know if this is apocryphal, but I have heard that originally it was supposed to be 42 million. Like kind of a Doug Hoff or a Hitchhiker's kind of nod, and then maybe Satoshi was like, "Nah, that's like just one level too silly," and then cut it in half. I don't know. I don't know the answer. I think that's it. I'm out of time, guys. Thank you so much for coming in.
All right. How's everybody? I'm just kidding. I don't do that. I'm just kidding. I don't do that. Listen, I'll go pretty fast. I'm Billy. I do meetups. If you are not going to a meetup, please attend meetups. If you don't have a meetup where you live, start one. It's really easy. It matters. It helps. That's all I got to say about that. Gary hit me up and asked if I could do the easiest thing in the world, which is introduce the next guest to a room of people that definitely know who he is. He's been doing Bitcoin and eating beef before Bitcoin and eating beef was cool. He is an educator, certainly to me and most of this room, an author and a developer. So without further ado, please welcome Jimmy Song.
Is being cheapened. The very fabric of society is deteriorating. Everything that once held value is declining, and the culprit is fiat money. Fiat money may be unfamiliar to you, but its effects are not. Where are the moon bases we dreamed of? Why are there so many wars and economic crises? Why does everything we consume break in an instant or make us fat? How can we feel so disconnected despite our constant online connections? And why in a consumer-driven society do we get so little satisfaction? Join us on our journey to unpack all of these questions and to learn why life is getting harder, working longer hours still earns you less pay, and how there may still be a path to getting back some of your precious time with your loved ones. Get your copy of Fiat Ruins Everything today.
All right. Thank you guys for coming this early. I know it was kind of a late night last night. It is always a late night whenever you're at one of these conferences. And, you know, I really do enjoy hanging out with other Bitcoiners, and I'm sure you do too. So, but thank you for coming out this morning and coming out to hear my talk. So, my talk is called Escaping the Golden Handcuffs, and it's unshackling from the fiat system. The video you just saw is a book trailer made by JD about the book I just wrote, Fiat Ruins Everything. And in that book, I make the case that fiat money ruins all sorts of things in society today. Everything that we hold dear, everything that we think of as good, gets ruined by fiat money. But I wanted to focus this talk on what to do about it, right? Because you know that a lot of stuff is broken. You know that so many things are kind of messed up. And in a sense, the incentives are just so horribly aligned. So what do you do, right? And unfortunately, the system is set up so that you're kind of trapped. And this is what I call the golden handcuffs. Now, this is a bunch of pictures of me and, over the past year. I traveled the world with my family, took my kids out of school. We traveled all over the world. We traveled for 277 days. Visited 34 countries, saw a lot of different things, as you can see in these pictures. And this is something that I got to do as a result of saving and planning. And it's something, the question that I got the most about this, especially from non-Bitcoiners, was, how the heck did you do this? You know, who takes out their kids for a whole year and just go somewhere like that? And how are you able to do that? And that's kind of what I want to talk about, is what can we, this isn't even in people's minds as something that they can do. It's maybe sort of like a fantasy that they might have, but most people don't have the, ability or the path to doing something like that. And really, the reason is because we are all chained by golden handcuffs. And what do I mean by golden handcuffs? I mean the thing that sort of anchors you to a place, that prevents you from going. And, if it were just normal handcuffs, it'd be something like slavery. But golden handcuffs are slightly different because they seem very attractive. And it's a lot like the song Hotel California. And if you're familiar with the song from the Eagles from the 70s, it's about the California lifestyle, right? You can check in anytime you like, but you can never leave. Or you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. You go there and then you just sort of stay, and you can't really ever leave because you're kind of stuck. And the fiat monetary system is very much like that. And in that sense, this song talks about that feeling that you have, that you're kind of stuck. The reason why the fiat system works the way it does is because in many ways it's attractive, right? Like you have a steady job, you have things that you can consume, and you get a lot of good stuff right away. And in many ways it's voluntary, right? You don't have to take out a loan for a mortgage on your house or something like that, but it's there and it's available. But inevitably it leads to some form of debasement, right? The job itself that you might have, or the communities that you're a part of, or the systems that you're a part of, they degrade over time. And that ultimately leads to a lot of sunk cost, right? You might have invested a lot into a career that you might not really like. You feel a little bit trapped. You feel stuck. And really, that's what that song is all about. It's Hotel California. You can kind of check out, right? Like you kind of become a zombie, but you can't really ever feel like you can leave the system. It's unfortunate, but that's how the system is almost designed. So what can we do about it? Well, but before we get to that, though, let's talk about what it is that kind of traps you. So here's one. It's like having a house, right? This is sort of like part of the American dream. And unfortunately, to get a house, you have to get a mortgage and do 5x leverage on your money to get one of these things. And you're in debt for something like 30 years. There's also university degrees, right? That's another one that entraps you because you have to take out loans to go to these things. It's now upwards of like $50,000, $60,000 a year So over a course of 4 years, you got almost $250,000 in debt. There's, of course, other things like credit cards and personal loans and things like that, which let you bring consumption forward. Essentially, all of these things are bringing consumption forward. So what happens when you bring consumption forward is that you have to pay all of that off over time. And ultimately, you end up working like crazy to pay off all of this consumption that you already did. This is Hotel California. This is how you get trapped. These are the golden handcuffs. You get stuff early, and then you have to keep paying it off. And, those aren't, the debt itself is a major mechanism in sort of trapping you in the fiat system. And that access to debt is how you're kind of stuck, right? But that's not the only one. There's other stuff like healthcare and retirement. These are sort of like future promises of things, or sort of things that you need in the, that they make seem like a necessity to live or something, right? You need healthcare, you need retirement, you need all of these things. But even stuff like career and status, there's a lot of status attached to a lot of these jobs and careers and things like that, which kind of get you stuck, right? If you're halfway up the partner track and then you suddenly quit, you've just wasted a whole bunch of time. And the status that you get from some of these jobs, particularly certain rent-seeking jobs, it tends to be very addicting because people give you a lot of respect, right? And people say good things about you, and you feel like part of society. And if you do something else, there's a social ostracization involved. And many of you may know this just by being in Bitcoin. It's like, okay, a lot of people kind of look at you weird when you tell them that you're involved in Bitcoin in some way. These are the mechanisms. This is Tae-Young Ho. And I want to talk about him about this because I had the privilege of talking to him for a few hours at the Oslo Freedom Forum back in 2019. He is the highest ranking North Korean defector. And I learned a lot from this guy. And what he said during that conversation really struck me because he was explaining what happened in North Korea. This is in the 50s and 60s when he was sort of consolidating power. The Soviets had essentially installed Kim Il-sung as the leader of North Korea. But he still needed to win the people over and consolidate power to become the authoritarian state that they are today. So how did he do it? And Tae-Young Ho told me exactly what happened. He started giving stuff away for free. So he said, all right, at first it was, okay, healthcare, we're going to give you that for free. Housing, we're going to give you that for free. A job, everyone's going to have a job. And people ate it up. They're like, oh yeah, I want healthcare. I want a house. I want free stuff. But there were strings attached with all of that stuff, right? There's always a cost to these things. And what he said essentially was that there is something beautiful about a market process and something very corrupting about getting stuff for free. Because when people claim that something is for free, it's not really free. You're just paying with something other than money. There's a sacredness to a market transaction where you're paying for something and both people are obligated to provide for the other person. And that means that you're kind of connected in a way. But if you're getting something for free, then you're sort of paying in other ways that you're not entirely aware of. And these costs include stuff like compliance, right? I remember during the pandemic, I saw a tweet from somebody that was on the left that said something like, hey, if you don't get a vaccine, then you should be denied emergency room services. This is where free stuff goes. You always pay with some level of compliance. And when you pay with compliance, well, ultimately this affects your values and beliefs. because you're going to have to comply in a certain way. Your actions end up kind of changing what you value, what you believe. And that's where it leads to authoritarian rule, because in a sense, if you're getting something for free and you're dependent on them giving you something for free, then you end up submitting to whatever it is that they want you to do. And ultimately, this sort of leads to a weird Stockholm syndrome where you end up loving something not because you believe that it's good, but because you are sort of propagandized into it, right? Like you comply so often that you end up thinking that this is good just because that's the way it's been. And unfortunately, most of society today is kind of in this weird Stockholm syndrome with respect to fiat money and government intervention. That's the cost of all of this stuff. That's how the fiat system entraps you. So how do we break free? How do we get out of this stuff? Well, I have some thoughts on that. Escaping from the fiat system and sort of breaking free from our chains requires a few things. First, save and get out of debt. Because debt is bringing consumption forward. Debt is slavery. And getting out of debt and saving is the way to freedom. You're going to need to save because this is the way in which you grow out of the dependence of the fiat system. And if you're not saving, and it used to be that if you did try to save, it was going to be very difficult. It was going to be a full-time job because you had to manage your investments. You had to manage whatever savings vehicle that you happen to choose. But now a better form of saving is here. We have Bitcoin. You can put money in Bitcoin. You don't have to think so much about it. You don't have to work a job to keep your money. Instead, you can just keep it in Bitcoin. That's a major tool. Second, pay for value, right? Be suspicious of everything that is given to you for free, because in some way they are going to corrupt you. And paying for value is a critical part of this market transaction because both people are obligated once you pay. When you're paying somebody for some good or service, they have some obligation to you to make sure that you get something good. And that's critical because if you're getting something for free, they don't care about you, right? Do you think Facebook cares about you? Right? Do you think X or Twitter or whatever the hell that thing is cares about you? Or TikTok or Instagram or any of these things that you supposedly get for free? They don't care. They cancel you whenever they feel like it, or whenever it's inconvenient, or whenever you're unprofitable, because of course you're the product. So pay. Pay for the things, right? And this is what's beautiful about decentralized protocols, because you're going to have to run your own server somewhere. You're going to have to custody your own key somewhere. This is where paying for value is very useful. And that means taking personal responsibility. When you get a lot of stuff for free, there's a deep dependence on the provider of that free thing. But when it's decentralized, you get used to taking responsibility over your own stuff. And you need to grow in that in order to escape from the fiat system, because there are all sorts of dependencies that they've put on you. Do you think Americans would be so fat if they didn't have like this crazy healthcare system that sort of protects them and is sort of like a safety net for all kinds of stuff? I would guess not. They'd probably care a lot more about their health if they didn't have the safety net. But once you take personal responsibility over your own health, well, you're going to be a lot more careful. And of course, you need to be looking for opportunities. Looking for opportunities. If you want to escape from the fiat system, particularly your job, most people have a job with a large corporation. Getting out of that is going to be a major step in escaping from the fiat system, because that's the major vector by which they induce dependency. Most people just have a single job, a single customer essentially, and if they cut you off, you're dead. So As a result, you end up adopting the values of the company that you happen to work for. And I know that that was the case for me when I left my last fiat job. Right? I was working for a company in 2017. And I went off on my, before going off on my own, I did a lot of thinking. And it was really scary, right? Thinking about going and starting my own company and doing my own thing and trying to provide value to, you know, this community and so on. Because I had always been sort of dependent on a company to provide a lot of things for me. But I also knew that there were a lot of costs in that dependency. I had certain beliefs that I didn't realize came from being in a company, right? You always end up defending the company that you work for, even if they're not necessarily doing things that are in alignment with your beliefs. In fact, your beliefs tend to change towards whatever it is that you're dependent on. And we see this phenomenon all the time in altcoins, right? People that are dependent or that are holding their bags tend to defend it. But that scariness of you know, having you know, going off on your own and doing your own thing, you know, that's there because you've never really been free before. And it takes a lot of courage to do that. In fact, it took me an entire month of contemplating whether to do it. It took me a month to get up the gumption to go out and try to do my own thing, to start my own business. But that's the thing that's required to escape. You need to have the will to escape. All right, so what I'm encouraging you here is to go and do your own thing. Be an entrepreneur. Provide a good or service to other people, because this is ultimately how you escape from the fiat system. Provide value to other people directly instead of indirectly through possibly doing something that a company might make some good or service that might be good for somebody. Because honestly, there's so many layers of rent seeking that you end up not feeling like you're contributing very much. So here are some practical tips. First, find something that you're good at. And for me, the easiest way to tell whether or not you have something of value to other people is people keep asking you to go do something, right? Hey, can you organize X, or can you help me do Y, or something like that? Whatever that is, start seeing if that could be turned into a business. Second, get in a community. And I'm kind of preaching to the choir here because obviously you guys are already in a community and here to make connections and so on. But get in a community, right? Because you need other people to make those connections and network so that you have not just customers, but also support in what you're doing. Third, charge money, and hopefully like an unreasonable amount almost. And I can tell you as an entrepreneur that the people that pay the most give you the least problems. The people that pay the least, the cheapskates, they cause the most. And the people chuckling right now probably know this because they've you know, given a discount to somebody or whatever. And it's a little bit counterintuitive, but it makes sense after you think about it. The people that are willing to pay the most, they get the value of whatever it is you're providing very clearly. The people that have to be convinced by dropping the price, they don't get the value, and they have to be convinced that what you're providing them is worthwhile. So of course they're going to cause the most problems. Charge money, and don't be apologizing about it. And finally, don't take on debt. And this unfortunately is prevalent in the fiat monetary system, where a lot of people just want to grow fast, so they take on debt to do it. But that's just making you beholden to the people that hold the debt. And I count VC investment as, in many ways, very similar to debt. Now, I want to finish here with a tale of two cities, right? A tale of two cities. The one on the left is Paris. The one on the right is Brasilia. And there's a big difference between these two cities. Paris is a very organic city. It's a city that sort of grew over a long period of time and wasn't designed by anybody. It was just sort of built up slowly. And, you know, it's obviously one of the biggest tourist destinations around the world. One on the right, Brasilia, was completely a planned city. It's the capital of Brazil. And they decided it's going to be right there, and they designed everything from the top down. Now, I want to ask you, which city would you rather live in? Would you rather live in Paris or Brasilia? Yeah. Which one looks more like a prison, right? This is what happens when you have top-down sort of control. And the fact of the matter is, any fiat system tends towards socialism, tends towards central control, tends towards top-down design, which is honestly not very human, right? It just doesn't look like a place where you want to live. And unfortunately, with the large companies and everything else that's going on in the world today, we are going way more towards the city on the right than the city on the left. And by being entrepreneurs, by creating value, you are creating more Paris and less Brasilia. And that's where I want you guys to go, because ultimately that's what builds civilization rather than crushes it. All right, my new book is called Fiat Ruins Everything. You can go to fiatruinseverything.com to join in the crowdfund. And thank you very much. I'm open for questions. How much did I have saved up before I took the leap? I guess you're referring to my world trip, or? Oh, having my own business. Yeah. So going off on my own business, I had like 2 years of salary saved up, so I could go try something like that. And the idea was, if I failed and fell on my face, I can always just go back and try again. Yeah. What happened to the bet with Joe Lubin? He never finalized the bet. So we were arguing about what a daily active user meant, and he wanted to include all sorts of stuff that I didn't consider a daily active user. And 2019, I kept emailing him, and he just at some point he just stopped responding to my email, so it never finalized. Yeah, back there.
I really enjoyed all the stuff you said about entrepreneurship, and in particular about how the environment we place ourselves in, we're basically inviting our beliefs and values to be steered by the environment. I'd be curious to hear your take, and sorry if this is uncomfortable in front of this crowd, but I'd be curious to hear what you think about entrepreneurship versus joining a Bitcoin company as an employee.
Entrepreneurship versus joining a Bitcoin company. Yeah, good question. It really depends on the company, right? And it depends on your situation, what your talents happen to be. I do believe that there is something that you can gain from joining a Bitcoin company, and certainly if you want to know how like a Bitcoin business runs and things like that, you know, that might be a step toward it. But you know, in a sense, when you work at a company, the thing that's very stifling is that you don't get to use all of your talents. So if you get hired as a coder, you code. You don't get paid to do anything else. You know, you might be very good at lots of other stuff, like you know, shit posting on Twitter or something. But you know, you're not going to get paid for that necessarily. So what you want to be doing is utilizing all of yourself, and this is one of the subtle things about entrepreneurship that is way more fulfilling than a typical fiat job is that you get to use more of yourself. You get to bring all of your talents to bear on the business that you have. So I don't know, maybe you're a good singer and you know, record a jingle for your business or something, right? Like there are all kinds of ways in which you can use all parts of yourself. So while I do think that joining a Bitcoin company can be very good and you can learn a lot of stuff, in a way, you know, it's still kind of a role. And ultimately, I think what helps you the most, or, you know, for escaping the golden handcuffs is going out on your own and being able to save. Now, not everyone's going to be able to go to that right away. So in the meantime, you know, it's fine to go work at a Bitcoin company with the goal of doing something else. And that might be, you know, doing all kinds of stuff. You know, I was talking to American Huddle a while back, and he told me that most filmmakers spend like 4 years raising money and then 4 years shooting. Instead of spending 4 years raising money, why don't you just like save money by working, right? Like that would be the way to do it. Instead of begging other people and taking on debt, go and just save money, right? Like that's the way towards your dreams. And you can get your dreams back as a result of doing that. So I would say that, you know, there is some saving that you need to do before you can pursue the dreams that you have. So, you know, in the meantime, while you're saving, having a, you know, I guess something like a fiat job or the least fiat job that you can get is beneficial, right? This is what we call fiat mining in some places. So fiat mine until you have enough to go and do what you really want. All right. I think that's my time. Thank you.
Okay, we got the mic working. I see we have the wheel working. We're on really cooking here now. Hey, before I do, I want to let you know, if you ever wanted to sell Bitcoin vouchers through Azteco, Lightning Ventures booth at the end of the hall has the machines for sale, so you might want to check with them. Now let's get the contestants up here. And your name, sir?
Wes.
Wes. Your name?
Pubby.
Pubby. Okay. Who's going first?
All right, guys, we are back at the news desk with my buddy Tone Vase and Jimmy Song. Hey, guys. How you guys doing? Anyways, Jimmy, amazing talk, like usual.
Oh, thank you. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell how the audience was reacting because the lights were straight in my face. So I could barely see like a few people, but hopefully it went well. It's hard for me to tell, but
it happens.
There's something really interesting about Jimmy's talks. So he's a developer that teaches development, but he never talks about development. All his talks are about money, which is like weird. Why is that, Jimmy?
Well, so I do have technical talks, and I have given them at lots of conferences, but that puts people to sleep, man. Like, I had one talk in Germany a while back, and I was doing like you know, like something on like HC wallets, right? Like how to implement them and stuff. Started out with like 30 people, like 27 of them left during my talk because it was so boring for them, right? Or they couldn't keep up or something.
You gotta make it exciting.
What you can't?
You gotta make talking code exciting. That's gonna make it special.
Well, so
this challenge, like Satoshi had a challenge.
No. So I read an interview with with Elon Musk, right? And he was saying how like he prefers technical interviews, right? Like how does the like Cybertruck exoskeleton work or something like that? And he loves explaining that, but no one wants to do any of those interviews, right? I'm trying to keep my audience engaged and understanding, right?
Personally, I'm a media guy. I love the money ones. I'm not a technical guy, but anyways, Jimmy, you did write this book, Fiat Ruins Everything. That's obvious, but what inspired you to write this book, and what's in it? Why should people purchase a copy? I purchased a copy, by the way, and I got it signed. It's mine. You can't have it. But anyways.
Yeah, so the inspiration from the book actually came as a result of the writing course I took with David Perel, and he wrote the foreword for me. And yeah, I was writing a lot, and I have a lot of thoughts. I don't necessarily organize them very well. So after taking the course, I felt like I could write like a superhuman almost, like just be able to take a topic, and I know how to get the output that I want, and it felt much easier doing so. So I started publishing some articles on Bitcoin Magazine. I took a lot of those, and I wanted to just show how corrupt the fiat system is and how much that corruption has just sort of penetrated into the culture without us necessarily being aware of it. And I wanted to expose that not necessarily to like no coiners. I wanted to target Bitcoin maximalists, right? We already know fiat ruins everything, but just how much does it ruin everything? Very few people, I think, really understand how much everything is corrupt as a result. And that's what I wanted to point out and just sort of give some reflections on and what it actually means and how Bitcoin ultimately changes all of the incentives that fiat money has brought on.
Well, and one of the things about Bitcoin that I love, and I want to get your take on this, is it's a system of aligned incentives, and with fiat, it's a system of misaligned incentives, and you see that the most with politicians, right? They're not incentivized to do good by their constituents. They're incentivized to get as close as humanly possible to the money spigot. Actually, we were talking about this when you came on Simply Bitcoin IRL a couple weeks ago. And I don't think that it's a coincidence that the first country that made Bitcoin legal tender, El Salvador, all of a sudden the guy that was elected into office is actually doing the things that he was elected for. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's a coincidence. I don't know. Tone, what's your take on that?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. For politicians, the number one thing is basically getting richer and getting reelected and just being more powerful. And Bitcoin has very different incentives. And you also see Bitcoin versus the shitcoins. They're really aligned to just making that coin go up in price, where I'm not going to say all the people in Bitcoin, but a large fraction of the majority of Bitcoin are here to actually build the network, build a community, like actually try to make the world better. Not everyone, but a significant, I would say the majority of the people versus any other crypto project. I just don't see it when you see that when they create another coin, like, it's all about the money.
Yeah, and I've said this before in the past, right? I think that crypto doesn't fix the problems of fiat. In fact, it magnifies it. And again, you have systems of misaligned incentives, right? Where, whether it's politicians, a bureaucratic elite benefit from, the privilege of creating money for free that everyone else has to work for. In the case of the shitcoiners, I said it. Again, like Vitalik's famous "stop the trading." Let's change the monetary policy. At the flick of a snap of a finger. So yeah, would it be possible to say that shitcoins and fiat ruins everything?
Yeah, well, so the entire last part is about fiat and altcoins being sort of beset on two sides, right? Because Bitcoiners are sort of assaulted not just by the fiat system, but by altcoins. And altcoins essentially take the reputation that Bitcoin has earned and take it for themselves by associating themselves with Bitcoin and saying, oh, we're crypto. And, because Bitcoin's been enormously successful, maybe we're going to be successful too. And sort of taking Bitcoin's good reputation and using it to basically shit on everything, right? Like, and they're scamming everybody, doing all kinds of evil and immoral things. But getting back to the thing about politics, there's a whole chapter in there about politics. Why is it that everybody in politics is super old? Well, the reason is they're getting rich, and if you're getting rich doing something, you're not gonna give that up, right? There's a reason Nancy Pelosi is worth like $200 million despite never having been anything other than a politician. How is that possible? Well, she's obviously grifting and like is 7 ways from Sunday, right? And not just her. I don't want to pick on the Democrat there, because obviously Mitch McConnell and lots of other people have had the same thing. And they're super old. They're able to just continue rent seeking off of the Cantillon effects and just use that to enrich themselves at the cost of everybody else. If you have a position like that, you're not going to give it up. And this dynamic is everywhere in the fiat system. You have tenured professors that are not retiring. You have federal judges that don't retire, right? Like all the room at the top doesn't exist. So you get like a generation of people that can't reach the top, right? Like how many postdocs do you know that are in like year 12 of their postdoc looking for a tenure track position, right? Like there's just no room. Like you get so many rent seekers. Nobody has any, incentive to go out of those. It's never about merit anymore. It's all about just, hey, I'm already in this position. I'm going to make sure you can't get in because I want it. And that's the dynamic. And I suspect that that's the dynamic going on in altcoins right now too. Because what does Vitalik do whenever a new platform, altcoin platform comes out? He tries to flood them or whatever. The internecine conflict between all the other altcoins is just as vicious as Nancy Pelosi versus the Democrats the younger Democrats that want to come to power.
Yeah, it's so true, and it reminds me of this video. I'm sure you guys saw it on Twitter, right? Where it was Senator Lindsey Graham and Senator Elizabeth Warren, and they were shaking hands with President Zelensky. And it's like another $28 billion to the Ukraine. And Lindsey Graham was like patting this guy in the back, and then I tweeted it out saying separate money from state, and then Lawrence Lepard quote tweeted it. And he said, like, in their words, like, we're all getting fucking rich right now. So, yeah, man, it's a system of misaligned incentives. Anyways, Tone, I know you talk about BRICS all the time. There's some breaking news the other day that BRICS wanted to get off the dollar. They officially announced that and move. And then potentially, the article was hinting to potentially Bitcoin becoming part of that. What is your take on that? What was your interpretation of that news?
Yeah, there's several really big news happening with the BRICS. They just had their BRICS summit. There was like 100 countries around the world applied to be part of the BRICS. They've announced they're accepting 6 of them. It was interesting which 6 they are accepting. I mean, if Saudi Arabia and Iran get in, I think those are the really, really big ones. As part of the 6, Argentina will be there. Hopefully they'll help. But the rumor is they want to create their own like BRIC currency, and there's a lot of rumors it's going to be backed by gold. I haven't really heard the Bitcoin backing of it. I think that's going to be really, really challenging for them to create a gold-backed currency. People don't realize there are challenges with that that are going to come in. They're probably going to be trading their own currencies with each other for a while. Either way, this is bad for the US dollar on a slightly intermediate term basis, not in the near future. But I think eventually they'll have no choice. They're going to have to just send Bitcoin to each other, which, again, Bitcoin market cap is not ready to handle that anytime soon. But maybe in about a decade, I think it's coming. What are Jimmy's thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think what you're seeing with BRICS is that they're trying to make it into a bipolar world rather than a monopolar world from a monetary perspective. Because for a long time, it's been dollar domination, the dollar hegemony, as I point out in the book. But that dollar hegemony, like especially with this Ukraine conflict, because essentially what they did was they took Russian assets, and that Russia does not want to deal with the dollar at all, and they never will. I don't think that trust is completely broken.
That's not coming back.
That's not coming back. So they need something. And in a sense, the economic isolation sort of move that the NATO countries tried to impose on Russia, I think is leading them to it's kind of forcing them to try something, and the BRICS is one of the things that they're trying. Now, like I agree with Tone. I don't know if this is going to work very well, because you have all of these authoritarian countries essentially trying to launch something that they're getting other people to trust. Like, how much credibility do you have if you're like a communist country that like jails like Uyghurs and and stuff like. I don't know if you have that much credibility, honestly, and. So it's going to be very challenging, and it's a multi-decade thing to get that kind of trust. I don't know if they have sort of the political will to wait it out that long, and if this alliance is strong enough to stay around that long with all the sort of like geopolitical craziness that happens over that period of time. But they are trying, and I think they're kind of forced to do that. And I think Tone's right. They'll probably trade each other's currencies for a little while, and their currencies will generally be backed by whatever is in their country. So Russia has a lot of natural resources, so it'll be backed by food and things like that. China by their manufacturing capacity, Saudi Arabia and Iran by their oil production. And maybe like Brazil and Argentina with their beef production or something like that. But that's the sort of economic union that they're trying to make. We'll see how that works. The thing is, if you really do get into a bipolar world, then you're gonna need a bridge currency between the two. That's where I think Bitcoin kind of sneaks in real well. So we'll see.
Yeah, the bigger problem is these countries have, well, not Argentina, but in the case of Russia and China, they have very little debt. Meanwhile, the West is a giant disaster. And what people don't realize is the line item of government spending, which is not coming from the Fed, that's coming from the Treasury. And that is interest on cumulative debt that has been accumulating since World War II. And people don't realize that line item, like military spending, maybe goes up a little bit, 5-10%, like everything, all the other things, like Social Security spending, it's all linear if it goes up barely. But that line item of interest on cumulative debt, because there's a deficit every year and now the interest rates are up from 0 to 6%, that item is going to go up exponentially. And in about 3 to 4 years, the U.S. will have to pay more money in interest every year than they collect in tax revenue. And the confidence of the world in the U.S. dollar is just going to crater.
Yeah, and they have to pay off that. Like a lot of these are like short-term treasury bonds. So when they come due, you're going to see a spate of money printing just to pay off the interest, because there's a huge demand for U.S. treasuries right now because they're paying a fairly high rate. And this is also how Tether makes a lot of money, because they put a lot of money into treasuries. You make 5% on $80 billion. That ends up being pretty significant. So we have weird incentives right now, but I don't think the money printing goes away. One, because of the deficit spending, like Tone said, but also the interest. It's not coming from tax revenue. They're gonna have to print in order to pay that off. So you get this, in a sense, they can raise the rates as high as they want. I don't know if that stops it this time, because the interest is just so damn high.
You mean lower the rate as much?
Well, I mean, they can heighten it or lower it. Either way, it's not going to solve the problem. I think they're either pushing on a string, which doesn't work, or pulling on a string that unravels the whole thing.
So I want to get you guys, we got about 2-3 minutes left. I want to get you guys' thoughts on the current crazy news coming out of Argentina. Where a libertarian candidate won the presidential primary by 11 points. This guy is, in terms of moving the Overton window, he's saying stuff like central banking is a scam, inflation is theft, and he's popular, right? So it's absolutely bonkers. He says, he's a fan of Bitcoin. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on that. Tone, you first.
I'll go real quick. Look, I don't really believe politicians. The ones that come from the private industry and have never been politicians have a higher percent chance of doing what they say they're going to do. But 90% of the time, they say one thing and they don't do it. So I'll believe it when I see it. But it's also interesting that, did you know Argentina signed a document with the IMF that they would not adopt Bitcoin? That was one of the terms of their loan. So that's going to be really interesting what happens with that.
So I was in Argentina back last November, and I spent 3 weeks there. And one of the things that you find out right away is this is a huge rent-seeking country. MacBooks are like $3,000, right? They're like $900 here. they're triple the cost. Where's that money going? Well, it's like tariffs and stuff. The government is extracting as much as they can. If you use a credit card, at least when I was there, it was like 160 pesos to $1. But if you use cash, it's like 300. Now it's like 650 or something. That's how much the inflation is happening. So I think the people of Argentina are sick of the hyperinflation that's around the corner. And they're listening to this guy because he's the only one that makes sense. Now, like Tone said, most politicians don't do what they say. I disagree that it's like, they're just being dishonest. I think there's like a deep state in every single country that essentially prevents you, right? And they will use every dirty trick in the book to prevent you from doing something.
I think you hit the nail on the head. There's an administrative state, because we've gotten to the point where it's right up in your face, not even deep anymore, that is fueled by the money printer, right? As long as that money printer stays there, you'll continue to have this Frankenstein bureaucracy continue to grow.
It's a cancer, and it keeps growing, and it just takes over everything. And that's probably as much in Argentina, because you obviously have a lot of grift, right? Like with MacBooks and tariffs and all that.
30-second story. I was in Argentina in 2016 at a Bitcoin conference, and I was too lazy to convert my $80 worth of Argentinian peso as I was leaving the conference. That would have been 0.2 Bitcoin at the time. And then I was lazy again at the airport to convert those $80 worth of pesos to dollars. And I would have had $80. And I'm like, I'll be back in Argentina next year. It'll be cab money. Those pesos are still in my drawer, and they're
Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Song, author of Fiat Ruins Everything and Unconfiscatable, Tone Vase. Check out his YouTube channel as well. Switching it back to the main stage, Bobo Dread introducing Pete Russo of Bitcoin Magazine.
For hosting yet another fantastic event here in Austin, Texas. So I'm Dread. I'm a Bitcoiner. I'm a big block boomer since 2020. And I'm here to introduce a man that is one of the few high signals in a sea of media noise. So cypherpunks write code. You guys have heard that before. Their legacy can be seen in this room. Their legacy can be seen all over the world. But today, it's not just code that's being written that carries this legacy. Articles, memes, shit posting, debates, reporting, online communities, companies, conferences like this one, podcasts, many more forms of information are written and otherwise shared freely. And I mean, not free as in free beer, but free as in freedom, shared freely, like ideas being freely shared. Personally, I'm an avid listener of what the Richards were talking about, Pillow Talk with Guy Swan. No, I mean, Bitcoin Audible and AI Unchained, two really good podcasts that share information and ideas, like a high signal, Hayek said, to assume all knowledge to be given to a single mind is to disregard everything that is important and significant in the real world. Yeah, Selma Hayek said that. She's pretty hot, so I listened to what she has to say, Friedrich Hayek said it, and what he meant, what I understand that to mean is that the very nature of knowledge, productive information, the signal that we're talking about, is to be spread, is to disseminate and localize and iterate on across us, across people. And that historical information about Bitcoin and the people that create that history every day is being passionately researched and written about by your next speaker. He's a popular Forbes contributor. He's an editor-at-large at Kraken. He is a chief content officer at Bitcoin Magazine. And most importantly, he's a fellow dad that I had the honor of introducing. Please give a warm, warm welcome to the Bitcoin historian, Pete Rizzo.
Appreciate it, man. Wow. Awesome. Nothing gets people going like a bit of history, I always say. Let's get locked in here. All right. So the title of my talk is going to be a brief history of Bitcoin. Thank you all for attending. Let's see if this little clicker works. A little bit about me. Yeah, Bitcoin historian on Twitter, if you follow me at Pete Rizzo, and I've been a journalist covering Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies since 2013. And I'll lead with a bit of an admission. I was agnostic about Bitcoin and the larger cryptocurrency space until late 2017, which meant I was trying to be, objective. I didn't have an opinion. I wasn't investing. I wasn't active in the market. So I was someone who was trying to make sense of information, communicate it, but I, to an extent, did not have an opinion, right? I wasn't active in the market. So what do I do today? Obviously, it's different. I believe in Bitcoin. A lot of my work, this will be an attempt to synthesize it, but I conduct archival research, which includes studying the major people and events in Bitcoin history, right? Bitcoin has been around now for 15 years, and I believe that it's still very much a work in progress, and that there are people today who have contributed to it meaningfully who are not Satoshi Nakamoto. So this presentation will attempt to synthesize my work on Bitcoin history and then also Bitcoin maximalism, which attempts to answer the question of why Bitcoin, not crypto. And this is actually my first public presentation. I'm usually the moderator, so if I don't have anyone to bail me out of stage, come and get me. We'll do it live. All right, so we'll start with the question, right? Why are we here? What is Bitcoin? So I really believe that there are three dominant sociologies in the wider world, and they have three answers to this question. Obviously, everybody here, we believe in Bitcoin. All right, so what does that mean? It means Bitcoin is an invention, and we believe it's the full instantiation of that invention, right? Whatever Satoshi created Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is it. All other crypto assets compete with Bitcoin by virtue of their existence. And what is Bitcoin's invention? It's either wholly captured by Satoshi's work, or it needs to be realized with modifications, right? We need to continue working on it. On the right here, we have everyone's favorite, the no-coiners, the fiat crowd. So what do the fiat crowd believe? Well, they believe that Bitcoin is not a real or meaningful invention, right? Ultimately, that's their point, that Bitcoin and all other crypto assets are bubbles, that they will go to zero, and that history shows that government money is superior, it's better than private options. Some of these folks like blockchain and not Bitcoin, but, over on the right, we got the crypto crowd. So last but not least, they believe that Bitcoin's invention is either limited, incomplete, or obsolete. Ultimately, what they are saying to the market is that effort is needed to extend, improve, or replace Bitcoin. They're trying to do one of these three things, right? And they're saying that there are now crypto asset use cases that exist outside of Bitcoin that are not possible on Bitcoin. So what they're saying is that Bitcoin's invention was just the start of a series of inventions, and that is their claim. And we'll see how you can ask questions, and you can see that these three sociologies exist. So what is Bitcoin maximalism? I think a lot of people here are calling themselves Bitcoin maximalists, and what purpose does it serve? Why are we using these words to describe ourselves? Well, Bitcoin maximalism is an ideology, and it seeks to explain why Bitcoin is the best or only cryptocurrency. And the argument of this work and this presentation is that it has evolved over time and that it ultimately has four major tenets. So I did some work earlier this year with someone you may know, Mr. Jameson Lopp. He wrote a very extensive article about the history of Bitcoin maximalism, and we really spent a lot of time trying to pin down, right? What are the reasons that someone should support Bitcoin and not other cryptocurrencies? What are the things that really differentiate Bitcoin at the end of the day? We came up with four things. He believes there's only three, but we'll save that argument for another time. So what are the four tenets of Bitcoin maximalism? Why Bitcoin, not crypto? So these are the four things. I think one, proof of work is winner takes all. Right? So the amount of equipment, that energy you need, right? The belief here is that when we're using energy as a way to distribute Bitcoin, the effects of this, the needs of this, right? We need to build these equipment, these computers, they'll eventually consolidate on one system. The second, and Jimmy just gave a great speech about this, is that money production must be ethical. We believe that the people who are creating money, there shouldn't be an imbalance of power, right? There should be a known relationship to the money creators that is ethical. 3, property rights must be absolute. At the end of the day, if you hold keys to a Bitcoin, no single person or group should be able to take that away from you or invalidate it. And lastly, Bitcoin cannot be recreated. This is often called the Immaculate Conception theory. Essentially, it boils down to what Satoshi did was unique, and it can't be replicated. There is no one in the world who can ever imbue the Bitcoin software the properties that Satoshi did. All right, so let's get into the presentation. Really what we're going to talk about is the Bitcoin-only ideology over time. So the argument of this presentation is that Bitcoin maximalism is still developing, that it's evolved over time, it's been heavily shaped by us, the users of Bitcoin, the contributors, and that it will continue to evolve, or that it could continue to evolve, and be shaped by unanswered questions about the software that have yet to be resolved. All right, fun slide, the Bitcoin cycle. I think everybody here knows that we're believers that the Bitcoin number will go up, and that largely what we've seen over time is that Bitcoin has had, 3 monetization cycles, right? Whereas it hit some new all-time high, and then eventually, there is an event that happens, and we hit new all-time highs. So what are Bitcoin cycles? Sound money and the circular economy. This really means Bitcoin is programmatically scarce, and it's getting more scarce over time. And this results in periodic, somewhat predictable price increases, right? Come for number, go up. You guys are here today. To date, there have been 3 cycles. Each cycle is kickstarted by a halving event. Each cycle peaks at a moment of euphoria, which is a condition of optimism. Ron Paul, it's happening. And then it goes down. And you can tell, again, that these 3 sociologies exist because you can ask the question of, okay, why have we seen 3 market cycles for Bitcoin? Well, in Bitcoin, our answer is that it's the monetary policy and programming, right? Satoshi imbued Bitcoin with a monetary policy that makes Bitcoin programmatically scarce over time. And because he did this, we see periodic price reactions to that. The crypto people will tell you that it's their productivity and ingenuity. They will tell you that the reason that we are getting cyclical increases in the cryptocurrency market is because, doggone it, they just have such good ideas. They're just doing such cool things. Lastly, the fiat people, they will tell you that it's all an investment mania, right? What we're doing here is just AMC. We're the Dogecoiners. We're just another group like that, the Game Stoppers. All right, so I'm going to try to convince you that we've had different cultures over time and that Bitcoin has evolved over time. So we're going to take the Bitcoin time machine. We're going to get in the DeLorean, and we're going to go back through and do the brief history. So we're going to go all the way back to 2011, 2014. We got I want you to get in the mood here. We've got a woman up here on the left. She's riding a Segway, the future of transportation. You wouldn't be walking anymore. Underneath her, we've got Mr. Mark Zuckerberg. He's really happy. He just had his IPO. There's a movie coming out about him. The Social Network, he's happy. Up there, we've got a mentally cognitive Joe Biden with a very, Barack Obama who looks, happy and young still. We've got one of the first iPhones. Points, if you know, in the top right. That's the highest paid TV actor of the time, Mr. Charlie Sheen. He's drinking tiger blood out of that can. And then we got Psy, Gangnam Style, one of the first viral videos. So, all right, Bitcoin cycle 1, the culture. How many people here got into Bitcoin from 2011 to 2014? Okay, a few hands. I'm from this cycle. So a few images. These were all very mainstream, very popular images of the time. We'll just start front and center. The Silk Road, dark markets, anonymous currency, buying drugs with the Silk Road. That was a big narrative. To the left, we got, this was a sign that was actually held up at a college football game. Somebody raised a Bitcoin QR code. They received 25 Bitcoin for that. And that was a big news story at the time. Below, we have a billboard, and this was credited with really orange pilling a lot of Silicon Valley at the time. This is a honey badger, and this was paid for by Mr. Roger Ver. It says the honey badger of money. And again, this just shows the culture of the time. It was nerd money. Bitcoin was very much a thing of the internet. To the right, we have the Bitcoin faucet. Bitcoin users were giving away Bitcoin for free. They wanted adoption so badly they were giving away Bitcoin. You could go to this website and you would actually receive 5 Bitcoin just for answering a CAPTCHA and putting in a Bitcoin address. And over to the right, we have a conference that looks very much like this, Bitcoin 2013, and you can see the title, The Future of Payments. Very bonus points if you know the guy in the bottom right. That's Mr. Eric Lombroso, a great contributor to Bitcoin who we'd love to see around here more. But what were the major events in cycle 1? Bitcoin becomes money. It achieves a non-zero value. Satoshi leaves, and he leaves a developer in charge named Gavin Andreessen, who starts a Bitcoin Foundation, which is a non-profit organization that managed Bitcoin development. The first halving happens without issue. The first Bitcoin startups get funded. Merchant adoption really propels Bitcoin's growth, and payments is the narrative. And the first altcoins largely emerge and fail. So we see people come to Bitcoin and try to improve it. Here's a typical headline of the time, TechCrunch, that was very much the vibe. Unfazed by Bitcoin's wild swings and mysterious origins, Silicon Valley VCs place their bets, right? Bitcoin was a Silicon Valley thing. So the narratives, instant payments. Bitcoin is cheaper than credit cards. Credit cards charge fees. Bitcoin is free and instant, no chargebacks. Bitcoin allows online payments without fraud. Merchants would adopt it. Micro payments, you could do things on the internet like send small payments. Free trade, we can now trade anything, drugs, paraphernalia, whatever might be illegal. And of course that there was no bailouts or central bank. The '08 crisis was still fresh, and there was a belief that a new financial system might be needed. What do the politics looks like? So Bitcoin actually ended up being a savvy way for Democrats to signal their popularity in Silicon Valley. So if you know the guy on the left, that's Gavin Newsom, current governor of California. That's Jared Polis. He's the governor of Colorado. Both still current politicians. They took Bitcoin. They were popularly associated with it at the time. So Bitcoin maximalism really gets its roots at this time, right? So Bitcoin needed to recruit and retain developers. It had to discourage other qualified coders from starting projects. There simply weren't that many developers working on Bitcoin. It was possible that you could have gotten 10 people together and started a competing project. There would have been more developers there. Some people experimented with altcoins, but generally this was encouraged because we didn't want them to lose focus on what we were building on Bitcoin, right? We encouraged competing blockchains. So cycle one really ends with a couple conclusions. One is that proof of work is winner takes all, right? Because proof of work is how, and using energy to distribute cryptocurrency is the only way we can do it fairly. But again, it has these attributes. We need hardware specialization. We need these large data centers. There was a belief that Bitcoin would achieve the greatest network effect. And the second one would be that money production must be ethical, right? So as these other cryptocurrencies were starting, they had to figure out how do we distribute the coins without energy? And the answer is they did it in pre-mines, which is they allocated coins to themselves. They tried to build a market around Bitcoin. And from this, we learned that altcoins, they'll never be as decentralized as Bitcoin. All right, next stop on the time machine. 2014 to 2018, we got some fidget spinners up in the top left. We've got some more colorful iPhones. We've got the Angry Birds, typical of the mobile app era, a big phenom. They had their own movie. We've got a BuzzFeed article about BuzzFeed articles, because that was the internet at the time. And then top right, we've got Hillary Clinton. She ran for president. So Bitcoin cycle 2, what does the culture look like? Well, in the top left, we have the inventor of the credit default swap. She came into town, and she had a blockchain startup. She raised a bunch of money from banks to try to subvert Bitcoin. Below her, we've got a photo of a conference called Scaling Bitcoin. There was actually 90% of the hash power on a single stage. There was six people on a single stage, and they represented 90% of the mining power in Bitcoin. Real bonus points if you know the individuals there in the top. That's Junseth and DeRose, the first Bitcoin podcast, Bitcoin Uncensored. That little ant being stabbed to death, ant bleed. I don't know if I have time to explain that one, but essentially it was a time of conspiracy theories. Everyone was wondering who was subverting Bitcoin, who was out to stop us. So what were the major events? Gavin Andresen is deposed as lead developer amid the fork wars. There are fierce technical battles globally as miners and developers debate the future of Bitcoin. Mining consolidates in China, giving rise to a powerful regional cartel that really exerts on Bitcoin, blocking some of the technical proposals. Merchant adoption stalls. Many Bitcoin companies begin working with the banks. They just, maybe Bitcoin isn't working. We have Ethereum and the ICO boom, and there's the rebrand of Bitcoin to crypto, and the price falls and later regains record highs, really at a time of great uncertainty. I'm traveling around the world to conferences like this, and there's grown men fighting in rooms about the future of Bitcoin. The politics, political polarization really spills into Bitcoin with the Hillary-Trump era. We see two factions, the Bitcoin cashers. They want Bitcoin to be for payments, and then the UASF crowd. They want Bitcoin to have smaller blocks. I'm sure you've heard a little bit about this war. Here's what the headlines look like. Here's the New York Times, the Bitcoin believers' crisis of faith. On the right, we have Gavin Andresen. He's forking Bitcoin, the lead developer actively forking Bitcoin. This was the turmoil and strife of the time. What are the narratives? Well, the developers were trying to make altcoins obsolete. There was a belief that Bitcoin could do anything these crypto networks could do with sidechains, Lightning, and other innovations, and we were going to outcompete them. There was a belief that Bitcoin was the most secure blockchain. We didn't need these private blockchains because Bitcoin had more security. Bitcoin must scale. It was a dominant focus of the culture. It was that technical debates. If you didn't have a white paper, you wouldn't have been on the stage. That was the technical level of the conversation. And last, there was this idea that Bitcoin was just part of a wider asset class, right? You bought Bitcoin to get exposure to these other things, even these other forks. Bitcoin may fork hundreds of times, and you may get exposure to that. And also, Bitcoin was one of the only things you could buy to even participate in these ICOs, right? You actually had to buy Bitcoin to buy some of these other crypto assets. So cycle 2 ends with one very important, very complex conclusion, and I would argue to the extent that most people have a individual view on Bitcoin, it is from this time period, and it's that property rights must be absolute. Hard forks are unacceptable. In no case can a Bitcoin user be forced to call a specific software instance Bitcoin. You get to decide what Bitcoin is based on the software you run. Organized governance is unacceptable. Bitcoin cannot be in a democracy. We cannot have a formal governance. It cannot be subject to voting. And that minority rights must be protected in all cases. Bitcoin cannot function in a way or at all as a sound money if there's some majority that can rescind your rights to your Bitcoin. This is what happens in hard forks on Ethereum and other things like that. The majority of the people get together and they say, this software is now Ethereum. Your keys, if you're running the own chain, there no longer exist. And so in Bitcoin, we believe that property rights must be absolute. 2019 to 2022, this might be a little bit more painful, a little bit more fresh. We've got a very angry Greta Thunberg. We've got a very stern Dr. Fauci. We've got a bunch of people spraying some subway station, presumably in China. And then we've got the vaccine. So what does that do to the culture? What does Bitcoin look like? Have fun staying poor. I hope we're having fun staying poor now, but that was the meme of the time. We've got a bunch of laser eyes. We've got podcasts. We've got Jack Dorsey, of course, has put his assets in his company to the Bitcoin cause, for which we're very thankful. We've got the stock to flow model, which promised that we could predict the Bitcoin price and that it would go up predictably. And we've got a very happy Saifedean and Moose there. He's got a big ass stake, and he's very, very happy about that. Who doesn't love that? What were the major events? Bitcoin emerges as the winner of the fork wars. The market declares Bitcoin the winner. Saylor, Jack, and all these public figures, they embrace BTC. Self-custody improves. There's a rise in Bitcoin as freedom money. You can hold your keys. We have the Canadian truckers. The Bitcoin standard is published to acclaim, leading to a renewed focus on economics. Bitcoin's a store of value. The focus of the community is on modeling Bitcoin's price appreciations. We're sure it's going to go up. We just need to figure out how and to what price. Bitcoin upgrades again with Taproot, though the process is once again controversial and convoluted. And Bitcoin and crypto separate into two communities. There's a big and there. There is now Bitcoin and crypto. They are separate movements. The politics, we've got the laser-eyed politicians. We've got Mr. Ted Cruz. We've got Cynthia Lummis. Bitcoin becomes a savvy way for the political right to signal dissatisfaction with government overreach. Headlines I'm sure you've seen, Bitcoin hits record as inflation drumbeat grows louder. These were the faces who were talking about Bitcoin. What were the narratives? Bitcoin is an inflation insurance. Bitcoin is freedom. Nation states are going to adopt it to get out of the US-led system. Bitcoin and energy. Bitcoin is going to re-incentivize renewable energy and reinvigorate it. And then Bitcoin, not crypto. Bitcoin is fundamentally different from other crypto assets. It's the true invention. Anything else is obsolete or a scam. So what did we learn from that process? I would argue cycle 3 was really about reinforcing and scaling one big belief, which I would argue we got across the mainstream media, Bitcoin and crypto. Bitcoin won't repeat. There was immaculate conception. Bitcoin is different than the 10,000 other cryptos because Satoshi gave it special properties that cannot be recreated or replicated. There's a leaderless community. There's a fair supply. There's predictable distribution, and there's no one in charge. Bitcoin is not only an invention, but is moral, just, and perhaps inevitable. All right, so I'm not going to leave you hanging here because there's another fourth thing on the slide over here, which is an unfinished price chart. So we got 2022 to 2025. What's coming up? I'm going to get out the Bitcoin crystal ball. We've got Suraman there. He's thinking. So what I hope to present here is this argument that Bitcoin culture is cyclical. The Bitcoin culture and narrative has changed over time as we, the users, have tried to answer questions about the software. I hope that I've been able to show that Bitcoin has been championed at different times for different reasons, and that some of these ideas are still true and some of them aren't, right? And we are still attempting to use Bitcoin for payments. That's why people use Lightning, and that was something that the culture in 2013 was trying to achieve. Each cycle brings some new insights to our understanding, but it also reinforces some misconceptions, right? There are things we get wrong. There are things that we simply don't know about Bitcoin because it's an evolving system. There's also a danger in these cultural transitions because new users lack the context to understand them. They believe that Bitcoin, as is presented to them, is how it always was, and it was never anything different. And these users are actually the most likely to be stuck in prior narratives. So I think a lot of people here may look down on the folks who went over to the Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin SV camps, and I would say to you, well, they sat at conferences like this. They loved Bitcoin as well. They bought Bitcoin with the same hopes that you do, and now they are not here. They're a different group, and part of that was they were not able to change their mental impression of what Bitcoin was. They were told Bitcoin was a certain thing, and they were unable to ever accept that it could be something else. And there may be a risk that the same pattern repeats. I can't say, but it has happened. So Bitcoin maximalism reviewed. Bitcoin maximalism is an ideology. It seeks to explain why Bitcoin is the full extent of Satoshi's invention. We've covered that, and I've covered these 4 tenets, though my numbers are horrible. I don't know why they're all off. What would another thing look like? Originally, this was a 5. I'm not sure what happened here, but if there was 5, what would a 5th tenet of Bitcoin maximalism look like? So I'm going to show some images here that might be a little bit taboo. Please save your gasps. All the way on the left, we have Taproot assets. This is a proposal by the Lightning developers to form a network on which arbitrary assets, such as stablecoins and other things, could live on the Bitcoin network. In the middle, we have the dreaded Taproot wizard. This is a Bitcoin ordinal. This is an image that is forever enshrined on the blockchain. If you're running a node, you have a copy of this image. It is distributed all across the network. And to the right, we have drive chains. This is a very controversial, complex proposal for changing Bitcoin, such as the image implies that there could be many cryptocurrencies that operate and run on top of it. We don't need this crypto apparatus. It can be reimagined on Bitcoin. I think these 3 things are really trying to get at more fundamental questions. And as much as we have current strife over these proposals, I think that they're useful in hinting at we as a culture are still trying to figure out. So one of these things here, if you look at this chart, one is the Bitcoin issuance schedule. Bitcoin is being issued over time, and eventually we won't issue any more Bitcoin. The subsidy will go to 0. And to the right, we have a full mempool. I think a lot of people here might have paid high fees for transactions, knowing what it's like to now get in the mempool at certain times when there's congestion, maybe like we haven't seen before. And so I think the question here is what guarantees Bitcoin's security in perpetuity if we know that the subsidy is eventually going to 0? So there's this debate around the, quote, security model of Bitcoin. And I would argue there's 2 theories about Bitcoin security in the future, and both of which are pretty poorly understood. The first is this idea, I think Paul Stort's the big evangelist for this, that we need to proactively increase the amount of Bitcoin fees that are being paid to replace the subsidy, and that in the future will be a reality of full blocks. Bitcoin blocks will always be full. They need to be full because miners need to be being paid enough to defend the network from attack. The second one is this theory called the cost of counter-censorship. This has been put forward by people like Pierre Rochard, and it has a vocal defenders, and essentially their argument is, no, it is you, the user, and your ability to always pay more than the cost of the censorship that secures Bitcoin. That your ability to pay fees, the ability for any miner in the world to join the network and accept that fee and approve your transaction, that is the security. We do not need to worry about full Bitcoin blocks. We do not need to worry about the subsidy. Bitcoin will always be secure, even in environments with low fees. And that is the current debate. Next open question, I would argue, is there a future for Bitcoin assets? Tokens, NFTs, etc. They've always existed on Bitcoin, going back to 2013, 2014. And Bitcoins can be used to represent anything. I mean, even if you see this in the arguments with the eCash and stable coins, Bitcoin is just a string of numbers. And it's theoretically possible for these things to exist. But our culture views all these assets as competing monies or scams. I would argue that, the ethics of money production has now applied to any and all assets that could possibly exist on Bitcoin. And I'm not sure if that's true. And I think the question about Bitcoin assets is, can they play a useful role in the Bitcoin economy? Will they ever live here? What are they? And I think that's something we still need to ask ourselves and figure out. Final question that I think is at the root of a lot of this debate is, what type of user do we want to acquire? So here we have a man in a suit. He's looking at pie charts. I'm pretty sure that's what institutional investors do. They just sit in glass offices and they look at pie charts. And to the right, we have a script kiddie gamer, assuming that he's aping into some NFT drop. He's got a Red Bull there that he's drinking. So institutional investors have more capital, right? But they also have regulatory and cultural barriers. They have to appease regulators. And look, a lot of them they're old. There's an older demographic, right? Do you really believe that, the golden generations will risk their capital on Bitcoin? The crypto degen, I mean, he's more familiar with cryptocurrency. He uses keys. He may have a wallet, but he wants to speculate, or he or she, and he may be uninterested in boring old Bitcoin unless he can get his JPEG. So the question, I think, is is one of these paths to adoption better, or to an extent, can they both coexist? Is there a way for different groups within Bitcoin to target both these users? Can they both be accommodated? And I think that's the last lingering question. So I'll leave you with that. This has been my presentation. Pete Rizzo. You can find me on Twitter at Pete_Rizzo. Every day you'll get a nice little history nugget. And I think we're going to go to questions if we got any. Thank you. Questions? I don't know how the questions work. Do I call on people? Does somebody go to them? Okay, great. Yeah, just pick somebody. I don't know. I can't see any. There's blaring lights. What altcoin do I own the most? I do not own any altcoins. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you, I guess. Thank you. Well, I guess the US dollar, maybe that's a good answer. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to disappoint you that I still have dollars. They seem useful, I guess, for some things.
Hi, Pete.
Where am I looking? Sorry, I can't really.
Right here.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Probably see my silhouette.
Yeah.
Ordinals, good or bad? Other than, I guess they're meant to replace NFTs on Ethereum, but what is the use of them? Is there a business application? Is there a
big business application for something like an ordinal?
For an ordinal, yeah.
Well, on a technical level, what the ordinal is doing is that's just storing data on the blockchain. So I'll give you an example. Let's just say you had to get some sort of image file, or there was some file you wanted to distribute, but you were worried about it not being available in perpetuity. Let's say you live in a country where there's an authoritative regime, and you wanted to, put some plans for something in some place where you could always rely on it being accessible on the internet. Well, Bitcoin is a distributed database, and that has constant uptime, right? There are thousands of nodes, so you would be able to retrieve that file. So, I can't comment on the value of NFTs. Obviously, my view on that hasn't changed. I think most of those will trend to zero over time. But, the application of embedding data into the blockchain in an immutable fashion, such that it might be only useful to that single individual, could be valuable. So I think the answer is we don't know.
We got another one here.
Hey, Pete, thanks for the presentation. That was great. What sources are you looking for, and what sources are you archiving?
Oh, good question. Yeah, so one of the interesting things about Bitcoin, as opposed to other technologies, if you think about the airplane or the television or something, is we just have such a great body of material about the early days of Bitcoin. So there were tons of forums and internet channels where, we don't have a transcript of what happened when the U.S. Constitution was founded, right? When they wrote it, we don't know what John Jay said at lunchtime that convinced George Washington to write something else. With Bitcoin, we really do have, through the eras, there are exhaustive channels where people were talking 24/7, having constant debates, talking about certain attributes of Bitcoin, and we can go back and we can look at these conversations and see how they've occurred in real time, and see, okay, where does this idea come from? Who's the first individual that proposed it? How did he propose it? What was the reaction? And how did that specifically develop? So there are certain ideas you may be familiar with, like Bitcoin toxicity, right? This idea that we need to defend Bitcoin at all costs, or that no one can tell me how to run Bitcoin. That comes from a single individual. That comes from someone who proposed that as a way to think about Bitcoin, and we can go back and we can read his posts and we can see how he evangelized for that idea and see how it spread in the culture. But ultimately, I think that's valuable because we can go back and we can trace the genesis. In this case, this was an individual who, he was living in Romania, right? This is a country that had been devastated both by communism and by democracy, where all these things had failed. And he was one of the first users to come to Bitcoin from a non-Western perspective and really see the failure of the political apparatus. And, he was horrified that the idea that politics might come to Bitcoin. And so, I believe his perspective is really useful. And I think to the extent that it helps us understand Bitcoin today, my hope is to eventually present some of this work. So I think we might have time for one more. I got a minute. Anybody? All right, you can find me online, Pete Rizzo. Appreciate you all paying attention, and keep learning about Bitcoin.
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. I always wanted to do that. No, I want to say hello, everyone. Yeah, what can you say about this weekend already? We're coming up now, towards the end, it's always bittersweet. Just a shout out to Gary for putting this on, as always. Some of you know me as Pubby or Pub Lord. Do spaces with Anders each day, usually Monday to Friday, 2 to 4. And it's called Toxic Happy Hour, and where this was born out of was when you come into Bitcoin, you're overwhelmed in a way. You don't have friends. Your family are tired of you talking about Bitcoin. But when you find this community, when you get together, you got to educate yourself. There's ups, there's downs. The bull markets, the bear markets. How do we get through? It's through everyone here that hangs out, everyone that volunteers, and educators. When I started in 2017, basically you're stuck with old Andreas Antonopoulos videos. You guys know what I'm talking about. This is just how it was. But you dive in, you find the podcast, you find the people that educate, right? The people that understood Bitcoin well before you. I got the pleasure here of introducing our next guest, who, if you think 1 year in Bitcoin is long, 2 years long, a halving. God bless all of you for having a halving under your belt, if you have. Our next guest, he's been here around. I think he's on his third halving. 2011, 2012. He's an investor, an educator, and it's my honor and pleasure, and it's not an introduction more than a thanks, because of people like him that kept me around and kept you around. The one, the only, Toward Meester.
How you all doing? How's it going? Do you like the topic? Actually, I gotta go show you the first slide, I guess. Where are we? Oh, I gotta hold on. Ready for that? Okay. Let's get going. I have a whole bunch of slides, so let's get into it. Yeah, I want to talk about inflation economics. I want to talk about what I call the end of the bailout binge, and also I have some interesting maps that I think a lot of you won't have seen yet about potentially the demographics of Bitcoin. First of all, big picture, these are not at all normal times that we live in. What I'm showing you there in blue is the cover of a little book published in 1988 by Gerald Swanson. It's called The Hyperinflation Survival Guide. And on the inside page, he explains why he put that red crazy chart on the cover. And he's saying this is the government debt. He's saying where we are now in 1988, it's at $2.5 trillion. And he projected it at 13 trillion by the year 2000. And he was spot on. If you include unfunded liabilities, he was spot on. I mean, debt has just absolutely exploded. Officially, it's $31 trillion, but really, if you talk to an accountant, they'll say it's actually $160 trillion. And it's not like that debt is all long dated. Like, most of the debt is actually very short dated paper, which means they have to turn it over very quickly just to renew the debt, right? As you would, which means government debt is very sensitive to inflation. Very sensitive to interest rates. And so what you see there on the left, that chart is showing you the interest rates on 1 year government bonds, which is now the highest it's been in well over 20 years. So real serious problem. Just to like make it a little more concrete, like imagine the US federal government being a household. They would have about $59,000 in annual income. Their annual expenditures would be $100,000 a year. Like, can you imagine? The outstanding debt, again, extremely conservatively estimated, $416,000. Well, right now, the interest rates are estimated to be over 20% of the tax income of the federal government. That's because of these interest rate rises. This is more than military spending. I'm going to skip the next slide, but if you pause it, if there's ever a video of this, you can just see for yourself the interest rate, the interest payments on the debt jumped 34% in just 1 year. Now, of course, when we read the media, when we look at the news, like clearly there's a lot of denial about what's going on. The White House talks about the immaculate disinflation, which, what is disinflation anyway? It's like, if you actually figure out what it means, it's like, it's not deflation, it's not the inflation like going away, it's just the pace of the inflation slowing down a bit. So it's like the cancer is growing, but a little bit slower. They're talking about there's no recession. I mean, yeah, in an inflationary environment, everything is skewed, so of course you're going to see headlines like this. This is a chart that actually, the one on the right, is actually one that Larry, what's his last name again? Yeah, Larry Summers, exactly. Larry Summers shared that one. He's correctly pointing out that inflation comes in waves. Don't expect inflation to be linear. He's comparing current inflation with what we saw in the 1970s. And I think it's kind of a tempting narrative for people to go to now. It's like, oh yeah, we've been here. This is like the 70s. Well, I doubt that this is just a repeat of the 1970s, just like a lost decade, and then, we're going to have a brave central banker come in and crank up the interest rates and we'll be fine. It's like, no, we cannot afford to crank up the interest rates because then bond markets implode. So some of the things that I'm showing here is what we've seen in the year 2020, 2021. We saw the NFT craze. We saw people going insane with flipping houses and trying to get in the housing market. We saw Wall Street bets YOLOing into crazy stocks like AMC and just throwing around money to pump up stocks. And then, of course, luxury watches. There was also a craze there. So all that stuff, like, what does that really mean? Like, does it mean like people are just losing their minds nowadays? I want to argue that not. I think this is a byproduct of living in an inflationary age. I want to share with you a quote from a book by Bresciani Turroni, who wrote the book, The Economics of Inflation. So this is about Weimar Germany. It's about 1920s Germany. I'm going to read the whole quote. To avoid the effect of the monetary depreciation, German farmers continued to buy machines. The, quote, flight from the mark to the machine, as a German author wrote, was the most convenient and easiest means of defense against the depreciation of the currency. But towards the end of the inflation, farmers realized that a great part of their capital was sunk in these machines, whose number was far above what would ever be needed, right? And so that's how I see these things. These are kind of the smaller bubbles with the exception of housing. But we actually have seen this across the board for the last 15 years. The money has gotten worse and worse, and so people have been trying to find surrogates, substitutes for saving their money, substitute piggy banks. Of course, real estate is a big one, so we'll look at that. The next chart I'm going to show you is a chart denominated in commodities. And the reason I do that is that I think the dollar is the wrong pair of glasses to put on anymore. If you look at charts in dollar terms, they're long-term charts, all you see is the number go up. Like it just goes up and up, and like it doesn't make sense because the denominator is broken. So we need a different way to look at markets. I think Bitcoin is too volatile. I think gold is confusing because the dynamics are changing. So just a basket of commodities does the job for me. Because in the end, we all need them to live. We need metals, we need fuel, and of course we need food. So this is real estate, US real estate expressed in commodities. So this chart goes back to just before the 2008 crisis. And so what you see is a 12-year, and note this is a This is a logarithmic chart. So we see a parabolic uptrend that lasted 12 years, fueled by all this stimulus money. And then finally in 2021, the market started to break down. And so even to just go back to 2008 levels, we could easily see a 70% retrace. Same thing happened with global stocks, which, by the way, most of them are consumer focused. They're the Apples, the Amazons, that's all consumerism. So that money was pushed in there. Those green arrows are all the stimulus plans that we saw. Again, we're breaking down. So this is the start of a really big bear market. Of course, the same is the case for government bonds. This is the 30-year bonds expressed in commodities. And then finally, banking. Greatly helped by all the bailouts. They would have been at zero if it weren't for these bailouts. But again, even in commodities, we're also seeing finally it break down. So the point I'm trying to make through this is inflation confuses things. Like people do all kinds of things that feel rational and that are understandable, but that don't necessarily help them. And I want to again quote about the Weimar inflation, because people always think like, oh yeah, it just, gradually there was more and more inflation. Actually, just 1 or 2 years before the hyperinflation, this happened. Quote, the exchange rate of the mark against the dollar and other currencies actually rose for a time, and the mark was momentarily the strongest currency in the world, right? So it gets really confusing. Now, we all know all these slogans of like, oh, full employment, and there's no recession unless we have a 20% drop in the markets. Those are slogans. They don't really make the economy. They're not what's actually happening. I want to actually show you a very short clip of just a regular person who's talking about her experience of everyday life. This is a video from Canada, but I think it speaks for so many places in the US as well. Could you run the video?
I feel trapped and like I just got a good job. I started in September, but even with that job, it pays less than 40 grand a year. And it's a job that requires like education, and even on that job, like I still can't do shit. I can't buy anything. I can't afford the rent these days. Like I'm just feeling so much despair, and I know I'm normally like really, really positive, but I'm just like, how is everyone else, and are you okay? Because the answer is probably no. And I know I'm lucky. I don't have kids. I have like good family that will support me, but I feel like I can't stay here, but I can't move anywhere else.
So people are not just despairing like this lady, as many are, but some people are also getting angry. Does anyone know who this refers to? Oliver Anthony? Yeah, one line of his song is "The dollar ain't shit." I want to talk about him a little bit because I think there may be this may be part of a bigger picture. So just to kind of set the context a little more, I want to read a few quotes from his songs. And the last quote I'm going to read is actually a passage from the Bible that he quoted at the first concert that he did after his video went viral. So, because your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, because of rich men north of Richmond. So he's saying the dollar is taxed, so he's talking about inflation. He's also saying people crying about burning coal, which is the climate worries, but not the poor souls who's digging it. So that contrast. There's always some kind of bill to pay, people just doing what the rich man say. And then finally, the wicked plot against the righteous and gnash their teeth at them, but the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knows their day is coming. So there's that anger and like the ready to go, like ready to somehow do what's needed or fight or, and this is not a partisan message. Like this is not about vote for this guy or vote for that guy. And he makes that clear in this next video.
Well, it was funny seeing my song in the
It was fun. It was funny seeing it at the presidential debate because it's like I wrote that song about those people, you know. So for them to have to sit there and listen to that, that cracks me up. But it was funny kind of seeing the response to it. Like that song has nothing to do with Joe Biden, you know. It's a lot bigger than Joe Biden. That song is written about the people on that stage, and a lot more too. Not just them, but definitely them.
So when I learned where he's from, where he lives, it's a place, a little tiny place called Farmville, Virginia. I was reminded of a map that I had looked at a few years ago. There's this book written by Colin Woodard called American Nations. And to me, this is like one of the, because I didn't grow up in the US and I felt like I had to learn about this continent and how things worked and what the cultures were like. And it seems obvious that there's not like 50 different cultures in the US, like there's less than that, but there's more than 2. And so he has this whole book where he proposes that there's actually 11 distinct cultures in the US, and that the way he makes his argument is that first he shows where the different places were that were colonized and where the migration streams went. And his argument is that you know, whoever sets the tone for the initial culture, that is incredibly persistent because future migration streams, people get either attracted or repelled by the existing culture. So in a way, they self-select. And then also he validates it by looking at voting records and just showing that, like, hey, even though this is in the same state, there's a line here where people vote differently, north versus south, etc. So the map I had in mind was this one. These are like the 11 nations. And so he really makes the argument that it's these ethno-regional nations that really define the political picture in the US. He says, since 1877, the driving force of American politics has been a clash between shifting coalitions of ethno-regional nations, one invariably headed by the Deep South, the other by Yankeedom. So you see Yankeedom as Northeast, Deep South is, of course, in the South, and then there's these other nations. So what I was thinking of when I listened to Oliver Anthony, his name is Chris, by the way, but it's apparently a homage to his grandfather, who was a musician, is that he's sitting right on the edge of these 2 nations. One is Greater Appalachia, you see it in the red there above the Deep South, and then to the east of that there's Tidewater. And so Farmville is right on the edge of those 2. And I want to read you a little bit about what Colin Woodard says about those 2 regions. And the reason I bring this up is that basically this is very, you know, I'm very cautiously suggesting this because I put together this presentation like between last night and this morning. So this is not some like big thesis that I've been working on for months. But yeah, is that this dynamic, you know, that has been shaping politics, maybe that dynamic could change somehow. And maybe some of these other regions could have more of a sway in how the votes turn out. So let's read a little bit about Tidewater, which that is where the Richmond, north of Richmond live, right? I mean, that's Washington, D.C., and a little bit around that. So Tidewater, what does Colin Woodard say about Tidewater? He says, Tidewater was led by settlers who were the second sons of the British aristocracy, whose lack of inheritance back in England brought them to the colonies. They sought to recreate their more feudal society in their new homeland. With themselves at the top and indentured servants and enslaved people at the bottom, they sought to create a paternalistic, mannered, class-based society. He says, the Tidewater ethos was that your betters knew best and would take care of you as long as you stayed in your place. Not my words, his. So moving over to Appalachia, which interestingly enough, if you see here, it's a giant region, right? It's 60 million people live there. It includes Nashville, it includes Austin, it includes Dallas. I don't know, I feel like I heard those towns before when people talk about Bitcoin maximalism. So let's see what Colin Woodard has to say about this region and what kind of the cultural blueprint is. He says, the founders of Appalachia came from the war-torn borderlands of northern Britain. Their ancestors had weathered 800 years of nearly constant warfare, some of them fighting in the armies of William Braveheart Wallace. He says, suspicious of aristocrats, social engineers, and outside authority of any kind, borderlanders valued individual liberty and personal honor above all else, and were happy to take up arms to defend either. So I feel like I'm hearing some of that energy in Oliver Anthony's song, and of course in the audiences where that resonate with that. And then last night, actually, I was just browsing on Twitter, and I saw this. These migration trends, which I thought I'd throw it in here, because interestingly enough, actually, Appalachia and the Deep South, the metro areas there are seeing a lot of inbound migration at the cost of what Colin Woodard calls tidewater, Yankeedom, and then the left coast, and also the Midlands. Anyway, so the last part of what I want to talk about is, like, amid this kind of groundswell, this energy, this despair, this anger, what we're seeing is that Bitcoin is entering the political realm. The picture on the left is, of course, Milei, who is the outsider political candidate who just won the primaries in Argentina, and he was on television smashing a piñata in the shape of a central bank. What that image shows is his motosieta clamor. He's basically saying, I'm going to take the chainsaw to the government budget. I'm going to just slash all these parts of the government that are wasteful. He might be the next president. He's pro-Bitcoin. He wants to dollarize the economy. He's an anarcho-capitalist. Of course, here we have several political candidates, several presidential candidates who are being very favorable to Bitcoin now. Robert Kennedy bought Bitcoin for his sons, wants to introduce, I think he wants a central bank to start buying Bitcoin. And then around the world, we're seeing more and more countries that are starting to get involved with Bitcoin in various ways. So I feel like this is the beginning of something new, and there's another demographic element I'll point at in a minute. But in terms of where things might go, it's weird because when I was like thinking about or learning about the economy back in 2005, 6, 7, like I was really very worried and kind of down. I was really worried that we would see the scenario of Latin America played over and over and over. Like we would just go to very high inflation, then like somewhat more stable, then back to very high inflation in these like forever 10-year cycles. So that just felt like a nightmare. And so, yeah, I really thought like maybe Argentina is kind of like the best that's possible, where it's like life still goes on and it's still a good place to live despite all that monetary destruction. But so now with Milei, we're just seeing this something that's very new. Like there's never been a candidate like this that's been as popular with the youth, for example. Like this guy's like a rock star. Like just look at this video. This is in the streets of Buenos Aires. There he is. So that's the phenomenon, Milei. By the way, I heard the word anarcho-capitalist be pronounced on public radio a few days ago. It's really weird. I've never heard it in my life. The lady said she had to look it up in the dictionary. So something else I ran into is this recent survey, and it's about crypto, but let's just assume this is Bitcoin. because they always mush it together, but let's just assume these numbers are about Bitcoin. What they're saying is that basically Democrats own, about 13% of them own Bitcoin, about 10% of Republicans own Bitcoin, and then of the independents, 17% are Bitcoin holders. And so, again, those numbers, like between 10 and 17%, like that is really something for me, because this is not at the peak of the bubble. Like, this is a bear market that we're in. And to see numbers like that, it reminded me of internet adoption in the early 90s. And so it's too small for you guys to probably see, but what you see there is that in 1995, the internet was adopted by 9% of the people. And then that was the big year where Bill Gates came out and we had Windows 95, and I'm sure a lot of you remember, everybody went to buy their first computer and hook it up. And so the next year, internet adoption jumped to 16%. It was really like a breakthrough moment. Like, that was the moment, most people agree, when the internet went mainstream. And so that's how I feel about Bitcoin. I think this cycle is when Bitcoin is going to go mainstream, because we have that, like, we have what's the germs for popular support. It's there. People are hurting because of inflation, and they're talking about it, and the connection with Bitcoin hasn't quite been made, but I think it will in this next cycle. And I think because of that, it'll be more and more also on the political agenda, for better or worse. Like, Satoshi didn't want, WikiLeaks to start accepting Bitcoin because he was afraid Bitcoin would get too politicized too early. But I'm not trying to, like, be a prophet and say what needs to happen. This is just what I think will happen. And so that's why I think that there's just no fever like Bitcoin fever. Like, I think just like we had gold rushes in the past, this is going to be a mania that's not only fueled by the greed that we saw, because that's always there in 2021, but there's going to be that despair element, there's going to be anxiety, there's going to be anger. Like, all that is going to get absorbed by Bitcoin is what I believe. So yeah, that's it for me. I'm happy to open it up for questions. And by the way, I'll be around for the rest of the day, so I'm happy to talk to people. So I'm happy to catch up and hear if people want to share things. But for this little part, let's just keep it at just questions, if you wish, if you would. I think that's the microphone over there.
Great speech, appreciate it. If you had to pick a country that you think would adopt Bitcoin, get rid of capital gains, who are you bullish on around the globe?
Wait, could you repeat that? I'm so sorry.
Which country do you think is going to make a next big move in Bitcoin? Whether it's adopting it, legal tender, getting rid of cap gains?
Thanks, yeah. It's hard to say which country I'm bullish on. It doesn't seem to be that there are political leaders right now of the caliber of Bukele that have already been elected. Like, Bukele in El Salvador seems to be a maverick, or seen as such, at least. So I think it depends on elections a lot. It seems that most governments are just hesitant, and there's a few countries in Latin America that are really looking at what El Salvador has done, but so far I don't really have a big horse that I'm betting on. Of course, like Argentina is one to watch, even though it does seem like if Milei gets elected president, he might still have a lot of the, whatever it's called, the Senate or the Parliament that could vote against him. So it remains to be seen how much he can actually change. But I think it's just becoming clear that the Bitcoin voters, they could become single issue voters, right? If you live in an inflationary environment, it's like, come on, like, liberate my savings. What more important of an issue could you have in a inflationary depression? So, yeah.
If you can come closer over here, the mic.
Oh yeah, for questions, yeah, feel free to come over.
Come on over here.
We have another 4 minutes.
Try it here. Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Tur. Insightful as always. I totally agree with you that this Oliver Anthony thing seems to be a marker of a cultural moment of kind of connecting the dots. Do you think that the 2024 election is kind of like too soon for it to become a mainstream issue between the two major political parties? Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Because if it was like 2025 or 26, I would feel more confident to be like, yeah, for sure, this is going to be the Bitcoin election. But 2024, I don't know, because we could, markets are looking like they're gonna roll over. Like the Fed is saying they're gonna raise interest rates. They won't raise it by much, I don't think, but at least they're kind of signaling they're not gonna lower it anytime soon. I think they're waiting for some kind of excuse, like a market sell-off or something like that. And so that means that the like disinflation, quote unquote, could continue for a while. I mean, I guess I'm leaning no. I heard someone speculate that this coming cycle, Trump is going to team up with RFK and they're going to go independent, and Orange Man is going to endorse Orange Coin. But that's just some speculation in the streets of Austin. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, in some ways, all bets are off. Like I don't know of any time in my life that was like this, and a lot of older and wiser people that I talk to don't know either. Like they don't know the analogies. So, I think you've got to stay humble in an environment like this.
So we saw the woman despairing, about her economic experience. What do you feel the influence of AI and unemployment? Do you see unemployment like are we going to see a tipping point where society will look much different?
Yeah, like the influence of AI and unemployment in general. I mean, I think the main thing is just that because of all this artificially low interest rates and this money printing, the whole economy has gotten skewed. It's totally skewed, and there's so many malinvestments that have happened. Everything is skewed towards consumption in the moment. It's kind of like the travel, Instagram, and I'm not casting any moral judgment on that. It's just how it is. People have been encouraged to buy the latest thing because you got 0 interest rate loans and everything. Like just lever up. Buy your house even though you don't have the cash. Or just put 10% down and do it. And so people's savings have been so incredibly undermined, right? People don't really have any savings anymore on average. And so that consumerism, I think, is going to have to go away. Like you just tighten the belt at some point. Like this lady, she can't afford to go to Six Flags or whatever. Like it's just, try to get fuel for the car, try to get food, and that's about it. Pay the rent. So all that innovation, I feel like a lot of it has been like, I don't know, make Amazon more efficient or make Apple more efficient or customer service, like this whole service economy. I think that had to shrink anyway. So maybe AI is going to make that shrinkage go faster, maybe. But I just don't see AI helping us dig ditches, right? Or pull iron ore out of the ground or grow corn, right? I mean, some of it is maybe going to make a little difference, but I just don't think it's making a big difference in the next 10 years. Also, to run all this AI stuff, you need CPUs, and that's the bottleneck. The bottleneck is chips and energy, so you're back to your commodities again. So yeah, I think it's probably a bit, the peak of overly inflated expectations probably happened already with AI, at least in the short term, is what I think. Sorry? It might cause the crash. Yeah, I mean, like at some point, if things are so fragile, if a forest is like totally dried up, you only need a little spark, and there's no knowing where it's going to come from. But you're right, something like that could also be a spark. Yeah, I got to wrap it up here. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nico Moran. I host a show called Simply Bitcoin. I'm also the director of content strategy at Swan. I absolutely love BitBlockBoom, and it holds a special place in my heart. I don't think my show, Simply Bitcoin, would have been possible without it. A couple of years ago, Surfer Jim convinced me and my current co-host to come to this conference. It was the first Bitcoin conference I ever came to, and fast forward a couple years later, you know, we ended up building this small media company together. So thank you, Gary, and everybody that organized this conference and put it together, because I don't think I would be in my Bitcoin career today, whether it's Simply and then that eventually opening the doors to getting my job at Swan. I don't think I would be here without you guys. So really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, Gary Leland and everybody else. Before I introduce the next speaker, I want to talk a little bit about self-custody. Self-custody is how we win this thing. If we get enough people to take self-custody, I don't think that there's anything they could do to stop us. But it is also the most daunting step. It is the hardest step for people that have been living in the fiat matrix, meaning they've been outsourcing the personal responsibility of the storage of their wealth for a long time. And that convenience is addicting. It's the most daunting step, in my opinion. And there's a couple Bitcoin companies that have been making this daunting step a lot easier. So us at Swan, we're working at a solution. Casa has been doing it for years. But one of my favorite companies is Unchained. They make taking self-custody seamless. They make it accessible. They also make multi-sig, which is another step, very, very easy as well. That being said, guys, I want to introduce the next speaker, Trey Sellers, Head of Client Services at Unchained Capital.
Morning, everybody. As Nico said, my name is Trey Sellers. I'm Head of Client Solutions at Unchained. Yes, I still have my laser eyes. Shout out to all the laser-eyed plebs out there. I don't know what you guys are doing removing those things. I'm committing. My lasers are not coming off until our job is done. All right, we good? Thank you. Unchained helps people secure Bitcoin wealth for generations and provides tools to maximize its value through financial services that are built with Bitcoiners in mind. Is this working? There we go. Oh, all right. The underlying thesis is pretty simple. Bitcoin's absolute scarcity makes people want to hodl it, but hodling ain't always easy. After all, Bitcoin is well known for its price volatility. Everyone in this room who owns Bitcoin, I assume that's most of you, has experienced this firsthand. It goes something like this. Or this, or this. That's what it looks like to the outside world as well. Here's what a couple of our octogenarian overlords have to say about it. It's too volatile to be used as a medium of exchange. Thank you, Charlie. And it's extremely volatile, and I worry about the returns and the losses that investors can experience. We really appreciate your concern, Secretary Yellen. Yet, both in spite of and because of this volatility, Bitcoin continues to be hodled. After a while, you kind of start to enjoy it. I certainly know I do. The wider public, however, is completely unaware of the extent that this hodling behavior is happening. While it's intuitively true that Bitcoin's fixed supply encourages hodling, this trend can be quantified using data stored in the blockchain and in Bitcoin's price history. Unchained has an amazing team of data professionals who have worked to bring this data to life, and the result is HODL waves and the HODL cave. So I'm here to stand on the shoulders of giants and give you kind of a guided tour through both of these plots. Starting with HODL waves. The term HODL waves was first coined by Unchained co-founder Drew Bonsall. You heard him earlier this morning. He was building on the work of John Ratcliffe, who created this particular plot. What I'd like to do is just help you understand how this is created, what data it's showing, how it evolves, and then we can kind of dig into some interesting observations that we can draw. The entire Bitcoin supply is made up of chunks of Bitcoin that are time-stamped every time they move. Drew helped give a pretty good representation of that earlier this morning. Thank you for that. Because of this, each chunk of Bitcoin has an age that increases until the next time that it is spent. So what the plot is showing is an age distribution across the Bitcoin supply through time. Each color band represents a specific age range of the Bitcoin supply, with the younger coins near the bottom and the older coins near the top. So we can explain this a little bit further by zooming in on more recent data. So this is taken from August 14th, a couple of weeks ago. The purple band at the top is capturing Bitcoin that has not moved in at least 10 years. And that represents about 15% of the total Bitcoin supply. In dark red at the very bottom, we can see that about 0.8% of the total Bitcoin supply has moved as recently as the last 24 hours. In yellow there at the middle, about 12% of the supply moved within 1 to 2 years. And we can also group some of these bands together. You can see the top 4 bands there account for about 40% of the total supply that has not moved in at least 3 years. We can also compare this recent data with a historical time period. So we can check out the age distribution of the supply and how it's changed since the 2021 price peak, for example. You can see that the share of older Bitcoin as a percentage of the total supply has significantly increased since then. Before we get further into the mechanics of how the plot is created and how it evolves over time, I think we need to step back and understand what I meant by chunks of Bitcoin. So chunks of Bitcoin is my not so technical term for UTXOs. An unspent transaction output, or UTXO, is any specific chunk of Bitcoin that's available to be spent. You can kind of think about this as the cash bills that are of varying denominations within your MeatSpace wallet. The balance of a wallet is made up of these chunks of Bitcoin. You can see an example here of 2 wallets. They each have 0.9 Bitcoin, but they're composed of different sets of Bitcoin UTXOs, or chunks of Bitcoin there. And this is not a perfect technical representation, of course, but basically these chunks of Bitcoin can be combined or split when they are moved to a new wallet. This is the moment that the HODL waves distribution chart is capturing. The age distribution of the Bitcoin supply evolves over time as different chunks of Bitcoin are used in transactions. Spinning a chunk of Bitcoin moves it to the youngest age band, and then over time, it ages into older bands. So when a 5-year-old chunk of Bitcoin is spent, it immediately moves into the 24-hour age band. After 24 hours, it moves from that dark red to the light red, and it stays there for about a week. So after a week, it will then age to the next band, and on and on and on, until it is spent again and the aging process resets. So now that we know how to read the chart, we can start to identify some patterns. The cyclical nature of Bitcoin can be seen in the evolution of this data. Widespread accumulation and hodling behavior results in coins maturing from the younger to the older bands, which are the warm areas near the bottom to the cooler areas near the top. This results in the proportion of the younger coins dropping related to the proportion of the older coins, right? And you can kind of see how that happens over time. Bear markets are typified by long periods of hodling behavior until the price starts moving higher and a new bull market begins. This causes older coins to be spent back into the economy, which can be seen in the proportion of warmer color bands increasing. And taken together, this repeating pattern has the appearance of a wave. You have a buildup of potential energy from hodling that leads to an upswell in activity that crashes on the beachhead of a new bear market. And you can kind of see the wave pattern there. When the hodl waves analysis was first published in April 2018, there were 3 large hodl periods that were really apparent on the chart. Here's the Genesis hodl, where early miners and Bitcoin pioneers like Satoshi, Hal Finney, and others, they stacked sats by default. At the time, those sats really didn't have a value. There was very few people to send them to, and there was really nowhere to sell them, so they were hodled. Then came the hodl of 2011, where after acquiring a price and rallying from about $1 to $33, those early pioneers started selling to a new batch of adopters who hodled for a full 2-year period before enjoying the next rally to $198 in early 2013, and then ultimately to about $1,000 later that year. The new adopters in that bull market went on to be baptized by fire in the Great Hodl of 2014. The trough of this hodl wave lasted 3 years until the Bitcoin price crossed $1,000 again before peaking just shy of $20,000 in late 2017. During 2017, 20% of Bitcoin in existence was transacted with for the first time in years. Why? We see 3 separate and pretty related reasons. The first is capturing gains. So as the price rose, new investors piled in, and that increase in demand was partially offset or met with selling from long-term hodlers. Number 2 is initial coin offerings. So during this ICO craze back in that time period, the primary way to get exposure to those shitcoins was by selling your Bitcoin. So people sold Bitcoin to buy those ICO shitcoins. And the third is the Bcash fork. So you can see a pretty pronounced increase in short-term activity around the time that Bitcoin Cash forked away from Bitcoin. You can see it right there in the chart. So we now have another full cycle under our belts since the hodl waves analysis was originally published, and the same pattern was repeated. We saw another hodl trough in 2018 and 2019. The wave crested in 2021 as a flurry of activity shifted the supply age distribution toward that new side. And where are we now? We are in the middle of the latest hodl trough, gearing up for the next wave of activity to play out. Another pattern to note here is the general trend toward a larger and larger portion of the Bitcoin supply being hodled for the long term. So as we speak, the share of Bitcoin supply that has not moved in at least 1 year is at an all-time high of 70%. I don't know about you, but that makes me extremely bullish as we're heading into this next halving event. Before moving on to the hodl cave, I'd like to point out one additional observation on this plot. Take a look at this light green band that represents 2 to 3 year hodlers. You can see this band has widened significantly in the last year, which indicates that a large amount of Bitcoin that was purchased in 2020 and 2021 is in long-term hodler hands. And we saw a similar widening of this band in early 2020. There it is. Showing that a lot of new long-term hodlers were born in that run-up of 2017 and the early part of the bear market in 2018. So the narrative is clear. Over time, more and more people realize the value of hodling Bitcoin. But all of this hodling does not come without its trials and tribulations. To get a better understanding of what Bitcoin hodlers endure, we can turn to the hodl cave. For those of you not aware, Unchained first came to market with our Bitcoin-backed loans product, which we still offer today, despite most of our competitors going bankrupt. The hodl cave was a key input into our strategy for Bitcoin-backed loans, and we recently published it, made it available. The hodl cave analyzes the spread of historical returns for investors who held Bitcoin for a given duration. So I'll orient you to the chart here. On the x-axis, across the bottom, is the length of hodl. Importantly, this is not linear time. It is the duration of a hodl from any given starting point in Bitcoin's price history. You can see it starts at 1 day on the left there and goes through 10 years on the right. The y-axis measures the spread of returns for a given hodl period. For example, historically speaking, for all 5-year hodl periods, the spread of returns goes from being slightly down. For instance, you bought at the top of 2017 and then sold 5 years later at the bottom of this bear market in 2022. Or it could be up as much as 1200x. And as you can see, the plot resembles a cave. Long-term hodlers are tasked with traversing this cave safely as time passes and volatility inevitably comes. They should be aware of the stalagmites and stalactites formed by local price variations and use the mean and median lines as ropes to guide them on their journey. So now that we're oriented to the cave, we can go through another few interesting observations from the plot. The correlation between hodling Bitcoin for the long term and having outsized returns is becoming more and more understood by the wider market. And we can see this in the data, of course. All hodling periods skewed positive. And of course, speculating on number go up technology is a key part of what initially attracts many investors here. But we shouldn't kid ourselves. The spread of these historical returns can be extremely wide. The Bitcoin price is volatile. Yeah, we're all surprised by that. That said, the first 3 years have had almost all of the potential downside risk. The average return from hodling Bitcoin for 2 years is about 8x, and it grows to 100x between years 6 and 7. Keep in mind, though, that 8x average return for a 2-year hodl period, it also comes with a chance, albeit like 5% or so, that you could have lost 50% of your initial investment. In 90% of cases, hodling Bitcoin for about 2.5 years yielded a positive return. Hodling for an additional 6 months increases the chances of a positive return to 99%. And here we can see that no one who has held Bitcoin for more than 5 years has ever experienced a loss. And almost no one who has held for more than 3 years has ever experienced a loss. And with regard to historical spreads of returns kind of across the chart, we can consider a few key timeframes. This is what it looks like for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and a full 4-year cycle. So again, while historically hodling Bitcoin for just a few years has provided excellent returns on average, there's also a non-trivial chance that you have significant downside risk in those early years. And the class of 2021 certainly knows exactly what that feels like. At the 5-year mark, the range of returns is the widest on the chart, but there's almost no negative return. And a final observation to note here is that there are clear signs of cyclicality in the HODL cave data as well. You can see the Bitcoin price experiences a period of low volatility followed by high volatility, about every 4 years, which is right in line with the halving cycle. I'm sure that's all very surprising to you all. All right, so we can bring it all together. To me, HODL waves and the HODL cave can help to visualize the process of pricing a perfectly scarce asset as it monetizes. They give us insight into the behavior of hodlers over time and the volatility they experience while they're hodling. The cave exists because the waves exist, and vice versa. Hodlers in the trough of a wave create that supply shortage that causes the price to rise. The rising price brings activity from old hodlers selling to new entrants, some of which become hodlers for the next wave. And this cyclical process helps to generate Bitcoin's infamous price volatility, which then serves to attract new investors, and the cycle keeps going. Hodling Bitcoin is a journey. In the depths of a bear market, it can feel like a dark cave. If you find yourself in that short-term period of negative returns, it's helpful to see the light at the end of the tunnel as the reversion to the mean, which very consistently rises over time, as you can see in that data. On the other hand, you need to be aware of the reversion to the mean if you've experienced a really high rate of return in a short period of time. And finally, make sure that you are actually prepared to deal with that volatility and navigate this journey. I'd like to just pose a few questions for you to consider. Do you have permissionless access to your Bitcoin, or are you exposed to counterparty risk that might otherwise cause you to lose it, to somebody else's risk? Is your security setup fault tolerant by design, or is your Bitcoin one mistake away from being lost? How will your non-technical heirs inherit your Bitcoin if something happens to you? And finally, how might you and your family benefit from having Bitcoin experts available to guide you through your journey through the cave? It's so important to choose a hodlmobile that is designed to withstand both the tremendous growth and volatility you will experience as the fiat system spins out. You'll need financial services that are built to help you hodl. And you'll need a custody model that is resistant to mistakes and theft and put your family in a position to safely inherit that Bitcoin. Putting that in place is going to allow you to sleep just as well as Steve Martin in the front seat of this car here. After all, the Bitcoin that you're hodling is precious cargo, and the journey can be treacherous. We are here to help. Thank you. Happy to take some questions. Hey.
I understand how it's great to be a long-term hodler, especially in this phase of or development of Bitcoin and its integration in the community. But at some point, do we want to see those red bands to start increasing? Would that be an indication that it's become more mainstream, more integrated with the economy because it's being used more for daily transactions. And those red bands, do those include the Bitcoin that's being traded on exchanges, or is that just like daily activity for like citizens of El Salvador that may be using it for day-to-day?
It's an interesting question about the longer term aspect of this and whether or not you see a lot more activity on chain as Bitcoin becomes widely adopted. That might be true. I think at this point in the history of Bitcoin and where it is in terms of its adoption, we're going to continue to see more and more hodling, right? Tor was just talking about all of the craziness that's going on in the world. Bitcoin is monetizing, and it needs to do that with an order of operations that starts with store of value. So we're starting to see the signs of payments functionality and other use cases for Bitcoin, but that store of value function I think is going to remain the primary use case for Bitcoin, at least in the near term. What was the second part of your question? Exchanges. We can surmise that throughout the course of a bull market and then into the bear market, that a lot of that activity when the red bands are expanding is coming from selling activity. But it's not going to capture all of that, right? A lot of that trading is just done on the exchange. They're updating their internal ledgers there. And so a lot of that activity is not gonna show that unless people are starting to send Bitcoin into an exchange to sell. But as it stands, there's still 12 million or something Bitcoin on exchanges that are just sitting there and being traded.
Hi, good speech.
Thank you.
I have a question with Lightning kind of being the piece where you have to lock up Bitcoin for a period of time, and you saw the bands in that particular chart. How do you see Lightning and that chart kind of coming together? Because over time it would seem that more coins are going to be going into Lightning, and therefore that chart's going to show like always increasing hodling, if even though the actual transactions might be going up.
Yeah, good question. Well, Lightning is still very new and early, and there's only 5,000 Bitcoin locked up in Lightning channels right now. Obviously, that will have a greater impact as more adoption happens, but it's probably not too impactful at this point in time.
How important is it to consolidate small denomination UTXOs into larger ones?
Well, everything has a trade-off, right? So if your primary concern is about fees, you want to make that consolidation now while fees are relatively low, because you might not be able to spend some of those smaller denominations in the future if fees rise, right? You might end up with a bunch of dust in your wallet. So fees are one concern. The kind of the flip side that a lot of people bring up with regard to consolidations and that kind of thing is privacy. When you are consolidating Bitcoin, you are creating a single UTXO from a bunch of smaller ones, and that will tie the history of all of that Bitcoin together. And then in the future, when you go to spend it, you're going to see this larger chunk of Bitcoin that essentially doxes the amount of Bitcoin that you've got, at least in that one UTXO, when you go to spend it. So the receiver will be able to see that this came from a 1 Bitcoin UTXO as opposed to a 10 million sat size UTXO. So there are different trade-offs there. But if fees are your primary concern, that's really what you should be thinking about is when fees are low, we want to do those consolidation transactions such that in the future you don't have as much data going into a transaction that will increase the amount that you're spending to send that Bitcoin.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Thank you, everyone.
Hey, yo. Hello. Yo.
All right, guys, we are back. We're back. We are about to take a lunch break. Well, we're not taking a lunch break, but BitBlockBoom is taking a lunch break. Conference is taking a lunch break. We do have a few special guests coming in. I think we had a few different reorganizations on who our lunch guests are going to be, but we got some double whammies coming up for you, back to back.
We got some big ones. We have Nick Bhatia coming in, author of Layered Money, and we also have Matt Hill, the CEO and founder of Start9. So it's gonna be awesome. And then I think we also have Preston and Turdemeester coming in hot.
That one's gonna be nice.
We're gonna try to get Max and Stacy for you guys as well
Later on, 2:45 break. I think we'll get Max and Stacy on. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everyone. Fingers crossed.
Hopefully, we'll see what happens, and then also we might get Mark Moss later as well. So, anyways. Dude, I'm enjoying the F.
Wait. Before we go on, excuse me, guys. Nico, how did it feel to be the intro guy? You didn't do a full presentation, but how did it feel going up on the stage? What you take away from this one compared to all the other conference appearances you've had?
Yeah, so it's interesting. So I've gone through this kind of, my first trial by fire was the Bitcoin 2021 conference. That's where I said the line, if you're against Bitcoin toxicity.
Wait, I think I have it.
You're against Bitcoin. You're against freedom.
There we go. And that went absolutely viral. So that was surreal. That was my trial by fire, but it was a panel. And when you're not the moderator, it's actually pretty easy because you just sit back and you just answer questions. So it was this year at the Bitcoin 2023 conference. Shout out to Bitcoin Magazine, guys. I love you guys. And I moderated 2 panels, and that was like a first time for me. It was interesting. It was interesting. I had a fireside chat with Alex Gladstein at Thank God for Bitcoin. That was a first time for me too. And you think when you're in the moment doing these things, you're like, wow, like I'm doing terrible. But when you rewatch them, you're like, I didn't do so bad. So, this was like kind of like a first time for me, speaking at BitBlockBoom and, introducing someone and whatnot. And I prepared this whole thing on my phone, that I was going to read off my phone, but I ended up doing it off the top of my head. So I think I'm getting the reps in, bro.
It's almost like you're a professional now, Nico.
Getting the reps in, I'm feeling more comfortable, but yeah, man, it's like I said, absolute honor, Gary for allowing us to do this, and it's a great time, and yeah, man, I'm really, really enjoying this conference. Hopefully I'll get to have some fun tonight. I literally went to bed at 8 yesterday after doing like 4 interviews, doing Simply Bitcoin live from the news desk, streaming for 8 hours. I literally went home and I passed out at 8 p.m. Opti, you went a little bit crazy. How was the dinner?
Hey, I only half snetted. I was being a professional because tonight is the night where all the fun's happening. I'm not much of a gambler, but I guess casino night is where all the fun is. So I don't know where that's going to be, if it's here or what's going on, but there is plans tonight. And look, hey, I know Nico looks kind of young and he's got blonde tips and everyone thinks he's an influencer now, but I'm going to make sure he makes the rounds, kiss some babies, shake some hands, because everyone was asking for Nico last night. They're like, where's Nico? I'm like, he's in club. What do you call it? Club Cama. With DJ Pillow.
Yeah, Club Cama, which means Spanish in Spanish. It means bed in Spanish, and DJ Pillow, of course. But anyways, tonight it's going to be Rakamoto. Really excited. And Sophie is actually going to sing a version of Richmond, North of Richmond. I actually have the video for you guys, so I'm going to play it, and let's check it out, Opti.
I've been selling my soul, working all day. Overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gone to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an old soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxing no end, 'cause of Richmond, north of Richmond. Oh, I wish politicians would look out for minors and not just minors in an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. But God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an old soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxing no end, 'cause of Richmond, north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
All right, guys, that was a cover by Internet Sophie of Richmond, north of Richmond. She'll be singing it live tonight at Rockamoto, so it should be awesome. I'm here live at the news desk, hosted by Simply Bitcoin, streaming live to the Swan Bitcoin channel and the BitBlockBoom channel with Nick Bhatia, author of Layered Money and a friend of mine, and CEO and founder of Start9, literally my go-to node, the one that I use at home myself. I finally figured out how to connect it to my Electrum wallet over Tor, and it is magic. I can connect to it remotely, and of course, my legendary co-host and my brother, Optimus Fields. How you gentlemen doing?
Doing great, Nico. Thanks for having me back.
Thank you so much for joining us. And how you doing, Matt?
I am also doing great. Thank you.
Opti, how you feeling? Are you alive? I know you went out.
I'm halfway there. We're almost there. We're almost back, guys. We're good to go.
Awesome. So, Nick, thank you so much for joining us. You're also a fellow content creator. You have the Bitcoin layer that you're doing with Joe Consorti. You guys are releasing amazing content. So why don't you tell the audience a little bit about that?
Thanks. We have a written product and a video product. So we have the newsletter that we publish 3 times a week on Substack, and people can find all that at thebitcoinlayer.com. We also make 3 videos a week, and that's all available via podcast as well. And the goal of the Bitcoin layer is to cover the transition of the current monetary system to the one in the future. We know and believe that Bitcoin will be a major part. Whether it's the only currency or not, I think is something that's beyond the scope of what we're trying to deal with. We have identified that Bitcoin will be a major part of the monetary system going forward. And so we're covering the world through that lens. And you know, my background is in traditional finance and interest rates and fixed income asset management. So when we produce content, both written and video, Joe and I are holding ourselves to an institutional grade level of research and analysis, and that's how we're approaching it.
Awesome. Well, I'm a huge fan of your guys' content. You guys did an interview with Sailor. It was absolutely incredible. Big fan. But before we get back to that, Matt, how you doing, man?
Doing great.
Doing good.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell the audience? Why don't you tell the audience, for anyone who doesn't know, what is Start9?
Well, Start9 enables anyone to run a personal, private home server and private cloud. We do this through an innovative operating system, which is based on Linux, called StartOS. StartOS is different from any operating system that has preceded it in that it is optimized and purpose-built to enable a non-technical person to administer a personal server as opposed to a personal computer. So it takes the entire concept of being a Linux systems administrator and using those advanced command line skills and experiences to discover, download, install, and administer open source self-hosted services, and it dilutes it down to buttons on a page that a normal person can understand and make use of in perpetuity. So sort of what Windows or Mac OS did for the personal computer, we are doing for the personal server, namely democratizing access to that technology so that it is no longer only available to advanced technical people or wealthy people who can afford to hire them. And with a personal server, you can do all sorts of normal computer stuff, but without involving third parties of any kind, which gives you the ability to escape the problems associated with third-party computing, cloud computing.
What are some of those problems? Because I think it's intuitive, and we were talking about this, Matt, where if you the Bitcoin node, running a Bitcoin node is like your first introduction to running a form of personal server, right? So what are the downsides to cloud computing? Like, 'cause I think a lot of people are not aware of that. I wasn't aware of that until I was like, okay, I got to run my own Bitcoin node, because if I don't run my own Bitcoin node, I have to trust someone else's.
Absolutely. So I put them into 4 categories. The first one is talked about a lot. It's invasion of privacy. When you use somebody else's computer to do normal computer things, even like messaging and data storage or password management or even hosting your website, they can kind of see everything that you're doing. And, regardless of how benevolent or competent they are, there are incentives that they cannot deny, namely to harvest that data and sell it to advertisers or whoever they see fit. And so that's number one, and that's fairly well known. Number 2 is censorship, and that is becoming increasingly a concern, especially over the last few years, is that when everyone is communicating through trusted third parties, those third parties can censor either directly through deplatforming or in a much more insidious way through algorithmic amplification or censorship, which is not always apparent and is what makes it so effective. Another one is just cost, right? When you involve third parties, those parties need to be paid. So they are either going to harvest and sell your data, making you the product, or they are going to charge you a monthly subscription. And more as people reject the invasion of privacy and harvesting of data, they are turning more and more to subscription models, which I think is a positive thing because it makes the cost more apparent to people. And so more and more people are looking for a way to avoid that cost. And then lastly is just counterparty risk of honeypotting everyone's data together on third-party servers. So when a server hosts everyone's data, it becomes a very attractive target for hackers of all sorts, including nation-state level hackers. And when that server gets breached, and we make the claim that any server worth breaching will eventually be breached because it can be done by an insider who can be bribed, blackmailed, coerced, social engineered, et cetera, that your data will be leaked along with everybody else's, even though you were not being explicitly targeted. You're just collateral damage in a cyber warfare that you never opted into or were possibly unaware of. So our solution is stop using other people's servers to do normal things. It's undignified, it's unsafe, and it's expensive. Instead, use your own server from your own home, host your own software, access it from anywhere in the world over your own private networks. Everything I just said would have been impossible a few years ago for just about everybody. We make it possible for everybody, and we make it easier for people who could have done it otherwise.
Gotcha. And you guys have different versions of, right? Because you have the basic that runs on Raspberry Pi, and then I think you have a mid-tier product, and then you have the top-tier product, which is the one that I personally use myself. I think you had a change in the name of the branding, but I think it's called the Start9 Pure. Is that correct?
Yeah, the server Pure, and we have the server 1, which is the mid-tier product, and the server Lite, which is our Lite product. Start9 does not do anything particularly innovative on the hardware front. We are operating system developers. StartOS is an open source piece of software. More specifically, it is source available. Currently, I like to make that distinction because people tend to get very passionate about these nuances and licensing. It is source available. You can do anything you want with it except sell it. That may change in the near future. We are actively discussing that to go either MIT or GPL. But either way, you can download this software for free, install it on any piece of hardware you currently possess, whether that's a laptop, a desktop, a mini PC, or a Raspberry Pi. We have builds for x86 and ARM. You can download and install it. We sell hardware at very reasonable prices in order to fund development, right? We purchase wholesale, sell retail. At a similar price that you could buy it anywhere else. So if you don't already have the hardware, please buy from us. There's no reason not to. If you do decide to DIY and download the operating system onto your own hardware, you're welcome to throw us a donation. And yeah, the one thing I'll caveat all that with is that our top tier device, the Pure that you mentioned, was a collaboration with a company called Purism, who spent an enormous amount of time and difficulty making sure that the entire software stack, all the way down through the firmware and the drivers, is open source. So there are no closed source proprietary drivers or blobs on the server Pure, including Intel's management engine, which has been disabled in firmware. There's almost no other computers on the planet that you can say that about. Your laptop, your desktop, your phones, all of them have closed source proprietary blobs of software running, and you have no idea what those are doing. So arguably the Pure running StartOS is the most secure open server operating system in the world.
And it's awesome. And again, like I said, guys, personally use it myself. Huge fan. Nick, back to you. You said something that like literally I had alarm bells going on in my head. You have a traditional finance background. So I have a buddy of mine. I grew up. I went to high school with him, and he took that route. He currently works at Goldman Sachs, and I have six original friends I went to high school with. I've orange pilled all 5 of them. My buddy that works at Goldman, he just got promoted too. If I bring up Bitcoin to him, like he sees it as the Antichrist. It's like garlic to a vampire. So how did you transition from that traditional finance background to Bitcoin? What got you interested?
Well, as I was working in finance, and even before that when I was still studying, I was obsessed with monetary history, how the financial system works, the creature of Jekyll Island. And because I had all of that within me already, once I actually decided to read about Bitcoin, it only took me a few weeks, a couple books, and then a couple months later, I realized that this is something I need to dedicate most, or all of my intellectual capacity toward for the rest of my life, not just here in the next few years to catch a trend. And so 2013, 2014, I saw the word Bitcoin across zerohedge.com hundreds of times, but never clicked on a single one of the articles because nothing forced me to do so at the time. There wasn't any urgency I felt to do so. But when a research report did fall into my lap that was written by Wells Fargo, it covered some of the startups in Africa on the ground using Bitcoin technology. I said, it's time to learn about this because I'm your finance friends and my colleagues, my ex-colleagues, they have preconceived notions. They're also smart people, so they understand how traditional asset classes work. And they probably believe that Bitcoin is a virtual currency, as in a currency within a video game that's controlled by a company and there's no telling what can happen to it. And understanding that it's a decentralized protocol takes a leap of research, and it takes time. And that gap is currently either too difficult for most people to jump over, or there's no urgency for them to make that jump. And so your friend and many of my ex-colleagues won't purchase Bitcoin ever. They'll end up using it when the situation demands them to do it in the future.
Maybe this is like the jaded Bitcoiner in me, but that sounds awesome. Seems like the traditional finance people are going to be the last people to adopt something like Bitcoin.
Even if you think about United States versus other countries, it's likely that many of the people in the U.S. will be last to see what Bitcoin brings when currencies around the world are in crisis, and it's very obvious to people around the world what value Bitcoin actually has.
Absolutely. Opti, what's up, man?
Well, first and foremost, Nick kind of brought something up, and I want to get both takes from Matt and Nick, because we're getting Nick from the financial side and Matt more from the technical side. And I think this is a conversation we always not only ask ourselves but talk about, is how long is this Bitcoin thing going to take? Like, are we going to be trying to spread Bitcoin for the rest of our lives, or is the mythical hyper Bitcoinization going to happen a lot quicker than we even believe? Like, are we bearish by thinking this is going to be a lifetime fight, or is technology going to just get put into hyperdrive because of what's going on in the Bitcoin space? I don't know. Matt, do you want to jump in, or Nick? Whoever, whichever one.
Sure, I'll start. It's a tough question because you're talking about, decades and projection. But I've always thought that hyper Bitcoinization is a little bit of a dramatic word, and that there's nothing wrong with Bitcoinization. So I've been researching Bitcoin for about 7 years. In that time, there's been great adoption and a 30x price rise, and country adoption and institutional investment adoption. However, would you call 2016 to 2023 hyper Bitcoinization? I wouldn't. And so I'm not sure that even with the same sort of trends continuing, that in the next 7 years that you'll be able to call that part hyper Bitcoinization either. So I don't know if we're going to be trying to explain that a blockchain is a chain of blocks for 70 years, but I don't think that we're heading into this hyper Bitcoinization if that means that it's a currency that just starts to swallow the world really quickly and we're all using sats in 10 years. I don't buy that, but somewhere in between would be my best answer.
I remember vividly, Matt and I were having a conversation about this, and he actually made me change my outlook on it as well. Matt, you said it was going to be a multi-generational thing.
I specifically used the term 70 years, which is really funny.
Why 70?
Because it's roughly 2 to 3 generations. And I believe that is what is necessary for any kind of meaningful geopolitical restructuring, because adults don't change and children kind of change, and then their children can really be the real change. I think it was Stalin who, notoriously was like, give me 2 generations of children, I'll give you a nation of communists. We like to say, give us 2 generations of children, we'll give you a world of sovereign individuals. And that is a multifaceted endeavor. That is not strictly the money. The money is definitely the sort of lifeblood of society, and is, luckily happening, and is one of the first things to change and facilitate the rest of the transition. But I, by nature of my work and background, I do not think of this as like Bitcoin only or hyper Bitcoinization. I view the money as a very important aspect of society, but I also recognize that there are traditions and cultural norms and political realities, economic realities outside of just the money, infrastructure, that all has to transition as well along with the money, and that change can be quite turbulent, potentially even dangerous. And so that's why we do what we do, is we try to round out the picture by saying, look, like, the last thing I want right now, and I mean this genuinely, is a short-term hyper Bitcoinization. It sounds terrifying. It sounds like people would be destitute and desperate, and the existing powers would be furious and also desperate, and desperate people with a lot of power, especially the incompetent people who are currently and sort of invariably in power, is just not in a world that I want to be raising children in. So I really hope for a slow, measured transition over multiple generations, and holistically so. So our role in that is the broader computing paradigm to make sure that individuals, families, and small businesses control data and communications channels, including Bitcoin and financial considerations. And we facilitate that, obviously, Bitcoin nodes, Lightning nodes, all the rest. And then there's Bitcoin itself, Bitcoin proper, which is also, a whole ecosystem and multifaceted. And then there's, education, which is what, you guys are really doing, like helping people to understand And then there's, proper education, like raising children and educating them about the new world and how to survive. And so, yeah.
So Nick, do you run your own node?
I don't run a node. I have
excellent.
And by the way, I'm not sponsored by Start9 for anyone who's thinking. I really recommend getting yourself one of these. They make it incredibly easy.
And that's the thing. I have the Bitcoin software on my laptop, but I don't say that I run a node because I don't have it on most of the time. Like I'll sync my node and download the last month of blocks, but I don't continually run a node.
So I would argue that does qualify as running a node, but also I make clear to people, because we get people who show up and say, I want to run a node and I want to help the network, right? They view it as an altruistic sort of, donation to the network. And that is not essentially true. Running a node is a very selfish endeavor in that it allows you it guarantees access to the network, right? Nobody can stop you from accessing the network. And it also guarantees you privacy, at least insofar as, the origin of the transaction. Obviously, the Bitcoin blockchain is a public chain, and there's other considerations for privacy. But when it comes to receiving transactions and sending transactions, that final mile can be private. And lastly, it's a matter of avoiding fraud, right? So we don't see a lot of this, but if your wallet is connected to somebody else's node, they can fake transactions to you, make you believe that you have received money that you have not. And they can also hide transactions from you, make you think that you have not received money that you have. They can also fake the sending of transactions. I send a transaction, my wallet says, okay, it was sent. Well, it was actually blocked. Again, we don't see a lot of this, but the fact that it's possible means that it is a brewing problem. So let's not go there. So if everyone does what I just described, if everyone is running their own node, performing their own verification, and guaranteeing their own access, then the network is robust, right? But just turning a Bitcoin node on and then going about your life and not using it for access or using it for verification really does nothing. The network doesn't benefit. And then the last thing I'll say, because I kind of forgot a second ago, was that running a node is your voice. It is your vote for the consensus rules, right? When you run a node, you are choosing what consensus rules to follow. So in the event that there is a political division, like contentious soft fork or even a hard fork, you get to voice your opinion of what you think Bitcoin should be by running a node that follows the rules that you decide, and then either accepting the consequences of that, whether you're right or wrong.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because when I think about SegWit and what happened during 2017, my biggest responsibility was to sit back and shut the hell up and listen to the people break down why this is important, why 2x is dangerous, why it's a slippery slope. And as just a non-technical, non-software person, I feel that I have to listen to those that are running the nodes and expressing their vote to even get any signal myself, because I can't have an educated opinion on the rules and any of those adjustments. So from my perspective, and I agree with you completely, but I almost feel like my vote in that scenario wouldn't add value because I don't know what I'm voting on. So that's why I listen to, and that's what Bitcoin Twitter is for me, is just being able to learn from smart technical people.
100%. Guys, we have about 2 minutes left before Turda Meester and Preston Pish. I want to end it with you, Nick. What are your thoughts on the recent announcement from the BRICS of dropping the dollar? You got 2 minutes.
Yeah, the BRICS have been trying to lay the groundwork for a de-dollarization for a long time. And I think it goes back to the plumbing of the financial system. For that system to de-dollarize, I think would take at least a generation or more. And if that is to take place, then you have to think about what would be the new currency that is used in cross-border transactions, swap agreements, Forex transactions, and collateralized lending, which is repo. Would it be the euro? Would it be the Chinese yuan? Would it be some BRICS coalition currency? Now, the euro actually has a great financial plumbing system and is actually positioned to do a lot of the things that the dollar system does. But the BRICS are not. China is not. And so even if they're doing cross-border non-dollar transactions, guess what the financing mechanism is? It's a London bank or a European bank that's funding the trade with a dollar basis swap on each side of the Forex transaction. So you're not actually going away from the dollar. So it is the BRICS currency and de-dollarization to me is quite fantastical. There are headlines today, a bunch of them, but the headlines have been there since 2010. And so we're 14 years removed from a lot of ideas that haven't got actual physical momentum. And then last thing I'll say, you would have to get China and India to agree on a lot of things. And I think that's highly unlikely given the current relationship between those two countries.
Got you. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Bhatia from Layered Money and Matt Hill from Start9. We'll be right back with Preston Pish and Tur de Meester. But in the meantime, I'm going to once again play you the cover by Internet Sophie of Richmond, north of Richmond.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gone to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an old soul. Richmond, north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxing no end, 'cause of Richmond, north of Richmond. Oh, I wish politicians would look out for minors and not just minors in an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. But God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an old soul. These Richmond, north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxing no end, 'cause of Richmond, north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
All right, guys, we're back. We got even a special panel for you. We have one of my favorite content creators. I'm going to fanboy a little bit.
Come on.
One of the most talented content creators I've ever met, the legendary Mark Moss, Tur de Meester, and Preston Pish. will be joining us in a little bit. And, of course, my legendary co-host.
Hey, I'm just the pretty one here, okay?
Someone's got to be.
Anyways, Mark, what's up, man?
Yeah, man.
How you been?
What's up, Nico? Doing great. Doing great. Sorry I was running late. I had to go get some barbecue.
You know what? That sounds like a good priority.
I ditched you for some barbecue. I'm just gonna be honest here.
I mean, I don't take any insult at all. I think I would.
One of my favorite things about Texas is the barbecue, and there's this place Terry Black's that has like the best barbecue.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. But like the line gets super long, and it just took long, and I'm like, dude, I gotta get this barbecue.
Man, it sounds delicious. So, what's up, man? What's on your mind? What have you been covering lately on your YouTube channel? But also give it a shout out, man. I'm sure most of you guys are already subscribed anyways.
Yeah, you know, Mark Moss is the YouTube channel. I've always tried to talk about why Bitcoin. So, you know, there's lots of, I look at Bitcoin sort of like hunters and farmers. So you certainly have the BTC sessions and the What Bitcoin Did, which are amazing, and you should certainly watch them. And if you're a Bitcoiner, definitely learn new types of things about Bitcoin. But if you're not a Bitcoiner, people ask why. Why do we need something like Bitcoin? What's wrong with our money today? Things like that. So those are the topics I try to hit on. So mostly around monetary policy, what the heck the Fed's doing, inflation, geopolitical pictures. I think most of the catalyst for Bitcoin's growth is really coming offshore, not onshore. So everyone's like holding their breath for the BlackRock ETF. I don't think that's the big catalyst. So I talk about the geopolitical picture and then freedom censorship stuff because I think that's a big catalyst. So those are the topics I tend to talk about and then present Bitcoin as a solution to try to answer the why question. That's typically what I talk about. At this event, I'm going to be doing my keynote here at the end of the day, and I'm going to be talking about it's very difficult to wait when you don't know how long you have to wait for. And I find that most people's problem with understanding Bitcoin is they think that it's going to happen too fast, too soon. Bill Gates, who I don't want to quote, but he said that most people underestimate what they can do in a year or overestimate what they can do in a year and underestimate in 10 years. And I think that's Bitcoin, right? And so they think Bitcoin's going to happen really fast. So my point of my talk is to give some time frames as to how I see this unraveling, as well as how it unravels, what the stages are, and what we should do in those stages to help push the adoption.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I love about your channel, Mark, is the fact that what I see with a lot of Bitcoin content creators is they're creating content for the Bitcoin echo chamber. They're creating content for Bitcoiners that have already been orange pilled. But I love your approach because it's like you're presenting the problem, and at the end you're sprinkling in the solution, which I think is really cool. So I think you buried the lead there, and I found it fascinating. BlackRock is not going to be the catalyst. Do you think? Why is that?
I don't think so. I think everybody's hanging on this. Well, let me explain. So humans only act in our own self-interest. Mises wrote the book Human Action. You should read it. But we act, human action happens in our own self-interest. And so what are we self-interested in? Well, there's two things. So humans are very simple. Our reptilian brain, we're motivated by two things. One, moving towards pleasure, and two, running away from pain. Now, it's been proven that we move away from pain is a bigger driver than the pleasure. So when the price runs up parabolically, people want to jump in based off of greed or running to pleasure. So Bitcoin, if a BlackRock ETF takes off, potentially we can talk about this, but potentially there's a lot of buying activity that happens. The NGU technology takes over, the number starts going up, and people will rush to pleasure to buy. But the problem is that's like a sugar rush. I wouldn't consider myself a biohacker, but I'm an intermittent faster. I'm a fat-based energy driver instead of carbs and sugar. And so carbs and sugar burn really fast. Your energy levels go up and down. Every 3 hours I have to eat. But when I have fat, my body sustains that. And so I look at if you're driven off of the greed, if I'm coming in to buy on the ETF sugar rush, those are people chasing money. And they're gonna leave just as quickly as the price goes down. Pain is the bigger driver. And so when I'm moving away from pain, what kind of pain? Well, potentially living in double or triple digit inflation, potentially living in authoritarian regimes. So when I'm living in Argentina with double or triple digit inflation right now, in Argentina, the official exchange rate is, approximately 250 to 1 officially. Unofficially on the black market, it's like 550 to 1. But I was just recently in an event in Spain with a whole group from Argentina, and they're only able to spend, I think it was $300 per month on their credit card. So here they are traveling abroad, but they can only spend $300. Otherwise, it gets exchanged at 750 to 1. So their pain is extremely high, and they will do anything to get out of that pain. And Lebanon, they're burning down the banks. We can look at North Korea. We could make a list. But the problem is their pain is so high, they don't care about the volatility. And I believe that's a much stronger catalyst. And so I would just ask people this question most often. I would say, one, do you think governments, all central banks, print more money or less money in the future? And two, do you think governments become more authoritarian, or do they give us more freedoms back? What is the trend? And of course, in my opinion, the trend up and to the right is both money printing and authoritarianism. And I think that's the big catalyst. I think that's the real driver. I think the ETF potentially could give us a little bit of a sugar rush, and I even have my doubts about that. But even if that's a short-term sugar rush, it's not the long-term catalyst that Bitcoin's here to solve.
Interesting. And I completely agree, by the way. So I'm originally from Venezuela, and which endured hyperinflation. It was around 2016, 2017 when I got into Bitcoin, and it created these crazy mining opportunities in the country because of course they try to control the exchange rate, but everyone's playing the black market rate. So you were essentially, there was a period of time where you were mining for free, essentially. But anyways, what are your thoughts on Javier Milei, who just won the presidential candidacy in Argentina by 11 points. He's a hardcore Austrian economist. He has some thoughts, to say the least, about central banking, about the theft of inflation, and moving the Overton window in the process. So I know he's a politician. I know politicians will say whatever it takes to get votes, but
not in his case. And he is breaking that norm. And so there's actually something very interesting going on in just regards to what you just said. First of all, Austrian economist. I believe he's named several of his dogs after like these old Austrian economics, something funny. But what he's breaking my mindset, in a sense, to what you just said. People will say whatever they need to get elected. And so the problem with democracy, I forget who said it, maybe it was Friedman, but the problem with democracy is, or no, actually it was someone else back in the 1800s. The problem with democracy, as soon as a group of people realize that they can vote themselves more goods and services, they will continue to do that. And so democracy is really the tyranny of the minority by the majority. And so what politician, my thought process has always been, what politician could win on a platform of taking away goods and services for people? If I want to reduce welfare, reduce benefits, reduce Medicaid, whatever, who's going to vote for that? Nobody. But he's disproving that because he's literally running on a campaign to reduce government spending, to bring central banks in. And so it's destroying the model that I've thought of. And so I think it's super, super interesting. Now, we'll see if he gets elected. But he is running with the majority by a decent amount at this point. So I think something is interesting in that. Like I said, one, it breaks my mental model. But I think maybe two, it also proves the thesis of what I just said, which is people only take action when the pain is high enough. And pain is more powerful of a driver than greed. And so what we're seeing in Argentina is the pain is so bad that they would rather take care of the pain than take more greed of handouts. Maybe.
And that's insane. That's insane, right? That it's gotten to that point. And Argentina has been running these experimentations, like, they went through heavily socialist governments, then they had on the other extreme. And what's really interesting, though, too, Mark, and I find it absolutely fascinating, is the bailout that the IMF gave Argentina came with the condition that the Argentine government had to de-incentivize the adoption of Bitcoin. I think I heard it earlier. It was even farther than that they couldn't make Bitcoin legal tender in the country, right? So even if this guy gets elected, are they going to be constrained by that IMF bailout?
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other interesting development that's going on with that. There's a saying something like, if I owe the bank $1 million, then I'm in trouble. But if I owe the bank $1 billion, they're in trouble. And so if you look at the IMF, the three largest debts on the IMF books are Argentina, Egypt, and Ukraine. Think about this. So if somebody like him gets elected and he decides to potentially restructure or default on some of that debt, which one of the big arguments that we have in this macro conversation, which we might address on the stage later, is that I was on a call with Andy Scheckman, he's a gold guy, and Brent Johnson, the dollar milkshake guy, just on Friday. And he was saying, look, you don't understand, all this debt is dollar-denominated debt. And so in order for this to be settled, we have to extinguish that debt, which would cause massive deflation. And how can we extinguish that debt if these countries are moving to non-dollar denominated assets? And I said, default. So if we're no longer friendly with these countries, can they just say we don't want to pay? And so if you have Ukraine go down, I mean, not to jump into that rabbit hole necessarily, but it looks like as of today, there's absolutely a non-zero chance that they win at this point. So if they go down, what happens to that debt they owe the IMF? What happens to Argentina's debt if they get somebody like this elected who says, look, we have to restructure this. There's no way we can pay it. Now, what the IMF wants, and they did with Sri Lanka, is there's no way you can default on the debt. So what we'll do is we'll restructure, we'll give you more, we'll change the terms, but we have to keep that going. But back to the point that you're asking, what could the IMF do? Well, they could do a lot of things unless he decides he just doesn't want to abide by that.
Yeah. And I know he's not a fan of the IMF whatsoever. I know he's been vocal about it as well. Anyways, I want to welcome on to the panel Preston Pish. How you doing, man?
Doing great.
We were just talking about the Argentine election that's potentially going down with an Austrian economist, and I was bringing up the fact he had asked about the IMF and the debt, and I was saying how interesting it is that the IMF's 3 largest debtors are Ukraine, Egypt, and Argentina. And if Ukraine goes down, which looks at this point highly likely, what happens with that debt? And then if you get somebody like Milei or whatever his name is in Argentina, if he decides to restructure or default, like what happens with the IMF?
Yeah, well, there was some news that came out, or at least I read it. Luke Roman's Friday release, he was talking about this exact dynamic where the IMF is like really losing a lot of their authority because they're rolling this debt and they're doing it in Chinese denominated currency in the way that they're rolling it. So it's like a pass through the way that they're taking the loan from the IMF, and I guess they're paying these bill or their debt back, and it's through these Chinese vehicles that they're using. So I'm not really well versed on it, but I know that there's some really interesting dynamics where it's basically sucking the power of the IMF away through yet another example of the global shift that we're seeing from the old IMF, World Bank, U.S. dollar dominating everything over to this BRICS story and larger commodity-based money system that's kind of emerging.
So you do believe in the multipolar world theory, that we're transitioning from a unipolar world to a multipolar world?
Oh yeah.
How could you not?
Yeah,
I mean,
no doubt about it.
Yeah, we're being smacked in the face with it everywhere we look. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. And I think this BRICS conference that just happened this last week, depending on what time frame you're looking at, it was a nothing burger or it's massive. Right? It's
hold on. I'm going to stop you right there, and I want Mark to answer this. So we just had Nick Bhatti on from Bitcoin Layer, and I brought up the same question. I said, "What do you think about the BRICS announcements? How they want to drop the dollar?" And he said they've been announcing that for the last 18 years, and nothing's happened. So what would you respond?
So the first question you always have to answer. We'll be on a panel later, and we'll probably give different answers. But you always have to ask what time frame. So I said it's a nothing burger today, meaning it's a non-tradable event, but it's massive in the longer term. So then what time frame is Nick talking about? Now, they did, all the news for the last several months was August 22nd, they're going to announce this new BRICS currency, but before the event they said we're not going to announce that. But some of the rhetoric that came out of it was, for example, they were encouraging every nation to start trading in their own national currencies. 2, President Xi says that we want this bloc to outcompete the G7. So it's not a cooperative thing. So now this is creating competition, meaning they're going to try to out-compete each other, meaning probably more restrictive policies, trade policies, things like that. So it's a big deal from that perspective. Now, to Nick Bhatti's point, and him and I have had these discussions because he said that the death of the dollar is greatly exaggerated, which it is in the immediate term, but it's like the death of 1,000 cuts. And so what happens is you have reserve currencies. That's what the trade is being settled. And then you have reserve assets. And so the reserve currencies, they're already trading other currencies. The reserve asset, there's no replacement for U.S. Treasuries. There's no other like deep liquid bond market, et cetera. But they're starting to reserve in gold. So there is actually a replacement for it. And so with those two things, I think it's big. And also, as this trading block gets bigger, it's a big thing. So you go back to look at the creation of the euro 23 years ago. And I just used this in a video just last week. And I pulled up these old headlines from Wall Street Journal. And they're saying, oh, the euro is going to be nothing. It's not going to mean anything to the dollar. There's going to be no impact at all. It's going to fall apart, blah, blah, blah. Well, they created the euro, which is a trading block of nations. And the dollar lost 45% of its value because of that. Right? The euro is the largest the second largest currency. And so what happens is, as that European trading bloc, what is 19 countries now, has gotten bigger, it's made the euro more powerful. And so now with the BRICS getting bigger, with the addition of these 6 new countries, they could potentially have a currency that could compete with the euro. And it has a long-term, not an immediate impact, but long-term.
You couldn't say it any better. It's what time frame are you looking at? I think a lot of the times that Nick is bringing up his talking point,
he's looking at everybody dominating the headlines and saying, okay, so that might be true maybe in the long run, but in the short run, like the dollar's going nowhere. But it's going to continue to dominate markets. I think some of that's true. I'm much more in your camp that like, hey, this is the reason why there's so many headlines is because we're seeing that we've reached a moment where this shift has occurred. Prior to COVID, prior to the BRICS really kind of getting a lot of headlines, especially last week with 3 more, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Iran potentially joining the BRICS. This is becoming a major, major deal. And
that's 80% of the world's oil.
80% of the world's oil. So if they are controlling the price of oil, congratulations, the central banks thinking that they can control the price of treasuries in the EU and in the US. I don't think they are on the controls anymore. I think the BRICS nations are on the controls if they can control the price of oil, because if they let the price of oil run, I'm sorry, that's going to leak into the price of everything because it's energy. Luke Roman does such a great point talking about, like, people have this misconception that it's the treasuries dominating, and I just retweeted a comment that he made. The equivalent that he says is people look at Earth and they're like basically saying the solar system in our solar system is rotating around the Earth, and it's not rotating around the sun. That's the equivalent of people saying, oh, it's rotating around the treasuries and the dollar, right? It's rotating around energy. That is the number one input to the price of everything on the planet. And if you now have this block of countries that used to be very, U.S. friendly and allowing the dollar to price all of that oil around the world, shifting to basically every net producer on the country in the world, dominating that. I think it's a huge story. I think that the transition is going to maybe be a 5 to 10 year kind of time frame for it to really start to take hold. But make no mistake, like, this is really big, and this is very concerning for U.S. treasuries and European treasuries and Japanese treasuries. And I think it's a major mark in the timeline. Like, if you would really zoom out and look at it from like an 80-year lens, you'd say right here, 2020 COVID was a pretty strategic and important milestone that the tide had changed. And I think that's what the headlines are all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to welcome on the panel Turda Meester. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Turda. Did you notice how Preston elbowed me when he said, if you saw what I tweeted? I've been locked out of Twitter for 3 weeks. Thanks, Preston. That was like an elbow jab. I tweeted. I've been in the dark about that. I think there's something else that's like really interesting with this development, though, that I think you gotta look at. So first of all, the talk I'm giving later today is sort of giving this time period of what I think Bitcoin does over the next several decades. And back to kind of what Preston says, if you look at this over decades, and so when you look at the dollar taking over reserve currency status of the British pound, that was a 30, 40-year process, right? So this is a process. Yeah. But there's something else I think that's super important. One, in the shorter term, they're obviously going back to gold. These central banks, they're buying gold. They're reserving into gold, right? So there's that in the shorter term. But in the longer term, what comes next? How do we go back to an old technology that certainly can't have final settlement or instantaneous settlement, but there's
it failed.
Right, it failed. But what was interesting is, like, you hear this rhetoric of like these BRICS nations, how will they ever get together and align together? They can't, right? And so you have BR, the R is Russia and China, right? So arguably the two biggest, Russia and China. President Putin could not go to the summit because he would have been arrested. So how the heck are these people going to trust each other and agree when the leader of arguably the second largest country couldn't even go to the meeting without being arrested? So like I think it's a big deal, but like, what future does it have when they can't even trust each other to go to a meeting?
They've got a common enemy. And the enemy is the U.S. treasuries dominating and the SWIFT system and all of that. Like that's where they're totally aligned. But so, like, let's say they really start pushing on that. We go 5-10 years into the future, and it's really there's a lot of energy now being denominated in their local currencies. It arrives at this point that you're very clearly making, is like, they've got an issue between themselves and any other country in the world of like, how can we trust how can we conduct exchange in a trustless kind of way? And that's why we're all here on this panel, because we're talking about that solution, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and that solution, all roads lead to Bitcoin. Turdemeester, what are your thoughts on all this, man?
I haven't disagreed with things that I heard. I guess all of a sudden I felt like if Bitcoin is the currency of the BRICS countries, and it's like they're using it to bash the dollar, I do worry a bit, like, is that gonna jeopardize Bitcoin's legal status in the US at some point? Or is there gonna be a president that's gonna try and run on that program? I don't have the answer, but it does worry me a bit.
Absolutely, and I wanted to talk about this, Preston, because you retweeted it about the other day. Oliver Anthony, it's not right versus left. My fiance just did a cover on it. We were playing it earlier, and that was really interesting because you would think in that song that it seemed like he was talking a lot about the right-wing talking point, so to speak. But I just love the fact that it was pointed to DC. Like, I think people inherently know that there is something wrong with the system. But they continue to seek a political solution, a voting solution, where the actual solution is a opting out solution, right? It's not these politicians, whoever's in power, the issue remains the same. The elite few get to benefit from being able to create money for free that everyone else has to work for. So I think people are sensing that, but they don't really understand that, hey, look, the solution is to opt out entirely. So why did you retweet that?
Well, I retweeted it because I think for people that are polarized in either political party, they think that what comes next is not universal basic income, regardless of who's in charge in any, whether you're in the White House or dominating the Congress, whether that's Republican or Democrat. What's coming next is the deep need for additional monetary units that continue to be added into this system and just handed out without work being performed, but to subsidize liquidity throughout the system so we don't have a meltdown. And so in pop culture, and you covered it in your talk today, which was wonderful, pop culture is figuring this out, that they can't trust either one of these two parties, that they're starting to say there's something bigger and deeper that's wrong with this system. I don't quite know what it is. I know it's a problem, and it seems like no matter which side I vote for, they're not actually doing the stuff that they maybe promised, or they're doing things that I never thought that they would do, like UBI. And so that's what I think is starting to emerge in pop culture, and the pace at which this could accelerate. It could accelerate extremely fast. I don't know. Like, when you look at the treasury market, and you look at what type of contagion can set in, forced selling is what we're really talking about due to impairment. Like, sometimes that can happen in 6 months. Like, you can be in a devastating situation. And I think, based on how much they inserted in the last go around through COVID, I think the next one's going to be much more massive than the last. I think your everyday citizen would look at the amount of debasement and fiat units that were added into the system through that, and they'd say, well, that was a one-off scenario. That was because of COVID. And let me tell you, it was not because of, this is just math, and you can see it in the chart, and you can see the progression. You covered that also today in your talk of, just look at the math. There was people decades ago saying this is probably where we're going to be at on the debt load decades ago, and the accuracy of these forecasts are right on the money, years in advance. So it's a liquidity, it's a function of this fractional reserve system, and the way that it functions through just made up additional credit units on top of a small baseline number of units, and that they have to keep expanding it, and whose hands do they shove it into? All of that is wrapped up into these pop culture songs that aren't clearly identifying what the problem is, but there's going to be much more of that. That trend is going to continue to accelerate, and they're going to dive deeper into what is the fundamental issue.
Yeah, Tur, you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was just going to add that I remember comparing, this is back in summer 2020, comparing the Spanish flu in 1918, I believe, with what was happening in 2020, and there was just no comparison. You would think oh, there was a global pandemic, therefore there's all these economic problems, but actually back in 1918, the economy barely budged, even though it had a big impact on people's lives, etc. So again, just another little tidbit that indicates, like, yeah, we had the repo crisis, and this thing was just coming. It was very convenient. I really don't think that this was deliberate at all, this whole pandemic, but it was a very convenient story to have, to just massively bail out banks and in a way bail out the real estate system as well.
I would add into that what kind of what Preston was saying, this kind of pop culture narrative that we're seeing in us versus them. And Preston and I were talking the other night about this, and I was telling him how I've never voted Democrat in my life, but all of a sudden, like, RFK is looking pretty good, and the lines have become so blurred. And I think it's pretty evident to most people that now we are kind of having this us, we the people versus this government. And it's something that I framed up in a conversation I did with Breedlove, and I was calling it the crisis of confidence and authority. And really what we have is the internet has now given us all access to information, and the authority, we used to have these authority figures, whether they're institutions, the universities, or the doctors with their lab coat, but we have so much or the nightly news or whatever it was, but today we have so much information that we can instantly disprove and dispel any of that stuff. And so now we don't see them as authority anymore, and we know they've been caught lying over on all levels, from inflation is transitory all the way down to 14 days to stop this, to whatever you want to call it. And so we kind of have this breakdown everywhere. And so I think it really has turned into, and part of what I'll talk about later today is we have these like socioeconomic paradigms that break down at the end of these technological revolutions, and that's sort of where we're at. Like, we're starting to see these paradigms that we've had, they're no longer relevant for the world that we live in today. So we still sort of have these old financial paradigms and political paradigms for like this old industrial world, but we're in an information world. So like it's all breaking down, it's all happening at the same time.
So I wanted to actually, Preston, I think this is the question for you. James Lavish is a big believer in this, and I'm sure you guys are as well, but he covers the debt spiral, right? Where the U.S. government continues to accumulate all this more and more and more and more and more and more debt. And it's going to get to a point where the interest payments alone are going to be like, it's going to be unfeasible. And then it was Lynn Alden that posted this picture. And if you look out in a 50 to 60 year time frame,
it's unattainable.
Things are going to break. Like,
yeah.
It's inevitable.
Well, Tur had a fantastic slide today in his presentation, and he laid it out for people that want to try to understand this from like their own purview. He said if you were an individual with the way that the U.S. is currently structured, you'd make $60,000, and these numbers are pretty rough. I can't remember the exact number. But
yeah, $60,000 in income. Your expenditures are $100,000, and the debt you're looking at is probably between $450,000 and several million.
So think about that, and that's not having any equity in a home. That'd be like you don't own a home, but you got a debt load of $450,000. You make $60,000 a year, and you're paying, your outflows are $100,000. So think of that scenario, but instead of having a constant fixed income income expense on your line, it's going up as you're rolling the debt. That interest expense is blowing out 3 times higher than what it was before, maybe even more so than that. And so that's where it's becoming unattainable, and it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is if you're losing control of that interest expense, and you're losing control because now you have BRICS nations that are controlling the price of oil, which is your number one input to the price of everything, right? It's all constructed above the cost of energy. When you have that, when that leaves their hands, that they can't say, well, let's keep rates around 3% or 4%, let's bring them back down to those levels. When you lose control of that, what's coming next is this yield curve control, where they're going to say, well, we're going to just control the price, and they're already doing it in Japan, that it's going to be this, and it can't go any higher than that.
Is that coming to the U.S.?
Oh, it's coming to any G7 net consuming country. It's coming full steam. It's coming.
And you could argue that it's already there in some.
You absolutely can. I would argue that this facility that they stood up, this backstop facility, what is it actually doing? It's any bank that is underwater in treasuries that they're holding. It's saying, well, you can just put them on deposit here, we'll hold them, and then hopefully the price, the interest rates will come back down, and then we'll just put them back on your books, and we'll just act like the price wasn't trying to drop below a certain threshold. So when you're saying I don't want that price to drop below a certain threshold, what is that? It's a form of yield curve control, whether people want to believe it or not. They'll get into a terminology debate. And most arguments manifest themselves around your definition of something versus my definition of something. But regardless of what definition you're using, if the price is trying to drop below 85 and the par value is 100, and there's this entity that's willing to come in and say, I will always buy at 85, you can just put it on deposit over here, and then if the price gets back up above 85, I'm going to push it back onto your books. It's yield curve control. It's a form of yield curve control, but they're playing with the duration. And so, when people are like, well, it hasn't come here. Well, to Mark's point, maybe it kind of has already come here. And they're already toying around with all these, and they'll call it they'll use all these fancy names to mask. I mean, yield curve control alone is a fancy name that masks reality, where they're not allowing the pricing of money itself to take place in a free and open market. And that's extremely dangerous, and it actually accelerates all of this.
So we got about 10 minutes left, and so things are clearly breaking, right? This is not tenable over a long period of time.
Can I just add?
Yeah,
You're
of course.
saying over a long period of time, but like right now, the projected interest payments of the U.S. government is going to be on par with military spending. 20% of all income that the U.S. collects through taxes is going to go just to interest. Like that, I mean, it's just so staggering. Like,
Which may be nothing unless you realize that the U.S. spends 10 times more on its military than any other
I mean,
nation.
Exactly. Yeah, to me, like, if I had to name anything that's the biggest budget in the world, I would always have said the U.S. military. It's the biggest budget of anything. So it's just staggering. And just to kind of like, because people talk like, oh, in the next 20 years it's going to go out of control. I'm like, no, this is out of control.
Yeah. And to Preston's point, he called it an untenable situation. The Treasury put out a report in 2021 called it an unsustainable path. That was the title of their own report, admitting that this can't go on. We can't continue this way. The CBO is projecting, $50 trillion worth of debt by the end of the decade. So to their own admission, this is unsustainable. We just can't continue this way.
Gotcha. So I want to use the last couple minutes that we all have together, and I'm really enjoying this panel. Tur, Preston, Mark, thank you guys so much for joining us. This is the BitBlockBoom live stream, day 2. We're streaming it from the Swan Bitcoin channel, from the BitBlockBoom channel, and also Twitter Spaces, Simply Bitcoin, and BitBlockBoom. So thank you guys for tuning in. If you're enjoying the live stream, make sure to smash that like button. Anyways, guys, a lot of things, they printed a ridiculous amount of money, right? It doubled. I live in Miami. It doubled the housing, literally 2x'd it, right? Very, very quickly. Housing is becoming unaffordable, but where's the recession? Right, because I was speaking to Larry the other day, and he was like, "Look, like it's coming." Dr. Jeff Ross, it's coming, but we're almost. I think we're halfway through the year already, and a lot of people were predicting a recession this year. Where's the recession? Did these central bankers manage to pull off a soft landing? What happened?
I would say hell no, they haven't. I think it's still brewing. When you incentivize people to borrow a bunch of money at nothing %, they're going to do it, and they did do it. They went out and they borrowed as much as they could with as long as duration as they could muster. And as the rates were going up, what you found is nobody's rolling their debt. They're just trying to extend that runway out, and in some cases, especially if the debt's going down, they're rolling that debt because they want to capture the lower rates. But for the first time in 40 years, you have this aggressive uptrend. And so there's no incentive to roll that over. Well, they're going to get to a point where the duration runs out, and they're now forced to roll that debt at the higher rates. I've heard on a net basis that's kind of in the 24-25 time frame that a lot of that rolling over has to take place at these higher rates. So I think that's a really important point to understand for why it's taking so long. And I will tell you, I was very wrong about how long I thought this was. I thought these higher rates were just going to pop this thing like a zit. And it has really extended itself out way longer than I had ever anticipated if you would have asked me, a year and a half or 2 years ago.
Tur?
I'll take. I have a little bit of a contrarian take on this. I think in regards to most people, and that is, I agree 100% with Preston. And I did a video recently, and I talked about Allstate, the insurance company, and they did a report that a car accident happens every 6 minutes. There's always a crash coming. Will this market crash? 100%. Did they save the market? Absolutely no. But how long can they continue this game? And that's
Yeah.
the question, because I got my ass kicked in 2008, and I kept waiting. Like, they didn't fix the problem just got bigger. The banks aren't solved, like, it's going to crash again. 2012, 2013, 2015, it's come, and it's like they continue to extend it out. And so you got the Harry Dents of the world and the Peter Schiffs, and they're the broken clocks that will eventually be right. And so I think it's just important to understand that we have the way that we think the market should work or should respond if we want it to, but then we also have what we're in. And so we're in a bull market, technically a bull market, until otherwise. Right now, we just bounced off the Fed's news yesterday out of the Wyoming market, and it is what it is. They did not fix it. They have only kicked the can down the road. The question is, how long can they continue to kick down the road? And every time it thinks that we think they're out of moves, they pull some other rabbit out of the hat. And so now, like I was talking with Nick Badia last night, and he's just talking about all the swap lines that they've already opened up, these new facilities they've opened up. Like, they're signaling to the market, they're already creating this to prevent this. So they didn't fix it. 100% is going to crash. The question is when, and I just think that some of us can be surprised how much longer it can go.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess my take is I've just given up on dollar-denominated charts. I express my charts in CRB index, which is commodities. You just look at, basically take off the dollar glasses, put on commodities glasses.
Let me stop you right there. Could you explain what your logic is, for...
Yeah, because they're printing the dollar into oblivion, and if you look at, CPI is lying, so you have to like take into account either high inflation. Ultimately, everything we do, all our expenditures are coming from basic input costs like oil and gas and foods, agriculture products, and of course some metals as well. And that's just what this index does. And it goes back 50 years, so you can really work with it. And then above all, the reason why I've stuck with it the last 10 years I've been playing with this is that it creates beautiful charts that actually make sense instead of just markets going up and up into oblivion, seemingly. Even on logarithmic charts, you're seeing just continuous uptrends. And then what you see is that actually the global stock markets, they broke in 2021. Global bond markets broke in 2021. Housing broke in 2021 from a 12-year streak of massive rallies. So I believe we're in a bear market. 2021 was the start. This is going to be a multi-year, call it a depression, that's how I see it.
I just have one other comment, and I'm going to put people back in dollar terms, and I agree with Tur 100% that if you're really trying to look at things and invest in a long-term viewpoint, you do want to redenominate the denominator in those charts into something else that's hard. And if you're not doing it in something hard, I would recommend you do it in the M2 money supply in each discrete point back in time, and those tell one hell of a story. But if you are just looking at it in dollar terms, typically a chart that I really like is when the yield curve gets inverted, and I would encourage people to use the longest duration with some of the shortest duration, so like a 30-year to a 3-month. When you look at that spread, and you look at it when it goes negative, when you look at when it starts to go positive again, once that shift happens, once you kind of have this volatility trend that breaks, that starts to go positive again, you don't see a bottom in equities for 600 days, like 2 years after that starts to go back positive again or starts to move in that direction. That hasn't even happened yet. So that if that trend would continue, and I'm not saying that it is, I just kind of suspect that just using that as a benchmark through the last 40 years, that's kind of been a good indicator as far as timing. That would put us out into 25 right now before you would find a bottom in this recession that we're talking about, at least from an equity standpoint.
I just want to say that I think what Tur said was actually really cool, and I'm going to start looking at things more that way. It's absolutely right. We need to compare things against other things, and specifically what we really want, which is goods and services, commodities. I know, Preston, you put out a ton of charts breaking down stock market moves against M2 money supply, which is a great way to do it, like kind of backing out the increase in the monetary supply, but also commodities. So certainly recommend. I'm going to start looking at it that way.
Get the four of us, but
send it to me. I can share my. I actually made a deck just yesterday. I can share it with you. I would say also to the point about the traditional indicators of recessions. People are saying like, oh, but there's full employment. Like even the White House is boasting like record high employment. It's like, yeah, but look at all those people that are suffering despite having jobs, right? They're not making enough. These people, and so it's just so frustrating to look at that and being like, oh, but they have jobs, they're fine, right? Or even on the public radio, I heard like oh yeah, gas prices are up again, but you know, a lot of people don't realize that gasoline is only 4% of the CPI inflation. You know, it's kind of like people like need to buy gas. Like your CPI index is just gobbledygook. It doesn't matter. Like real life people need enough money to pay the bills. So I mean, it's absurd to me that this is not called a recession. Like people are suffering.
So you said something really interesting, Preston, and along those lines, right? This around 2025. That is the year that if Bitcoin continues to follow its previous cycles, we will reach a cycle top, right? So do you think that this macro recession will affect the Bitcoin pricing cycles?
I feel like Binance is a bigger factor. Like if Binance topples, like yeah, we'll see another dip, like maybe like with FTX or something. But to me, it's just like people are expecting the bailouts to happen just right away. So how deep a market's really gonna fall? They're gonna be standing. I mean, the bank runs are probably still happening. Banks are still teetering. So I just don't really believe that they're gonna allow markets to go that low for that long. And what we've seen, I think. This is the big takeaway for me. Bitcoin doesn't correlate with much, but it does correlate with new money entering the system, M2 especially, and that's bailouts. So as soon as we're seeing bailouts, smart money is going to move in and predict the inflation down the road and just buy Bitcoin.
And I would tell people to look at global M2, not just the M2 in the US, but like take each major country that has a significant amount of currency in the overall global economy, and you got to dollar convert that M2, and then you got to combine those M2s to really kind of have a global sight picture of the liquidity that's being added or taken out of the system. And when you look at that in a log chart, it's just going straight up and to the right in log term on a y-axis log y-axis, right? So that means it's going like that if you put it in linear terms.
So, since we're all fans of central banking, that's been established already on this panel. They just met. I would call them the monetary demons. Marty Bent calls them the unproductive class. Whatever you choose to frame it as. They just met in Jackson Hole, and Christine, I'm going to play a message from our favorite central banker, Christine Lagarde. Let's see what she has to say.
Hello to all of you, and I would like to share this panorama that Bitcoin is the setting of the Jackson Hole.
I'm playing a meme. I apologize, guys. But anyways, God damn it, Yellow.
Those were my. That was the comments I had for you.
That's how you feel about it.
That's how I feel about it.
I got yellowed. Anyways, but no, she was basically saying, the central banking talks, like we got a solution for inflation. We got this solution for keep trusting us. You can rely on us. You can, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyways, guys.
Wasn't she, remember there was a video of her like last year where she was on some talk show and they were showing the debt. And they're like, how does that come down? And she's like, don't worry, it will. Yeah, but how?
We'll figure it out.
Don't worry.
I think she got mad.
The thing that I can't wrap my head around is she's posting this, and if you go into the comments of the post, every single comment on the post is somebody saying buy Bitcoin, like that's a lie, and every comment is just destroying her. I don't know how these people continue to make these posts, and it's just a market, like their posts are turning into marketing campaigns for that which it's the opposite of what they're trying to do. I just can't understand how they're not understanding that. That speaks to their incompetence, I guess.
That's because all those people are stupid and they're ruining the democracy, and we have to take away their voice. Otherwise, people don't know who to follow.
Dude, it's insane. It's insane.
So do you think they really believe what it is they're saying themselves?
I think they believe that the system is super shaky. They're worried. They believe there is no other way. They don't trust people to come up with their own technology. They don't trust people to take care of themselves. They feel like they are the ruling class, and they need to try to be good parents to all these toddlers that are, the regular people. And I think genuinely they believe they're doing their best. I just disagree with that, that way of looking at society, but I think that's how they see it.
Okay, so I was finally able to play the video and we got about a couple minutes left, so I really want to share this and I want to get your guys' reactions. I know I'm not going to get memed this time because this is directly from the source herself. So I'm going to play the video, guys, and you let me know your thoughts on what Christine Lagarde had to say.
Hello to all of you, and I would like to share this magnificent panorama that is behind me. It is the setting of the Jackson Hole conference that takes place every year. It is a little bit like the Sintra of the West, except it's been around for longer. Many central bank governors, many academics, many experts in monetary policy and on the economy in general will be gathering for 2 days, and we will talk about the current situation, the major shifts that we are seeing, the major breaks, and how we can best respond with good policies that will actually help bring inflation back to 2%. This is the goal, this is the mission. We're not done yet, we are working hard, but we also have to compare notes and share our views with others so that we can have really the highest level of confidence that we are taking everything into account.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't.
Where's
continue.
the puke sound effect? We need the puke sound effect.
Opti, we don't have that on the sound? We don't.
I think they're all idiots, and when I say that, I mean that very liberally, because I think anybody who thinks they can be in that role and do a better job would also be an idiot. Because to think the fact that they're experts in monetary policy and they can control an economy, you're an idiot to think that. It's not just them; it's everybody. And back to your question earlier, I mean, Yellen is for sure believing she can do it. She's an MMTer, right? She's a Keynesian, and they all are. It's hard to hear that.
I felt like my body language analysis part is like, I thought she looked worried when she was like, we're talking about the current situation and, how things are breaking, what's happening. I feel like she looks worried. That's the kind of stuff I look for. Like, of course, she's trying to stay on top of things. That's how she sees herself. Yeah, just trying to put on a good mood.
And Preston, question to you. Do you believe that this 2% target is even feasible?
I guess my question that pops into my head, and it's popping into a lot more people's heads right now, is why 2%? Was it Powell that was asked this?
They asked him.
Yeah.
And his answer was it was insane.
It was an abomination. And he just bumbled around and didn't get to the point and just said a bunch of just qualitative nothingness, right? And so we got to get it back to the 2% target. And I think you're getting this population that's starting to say, well, hold on a second. Why do we even need 2%? Why isn't 1%? Why isn't it 5%? Like, and it's really, it's just pulling the veil back on this reality that everybody's just bought into through their whole lives, because there's been stability, and it's all cracking. And I agree with you. I think she looked worried. And again, if you would click on that off of her Twitter and go into the comments, just read what people are posting. It's wild.
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to the concept, right? And this is why I think what Javier Milei is doing in Argentina is so important, right? Because he's shifting the Overton window to the concept of there shouldn't be inflation in the first place, right? So what can we how do we accelerate that process? Is it a process where in the developed world where they have relatively stable fiat currencies, where we have okay, guys, we're going to switch it back to the main stage. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the news desk. I want to thank our guests, Mark Moss, Preston Pish, Tur the Mister, and we're going to put it back there. All right, guys.
I had the opportunity to meet you yet. My name is Lynn, and together with the awesome surfer Jim and Gary, our host, we do a weekly Twitter X Spaces, BitBlockBoom Twitter Spaces on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. So when you get home, a couple weeks from now, a month from now, you're feeling that withdrawal of the BitBlockBoom community, be sure to tune in, join us, stop in. We have special guests. We love to talk about Bitcoin and self-sovereignty and all those things that make life worth living. So by way of a little intro, I live in Mexico City. I am class of 2013 Bitcoin. And for about the last 10 years, I've been running a venture capital fund that supports tech startups, early stage from Mexico and Latin America. And I'll be winding that down to focus this year to focus more fully on Bitcoin, so expect to see more of me. But when Gary asked me to introduce Max and Stacy, I was thrilled because of two reasons. One, couldn't be easier, right? If there's anyone in this room that doesn't know who Max and Stacy is, then you probably shouldn't be here, but happy that you are. Anyway, in terms of Bitcoin adoption, it's like the second reason I was really happy to and honored to be introducing them is because of the relationship that I have to LATAM and the appreciation I feel for them for really helping to develop the Bitcoin ethos and community in Latin America and to set an example for the rest of the world. So I mentioned that I was BitClass 2013. I learned about it December 2012, bought my first Bitcoin in 2013, February. And the reason wasn't because of the if, it was because of the how. So I had to kind of struggle a little bit to figure out how to buy it, but it came very clearly to me, which is different than I think a lot of people during that time and in my era. And the reason was, I'm pretty sure, is because having lived in Mexico and experienced personally a 50% devaluation in the assets I had in Mexico during the time I lived there, remittance payments that were sometimes as high as 40%, and the pain of sending money back and forth cross-border, I really understood to my core the problems that many parts of the world suffer. And I think a lot of us in this room are blessed enough to not have experienced those things. But I did see Bitcoin not as an asset, but a financial technology that could really help change and give financial inclusion to many parts of the world that didn't have it. So what Max and Stacy are doing in El Salvador and the time that they're devoting is really important. And I think we owe them a big round of applause and a big welcome. And the one other thing I want to mention is not only is it adoption, but they are really helping lay the groundwork for a whole new industry and a way of life for the El Salvadorian youth. So Max, Stacy, welcome to BitBlockBoom.
I think, hello, I think Lynn said something about if you don't know who we are, then you shouldn't be here. Anybody not know who we are? Raise your hand and then get the fuck out.
Whoa, that's harsh.
Right.
Dun, 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 dun,
I already blew this.
dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
So, hello. First of all, get your ass to El Salvador because it's not nearly as hot as this place. Holy shit. Like, whoa. It is so hot here. What the hell? What do people do here in Austin, Max?
It's hotter than a crab's ass.
Oh my God, I couldn't believe this. And it's like 32 degrees inside.
Yeah. It's quite a contrast.
Like, I want to put this hoodie on because I'm so cold. So, you know, I brought this up here too, because my name tag, they said, well, you know, basically we told everybody if they don't know who Max and Stacy is, then get the fuck out. So that's why nobody here raised their hand. But so we don't need to put your name on your name tag, they said. So they put El Salvador as winning. And when I was out there, and lots of people were stopping and saying, you know, all sorts of stuff. But several people told me El Salvador has to win. It has to win. Right? So this is kind of the theme of what we're going to talk about is why El Salvador is winning and why we all need to make sure El Salvador wins, because El Salvador is the ARC. El Salvador is Bitcoin country, and we need El Salvador. Everybody needs El Salvador. Every Bitcoiner in this room needs El Salvador to win.
Yeah, it's the indispensable nation at this time. So it made Bitcoin legal tender, and the ethos and philosophy of Bitcoin is percolated throughout the country, throughout the leadership, throughout the population. and it's becoming really the Bitcoin citadel, and it's fundamentally changed the country and the region. And I think, for example, the president has decided to clean up the gangs in El Salvador, and that's yep, you know, because with Bitcoin, it demonetizes violence and it monetizes peace and love because it's unconfiscatable. I saw Tone Vay's. There's Tone, and somebody said Tone actually kind of invented the term unconfiscatable. So yeah, okay, because I use it a lot. So I'm glad to finally give credit to the guy who came up with it. So because Bitcoin is unconfiscatable and you can't confiscate Bitcoin through coercion, through violence, through force, you have to come to the transaction with something peaceful, something somebody else wants for your Bitcoin. So it demonetizes violence. And we see this in El Salvador. They became violence intolerant. And they said, we don't need violence. We're going to get rid of the violence. And as a result, there's an incredible renaissance, as Stacy likes to say.
Max has read all the slides, and he's like running through them all right now before we could get to them. But so thank you for coming, and it was great. Whoops. No, actually, while people were saying that, El Salvador needs to win, and you were kind of talking about this, is that, it made me think, and the President Bukele has tweeted along these lines of like, hard times create strong men create good times. And so we're in that period right now of the strong men creating good times. And that's why we need strong people, like not, people with integrity and ethics. Bitcoiners to come to El Salvador. Of course, anybody in this room who's been through a few crashes or cycles, who have a honey badger sort of mentality, that's the essence of a strong man, right? A strong person. So let's start with this first slide because this is El Salvador is winning, right? President Bukele, I really, really want to say, I told you so. Of course, when President Bukele made Bitcoin legal tender in El Salvador, what did the mainstream media say? What did the financial press say? What did the US press say? What did the US government say? What did the IMF say? What did the World Bank say? What did everybody say? You're going to fail, right? Well, El Salvador President Nayib Bukele scared off Wall Street by embracing Bitcoin. They say 2 years later, the bond rally he's overseeing is proving too lucrative to resist.
Yep. The economy has benefited wildly. So the bond market, the Salvadoran government bond is the best performing bond in the world this past year. Right? So it's up, I think, 70%. So that's the financial press has had to back down, and they were wrong. And President Bukele likes to say, "I told you so," every couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, like Max and I have been in El Salvador we're going on 2 years now. It's going to be 2 years in a few months. We just raised $1 billion foreign direct investment into El Salvador for volcano energy. We're going to be mining Bitcoin using geothermal. And, when I spoke to Bloomberg, a journalist, on Zoom, and they said, you're not going to be able to raise $1 billion. And I said, no, we already have it. We have it. This was a year before we announced it. And he's like, no, you don't. And I'm like, I am telling you, we have it. They're like, no. And they ran a headline, they're failed. The investors are scared off. I was like, what the fuck? I told you the opposite. And sure enough, we always had it. I literally told him so.
Yeah, so the $1 billion volcano energy project is up and running. We've got geothermal mining that we're tapping into, and we're going to geographically decentralize the Bitcoin mining around the world. So part of the mission there is to have some hash rate going in El Salvador, which is the Bitcoin ARC, to give some more robustness to the geographical decentralization of Bitcoin mining. And so they said everything that everybody says that can't be done, we do it. We do it easily. We do it gracefully. I think one of the greatest things about President Bukele is that he just does things in a way that's very graceful, and he's just having fun because he knows what he's doing, which is, I think, unique amongst world leaders.
Well, actually, that's a good point, because President Bukele makes it look easy, but this is proof of work. This is hard money, and it's hard. Like, it's not as easy as he makes it look. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, about how to keep that first mover advantage. Of course, Ben Franklin, when they wrote the U.S. Constitution, and famously a woman asked him, "Hey, Mr. Franklin, what do we have?" And he goes, "You have a republic if you can keep it." Well, we have a first mover advantage if you can keep it. This is the same for all Bitcoiners, right? You have Bitcoin, you have the perfect money if you can keep it. And the longer you're in it, like, maybe it gets easier now, but it certainly was hard in 2011, 12, 13, 14 with hacks and securing your Bitcoin and shitcoins coming along. Like, if you still have Bitcoin after any amount of time, like, you deserve it. Like, you've held it, you've kept it. And so how to maintain, like, you declare Bitcoin legal tender, you're Bitcoin country, and you have the first mover advantage if you can keep it. So how do you get all the best and the brightest? How do you get the highest, ethical companies in this space, i.e. Bitcoin, just Bitcoin companies, and not all the shitcoin and crypto companies? So, when Max and I first arrived, we were looking around, and this is before we were like advisors or doing anything for the president. It was like, what can we do here as Bitcoiners? And as being in Bitcoin for a long time, but also like a different stage in our life. Some other, younger people are at a different point. They might have to work more or do other stuff. So at first we were like, okay, we've had VC funds and we were early investors back in like 2012 and a lot of the exchanges in the Bitcoin space, because that's what was needed back then. Now it seems like a space with a lot of companies, but back then it was Mt. Gox and Intersango and one or two others that blew up and disappeared with everybody's money. But so we were early investors, so we thought, like, let's start investing, right? And startups in El Salvador in the Bitcoin space. And then we were like, where are all the Bitcoin engineers? And we're like, there were none there. So then we'll get into what we've done that with Kubo Plus and education projects and from there. But what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, so when we arrived, our instinct was to do a VC fund, which we set up. And then it was clear that there was a need for engineers. We wanted homegrown engineers, and we wanted to develop the talent there. We knew the talent was there. So there was a call out. We made some help with the government to essentially canvass the country and to put the call out to every university, really, every student, that if they're interested in becoming Bitcoin developers and Bitcoin programmers, to come to this program that really started. I don't know if you've gotten into with the Jimmy Song program.
Yeah, we're going to get to that in a few slides.
Right.
But I just want to, so, when we're looking at El Salvador and how to maintain this first mover advantage when we first arrived there, what we understood and what we knew as being Bitcoiners were, first of all, Renaissance 2.0, Bitcoin maximalism. You could only do this, you can only win. The only path to winning was Bitcoin maximalism, right? You could do shitcoinery like Dubai, or Hong Kong, like all the space to compete for those 25, 30,000, whatever, how many ever shitcoins there are, that's a race to the bottom, right? But if you could be not only effortlessly cool like President Bukele and have, the coming out of the hard times that created the strong men and having that transformation of your society that is so unique, is such a unique moment in history. For me, why I called it Renaissance 2.0 is the same thing with Renaissance 1.0, is when I look at the history of what happened to Florence, the florin came first, the perfect money at that time that the florin represented in terms of a standardization of the weight and the confidence of merchants throughout North Africa and other parts of the world to accept the florin. The perfect money led to the Renaissance as more and more wealth came to Florence and participated in and built this economy. And I figured a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that this same thing could happen in El Salvador. So, from that, foundation of having Bitcoin legal tender, a great leader, the equivalent of a Lorenzo the Magnificent in Florence, that we could attract those equivalents of the best merchants in the world, i.e. the best Bitcoiners and the best Bitcoin companies.
Right. Bitcoiners are born twice, right? When they buy Bitcoin, they become a Bitcoiner, then they become Bitcoin maximalists, really the second birth, right?
That guy was just reborn.
Just sprung into existence spontaneously out of the womb of Satoshi.
Dunking him under the water.
He's gestating in there for 9 minutes, and then the block just happened. And he burst out of Satoshi's womb. Because Satoshi's woke, so of course he has a vagina. Of course. Let's not be kidding ourselves. He's an hermaphrodite. And what the fuck was I talking about?
I can move to the next slide if you want.
Oh yeah, Bitcoin maximalism.
You're trapped.
You're born twice, you see. So you're born as a Bitcoin. And as Jesus said, the path narrows. People say, why are you so toxic, you fucking asshole? To me, they say that.
That's me. That's like what I
And I say, good morning. And they say, why aren't you more accommodating? Why don't you open the floodgates and welcome all? Because the path narrows, and Jesus would say. The path toward maximalism gets narrower, doesn't widen, because you have to come to grips with yourself. The maximalism is to know yourself, which is the most horrifying experience anyone can have. To know yourself. We spend our entire life avoiding that confrontation. But with Bitcoin, you must face yourself to become a true maximalist and to prepare yourself for the Bitcoin singularity, which is coming soon.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Okay. So, because I see the time, draining.
Time is flying. What's the next slide?
TikTok, next block, Max. TikTok, next slide. So, Enlightenment 2.0, life, liberty, property. Going back to the first slide, or the first concept of, we have a republic if you can keep it, is we have the shining city on the hill is now El Salvador. Life, liberty, and property are protected. And it's really dramatic. End of that at the same time in the United States. We all see the headlines. Even MSNBC and CNN have to report on it now of the mass looting events across California. I doubt that would ever happen in Texas. I don't think it would. It would result too well. The consequences would be felt in a bullet hole probably if anybody did that here. But that was very important, and when Max and I arrived, this was before the war against gangs. And now after it, you do see, I knew when we went there that we had the Renaissance 2.0 coming, and I knew it was going to be a huge transformation. But at that time, I was worried because there were vast areas of the country that were occupied by gangs that took 20, 30% of everybody's income by force. You know, the first 7 months we lived in a hotel in San Salvador, and all the staff, the waiters and stuff like that, lived in Soyapango mostly, some in Apopa and some in Ilopango, that were gang-occupied areas, and they would have to give over money when they got off the bus to the gangs. And then, like, we got the feedback as the you know, securing the blessings of liberty happened. Like, as the gangs were eradicated, you saw it in the people we were interacting with every single day, that they had more money suddenly. Their life, their liberty, and their property were secured, and we saw that happen. And Max and I were there on the ground. There were quite a few Bitcoiners, you saw it on Bitcoin Twitter, who were like, oh, President Bukele is a dictator, and you know, that he's evil and all this sort of stuff. But we saw actual Salvadorans who had been under occupation by these violent gangsters being liberated.
Right. Well, you know, this is an interesting conversation about, you know, libertarianism, anarcho-capitalism, Bitcoinism, Shintoism, Christianity, Starbucks, and gonads. And what I mean by that is government is, at least, at the very minimalist least, is to provide security. This is a job.
That's what Bastiat said.
Right. This is something a government does. So this is the minimal functionality of the Salvadoran government, is to provide security. So that's what they did. They got rid of the gangs, and they protected the human rights of 7 million Salvadorans. And I'm not clear why this is such a big issue amongst those in the Wall Street Journal and other publications who would characterize the guy who cleaned up the terrorism and the gangs as he himself being in the wrong. No, but then that's a publication coming out of a country where looting has been legalized. So I'm not surprised that they've got the whole thing upside down.
Well, as Frederick Bastiat said in his pamphlet, The Law, when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that justifies it and a moral code that glorifies it. And that's what you have here, and that's what we see ending in El Salvador. And so it is part of the great, I had called it was the greatest rebrand in history, but it's more than just a rebrand, it's a transformation, and you see it, and it was important for that to happen. So, you know, we're on the ground and we're in El Salvador, and El Salvador is winning, and it's winning because of these choices and these decisions that President Bukele made. And, you know, it's important, like, when people ask, like, what's the next country to hyper-Bitcoinize like this? And I had said at Bitcoin 2023 in Miami that I don't think there will be another one, like, because you need, like, President Bukele is a once in 500 year sort of leader. Like, you need that sort of guy who is actually a leader. If you research, like, what makes a great leader, they have to have principles, they have to have a vision, they have to have the strength to withstand, like, to maintain that vision, to, like, persuade not only the population, but to have faith in their own vision. Because when the IMF, when the US government, when all these, like, huge, the New York Times, the Washington Post, like, we were there when they were, like, descending on the country, writing all sorts of horrible stuff. It's like a lot of pressure. But to have somebody able to withstand that and to stay strong and stay, you know, like, maintain their conviction and their faith and their vision. You know, there aren't very many leaders in the world, and you can see that. Like, they don't have that ability. And I think, Max, you always say, like, you know, you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you. And it's part of the whole process that we're seeing in El Salvador with the president, with the country, and with the people moving there.
Yeah. So making Bitcoin legal tender was part of the equation, and the other part of the equation is to keep the shitcoins out. So there had to be a barrier to entry for shitcoins. So there was the new securities law that was introduced that effectively says anything that's not Bitcoin is a security. And so during the last year, when Do Kwon blew up, when Celsius blew up, when all these shitcoins blew up, Sam Bankman-Fried, all these things blew up, nothing like this happened in El Salvador. Because there were already laws in place that prevented shitcoins from coming in by saying that if you're not Bitcoin, you're security, and go see the securities regulator. And of course, the cost of going through the securities regulator was too high for a shitcoin, so they didn't do it. It was an effective barrier to keep the shitcoins out. And so that's two parts of the equation.
We don't need those. Those are weak people, right? We don't. The good times only happen because of the strong man. We're still in that process. Like, we need to have all the good, high ethics people there and contributing.
It's a semi-permeable membrane, right? So the Bitcoiners, the maximalists can get in, right? But the shitcoiners, there's a very, very high barrier to entry, and it's been very effective so far in keeping them out.
If you ever show up at the airport in San Salvador, Max is there, like checking everybody, see if they have Doge or whatever shitcoin in their pocket.
Yeah.
But we only have, we're coming down to the time we have to talk about Kubo Plus. So we have 2 slides here, Kubo Plus. Oh, you recognize that guy, right? The hat?
Yeah.
That's Jimmy Song. So in that photo there, you see him with a lot of young Salvadoran guys. There were 2 girls who also, well, one girl made it to that to the final 12 that got to Jimmy Song's class. So I think this was the most amazing thing. Like, this turned out to be such a huge success, and it it makes me cry really to see that we were part of this. So when we were there from the very beginning, we started the VC, and then we realized we needed the devs, because we wanted, they had to participate too. Salvadoran people had to benefit from the decisions that the president had made. And we knew good times were coming. And immediately, I called Jimmy Song. I reached out to him. That was in January or February 2022. And then we arranged for a programming Bitcoin course in July of 2022. And that's 2 or 3 days. We had 7 students, the Jimmy Song 7. But it wasn't enough. I knew we needed something bigger. And this only came about because we were still building a foundation and an infrastructure for a Bitcoin citadel, for Bitcoin country. And we had opened a Bitcoin embassy in Lugano, Switzerland. And the reason why we opened a Bitcoin embassy in Lugano, Switzerland, were some of our partners, including Bitfinex, Paolo Arduino, Folger Ventures there, who are really hardcore Bitcoiners. Folger invests a huge amount into Lightning. And working with them was the real spark, right? Because Folger, Oleg at Folger has a huge, long history of academic excellence. He's transformed universities, actually, in Moscow Polytech, for example. He came into this project, and not only did we find all the funding from Lugano, because it's a really expensive project that we've done, but they got all of the top coders in the world, like Peter Todd, Jimmy Song, Giacomo Zucco, Lisa Nygut. We had all these people participate, come to El Salvador, and train the best of El Salvador to be Bitcoin and Lightning devs.
Yeah, big shout out to Jimmy Song. There's
a local Texan.
That was the first call, you know, and now there's 7 young programmers in El Salvador wearing cowboy hats.
Now, we now have 21. We have
Now
21.
there's 21. And there's a huge bet that if the message went out there that there was this fantastic program that these young devs would show up, and they did. And so this is really at the beginning of it's that little piece in the oyster that becomes the pearl, right? You know, this is the beginning of the formation of a pearl of a volcano, you know, alley or of a Silicon Valley, Volcano Valley, El Salvador homegrown talent.
And it was very funny because it was don't trust, verify, right? So we went to University Don Bosco in San Salvador, in Soyapango, and they, you know, I think it's like a Christian university, private university, that they have some computer science course, and we asked them, they emailed all of their students to invite them to participate in this. And there were forum boards, apparently, like Facebook pages, saying this must be a scam. Like, there's no way this is real. Safe Dina Moose, by the way, also came over and taught the students on the philosophy and economics of Bitcoin. But there was a lot of doubt. And when we met the parents at graduation, they all thought, several of them said that we thought like you were going to ask us for money, like that there was some con at the end of this because it seemed too good to be real. But these are the good times. These are the strong men that will create the good times. This is the Renaissance 2.0. The Enlightenment 2.0. These are the people, these are the kids that are going to maintain it. So they've all graduated and they're now getting internships for the next few months. Some of them are going to Lugano for the Bitcoin conference there and for further, education there as well.
Yeah, and I just again emphasize that everyone should come visit us in El Salvador because it's really a country that's been liberated from 30, 40 years of civil war and then gang war. And people are just out of their house and they're partying, and the atmosphere is fun and it's joyous and it's liberating, and it's a great change of pace. If you ever want to overcome feeling like, oh my God, things are rotten, come to El Salvador and feel like a rebirth.
And speaking of rebirth, even Reuters has some of the worst headlines ever about El Salvador. They were one of the biggest fraudsters on earth about El Salvador. And here's a headline: El Salvador partnership to build $1 billion Bitcoin mining farm. So $1 billion foreign direct investment into El Salvador, that's 3% of GDP in one investment into El Salvador. So this is a sort of transformation that's happening. Max is the chairman of Volcano Energy, and that's just the start. And we know this is the heart of, we're talking about Bitcoin mining. Probably for Texas, this is like, oh, that's puny. Okay, we know you have massive Bitcoin mining operations here, but come to El Salvador, join us there, and we encourage more of you to actually come and build with us. I have a booth outside with pamphlet for how to move to El Salvador, how to move your business there, how to come join us, how to participate in Bitcoin country. Because El Salvador has to win, and El Salvador wins with Bitcoiners.
Yep, and I think the Miss Universe contest is coming to El Salvador. They've allowed me to enter for obvious reasons. The best legs of Bitcoin. I think no one would argue that. So very excited. I root for me to win Miss Universe. What else? Fuck around, find out?
Last two, and this is why we want Bitcoiners to come, because fuck around, find out. That was CAR, because of course Central African Republic did make Bitcoin legal tender. They were the second one to do that, and that didn't turn out quite well because of course certain shitcoiners and private jets showed up and introduced Sango coin, and the whole thing fell apart very rapidly. So luckily we never went down that path, and because we have a once in 500 year sort of leader. But we welcome everybody to come join us in Bitcoin country.
Yeah, everyone's welcome. Come on down.
And vote for Max for Miss Universe.
Vote for me.
Hello, hello. I'm Lisa Huff. Some of you don't know how to say my last name, but it's like tough, which I am not. Just a few comments. We've got somebody amazing coming up on stage. I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself and what I'm working on, and please reach out to me if this is something that you're interested in or you want to talk about Bitcoin with somebody. Hit me up on Twitter, hit me up on LinkedIn. I do reply to everything. So I came out of the energy trading business, and it was a great career, probably the best career in the world until you find Bitcoin. Worked at Enron, Fibro, which was a division of Solomon Brothers, a couple of other big utilities, and I ran a spec trading book where we spent a lot of time figuring out how to arbitrage hard assets. Fast forward, here we are in Bitcoin mining. And how I spend my time now is really helping energy companies figure out how to touch Bitcoin. So I'm going to give you one example as to why this is really compelling. In Houston, we have one of the largest power producers in the country. 4% of the time, they pay to have power taken from them because there's not enough demand on the grid, and it's economically more viable for them to just pay to get rid of it. Enter Bitcoin mining. Up until about 3 years ago, they'd never heard about Bitcoin until I went into their office and told their president and CEO, who's a good friend, you really need to know about this thing called Bitcoin. You should hold it on your treasury, and you guys should be mining Bitcoin. And he was very nice. They gave me coffee. They let me talk for about an hour, and then they escorted me out. But fast forward, guess who's now showing up at Bitcoin meetups? The energy companies. And I really believe that they are the next wave of adoption. It's in their interest, it's in their shareholders' interest. I think they will be our greatest marketing team ever. But enough about me. You guys are here today to listen to Mark Moss. He is a gem. I've gotten to know him. He was kind enough to have me on his podcast. And if you don't know this about him, it's pretty astonishing. His YouTube and his social media channels have gotten 100 million views. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. He's the author, the Uncommunist Manifesto, and a partner in the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund. They invest in Bitcoin ecosystem companies. Thank God. We need investment. So without further ado, the main attraction, Mark Moss.
So guys, woohoo! I know it's late in the day. Hopefully you guys are over the food coma, right? You still got some energy? You're gonna stick with me here. All right, I gotta wait for this to reset, but let me just ask a question. Who likes to wait? You guys like to wait long periods of time? One person. Would you agree that it's easier to wait if you know how long you have to actually wait for? Yeah, right? So I know a lot of people think that Bitcoin adoption is coming, Bitcoin hyperinflation is coming. Who thinks it's coming in the next 3 or 4 years? 5 or 10 years? Okay, there we go. All right. So what I want to talk about today is my slides up? Bitcoin and the recurring theme, and how we can look through history to see what it is that we're actually dealing with, how this all unravels, what type of time periods we have, and most importantly, what we should all be doing as Bitcoiners through these different cycles in order to get the adoption to happen. that sound good? Because we should be doing something. I just want to tell you guys something. You guys, the Bitcoin maximalists, the hodlers, and you're going to go get your little Bitcoin and go hodl on the hill, that ain't going to cut it, all right? We have to be more active. We can't be passive with this. It's time for action, all right? Now, I do also want to say just one quick disclaimer. I have to say this. I'm going to be talking my book here. I'm going to be shilling. I own Bitcoin. And so I hope that you guys buy it too. Sound good? Because we all like the NGU, number go up, right? All right, so it's always been technology that changes the world. We can look back through thousands of years of history, and it's always one small piece of technology that changes the world as we know it. History shows us that. It changes the way that we work, the way that we communicate, the way that we organize. It changes our structures. It changes our institutions. It changes our mental paradigms. It drives massive amounts of change, changing us and the world as we know it. Bitcoin, and the point that I want to make here is that Bitcoin is not even just a new technology. A lot of people think it is, which it is a new technology, but it's what I believe is actually creating a technological revolution, which is much different than a new technology. I'm going to break that down. There's been 5 technological revolutions that have happened over the last 300 years, and I believe Bitcoin is helping us usher in the 6th technological revolution, and it's one that I've titled called the decentralized revolution. I have a nationally syndicated radio show. Apparently, some people still listen to the radio. It's on the iHeartRadio network, and each and every week I talk about the decentralized revolution, talking about the way that the world is changing. When new technologies happen, it's one new piece of technology, isolated on its own, that's typically an extension of a previous cycle. An iPhone, for example. Everyone have an iPhone? Most of you? No, you're good Bitcoiners. You have Androids, right? The iPhone, whatever, the smartphone is a new piece of technology, and it was cool. It extended the last revolution, but by itself, it was just a computer and a phone. We put the two together. That's cool. Didn't change the course of the world. Tech revolutions, in contrast, changed the entire techno-economic paradigm that we know. They give us a new set of building blocks to build new things that we never could have imagined. Us as humans, we're no good at imagining the future because all we can do is imagine a better version of what we have today. And we can only imagine a better version of what we have today based off of the building blocks that we have. And that's why technological revolutions are so much different. So they change the course of humanity, and they also drive financial markets. All right, they're different than new technologies in several different ways. And there's 2 different ways that they interact with each other. I've sort of drawn this up here. There's 2 ways. One, technological revolutions are not just a new technology, but a cluster of new technologies, a cluster of dynamic products, technologies, industries, and infrastructure that generate explosive growth and positive change. They work with some of the old technologies, some of the old, more generic technologies, some of the organizational principles that we have in order to create new engines of growth within that. And together, it creates more productivity in the entire system. So that's what technology is supposed to do, create more productivity. Of course, the fiat money system works against us. That's a whole other topic. So what I want to break down for you real quick is the difference of new technologies versus technological revolutions. And there's really 4 distinct ways this changes. All right, 4 distinct ways: the scope and the impact, the economic and social implications of that, the institutional and ideologies of that, and the timing and duration. The timing and duration is what we're going to go into so you can know how long you have to wait. And then, like I said, we'll talk about what you have to be doing. So first of all, the difference of a new technology: the iPhone, a personal computer, a laptop. Those are all technologies, and they're all cool, and they're all transformative, and I love them, and I use them. But the technological revolution is different in the scope and the impact. So in the scope and impact, it's a cluster of interrelated technologies that transform multiple aspects of a society and the economy, and they have profound and long-lasting impacts. They change the course of humanity. Now, when we look at Bitcoin specifically, and we'll bring this back to some things that you already know, but Bitcoin specifically, we can already see this. So it's not just Bitcoin, and it's certainly not blockchain. It's not Bitcoin, it's blockchain, right? No. See, blockchain is one piece of what makes Bitcoin so unique. We have cryptography. We have consensus mechanisms. We have public and private keys. We have blockchain, or really what the white paper says is, does the white paper actually even use the word blockchain? Anyone know? If you read your white paper, you would know it doesn't even use the word blockchain. It uses the word time chain. We have peer-to-peer networking. So this is a cluster of technologies that have come together to create this. And we also now have mining. So we can see how that started to change the world, the scope of even just what mining is doing. And so I'm going to give you a couple examples so we can see just how deep this goes. We'll get into mining in a minute. But just think about mining in the sense that it is revolutionizing the electrical grid, the power generation, power distribution system of the world as we know it. Think about how powerful it is. Think about how powerful it is in changing even the geoeconomic world as we know it. We're a nation like El Salvador who has no goods and services, no oil, no gold. They got bananas and coconuts, but they also have a volcano that they can now mine with. Think about how that changes the power dynamic of the entire world. And what are all the industries, what are all the technologies that will be spun out in order to enable that and develop that? We have Lightning. Think about Lightning as a payment network. We'll get more into that in a minute. The second is that we have the ideologies and the institutions and how this changes. So it changes business models as we know it. It changes economic paradigms. It creates brand new markets. So with Bitcoin specifically, we can already see we're creating industries. It's changing industries that rely on centralization for consensus. Facebook, Amazon, Wells Fargo. All of the institutions that have been built up under the old paradigm of the internet have all become centralized. They're all failing us today, and this is part of what will be changed. We have economic paradigms such as a fiat financial system, and the fact that the Fed has tricked us into thinking that the money supply always has to go up. How can we have economic growth if the money supply doesn't increase? Asset prices are a good thing, or so they say. We've been taught to believe in our ideologies in these institutions that we need gatekeepers. We have to have gatekeepers. Who else will be who else will tell us what is true? Who else will handle the consensus? Who else will make the payments? We've been told that we need debt in order to have velocity of money. So these are all ideologies and institutions that have fed us this that we believe. All this has to be challenged. We see that there's a difference in the societal values. And so we can see that everything that we've learned in our current culture today, such as instant gratification. People think that the way to get wealth is now through gambling or theft. All of these ideals have to be changed. Bitcoin is changing that now. Bitcoin is ushering in long-term thinking, prioritizing saving over consuming, helping us all to realize that what we need to be doing is providing value to the world instead of consuming or taking, showing us that cooperation leads to more economic growth than coercion. All of these ideals will be changed by this technological revolution. And finally, the last piece is that technological revolutions are different than a technology on its own. Bitcoin is not a technology, it's a revolution. And it's lastly because of the timing and duration. And this is the part that I want to get into so you can understand how I see this all unfolding. And it happens through 4 distinct phases, 2 periods and 4 distinct phases that happen over a long period of time. Now, first of all, as I said, there's been 5 technological revolutions over the last 300 years. I believe we're entering the 6th right now. You can see a chart I have up on the screen right here where I've mapped them all out. They happen on approximately 50-year time frames. Now, you might have heard of like chondroitin waves or K waves. He maps them out on like a 40 to 60-year window. I call it a 50. Sort of like the seasons. Sure, we have summer starts here, spring starts here. Doesn't mean the weather changes instantly that day. So it's like a range. So just kind of bear with us a little bit. You have to understand these are concepts and they change. But it's not exactly, but about every 50 years. And we can see that the last 5 technological revolutions have happened since the mid-1700s. We had the Industrial Revolution. Before the Industrial Revolution, we had people working in farms and the cottage industry. That's it. It was a decentralized world of people working out there, and all of a sudden we had machines that could do the work of 5,000 men. Now what the heck are these 5,000 men going to do? Well, turns out science, medicine, things like that. Then we move forward. So that, you can see how that changed the course of humanity. Then the next we came with steam engines and railways. Now we could move heavy loads and cargo across continents, across the ocean. It opened up global trade, global commerce, changed the course of humanity. Next, we had electricity and steel and heavy machinery. Now we could build skyscrapers. We could start to connect the world. We could have electricity. Next, 1908, we had the age of oil, automobiles, and mass production. Again, not just the automobile. The automobile was one thing, one piece of technology. It was a cluster of innovation between oil and having the automobile and having mass production that allowed us to build this industrial revolution. Now, finally in 1908, then we had 1971, the age of the microprocessor, which brought us telecommunications, which brought us personal computers, which brought us the internet as we know it today, and it brought us earlier versions of digital money. DigiCash, DigiGold, you've heard of some of these things, okay? So these are technological revolutions, and I believe we're entering, like I said, the sixth decentralized revolution. Let's break this down a little bit into a little bit more detail so you can understand. So going back 2 revolutions to 1908, we had the age of automobiles, mass production, and heavy machinery. Now, during that time, if you think about this, what we had was a new types of technology. So we had automobiles. That was cool. All of humanity, people walked and rode horses. All of humanity, we walked and rode horses. And now we could drive. Now we could move stuff in trucks. Now we could transport stuff. That was cool. We also had the age of oil. So now we had cheap oil, access abundant to oil, and oil fuels. Because what good is a car without oil and fuels? Then we had petrochemicals. So that created all types of things. So petrochemicals help make the tires, also help make my shoes, and also help make all kinds of medicines, pesticides, things like that, cleaners. And then we had the combustion engine. We had home electrical appliances. So we had this cluster of new technologies. What was created out of this cluster of new technologies? Well, we had networks of roads, highways, airports. We had networks of oil ducts to move the oil around the world. We had universal electricity. We had worldwide analog telecommunications. Now we had instant communication and things like that because of this cluster of technologies. So that's what happened back then. Now, one thing I want to point out is that these technologies on their own are nothing without their infrastructure, which seems pretty obvious to us in hindsight, but I'm going to apply it back to something where we're at today so it'll bring more sense. But it's pretty obvious in hindsight if you think about what good is a car if you don't have any roads to drive it on, and if there's no gas stations to fill up in. Just recently, I think it was the president of Ford took the brand new Ford F-150 Lightning EV on a road trip, and there was a whole article that came out, and he was completely shocked because he didn't realize the reality of driving an EV across the country when there's nowhere to charge. And he was devastated to think about that, and so now they want to partner with Tesla to try to figure that out. But this is the reality that they're finding themselves in 120 years after that revolution happened. All right, so that's sort of comparing one. Now let's look at the one that we're in today. This is the age of decentralization. Now, Bitcoin is one of many technologies that are a cluster of technologies that are ushering in this age of decentralization. And again, we have cryptography. So we have Nostr. Anyone using Nostr? I'm trying to. Hit me up on there. Well, maybe I'll start posting some messages. But it uses some of these technologies like cryptography to allow us a new form of communication, open communication networks, consensus mechanisms, public and private keys, blockchain, or as I said, time chain, peer-to-peer networking, mining, digital wallets. We talked about all those. Now, those are new technologies. What can we do with this cluster of new technologies? Well, we don't know the future, but some things we can see that it's redefining the infrastructure of the world as we know it, as in money, banking, and payments. All that's being changed as we know it. The way that we even exchange and transfer value between each others. For example, a content creator could put his content directly out peer-to-peer, say on Nostr, and get paid back instantly peer-to-peer with money. As we stream content down, we can stream money back up. So it's changing the entire way that we even imagine transferring value. It's changing the world of peer-to-peer communications. And it's even changing, as I said earlier, the way that we even imagine, the way that we even generate energy and distribute energy, manage energy, and so much more. So we're starting to see how all of this is changing the world as we see it. Now, what happens is, as we've gone through these 5 technological revolutions, one starts to die out and another one picks up. So in 1971, we saw the microprocessor bring us personal communications, telephone, telecommunications, internet, etc. But the internet has a problem. It's got a fatal problem. The fatal problem is that it's been co-opted. It's been taken over. It's been centralized. I can tell by looking at all you guys are all big fans of being censored on the internet, right? You guys love that? Oh no, you don't like that. That's why you're here, right? So we can see that the internet is no longer working in our best interest anymore. It's been taken over. Now the internet by itself is actually somewhat decentralized. They wiped Alex Jones off the face of the earth, but yet he's even bigger today on his own internet. But it's the payments piece that was missing. So this is where we start to look at a new technological revolution that takes pieces of the old one and continues on. So I've kind of mapped out, as you can see, centralized networks or systems going down as decentralized networks and systems are going up. I put some years on the bottom of how I think this plays out. But let's get more into the timing. So specifically, as we're looking at technological revolutions versus technologies, as I said, they happen in two distinct phases, and really there's 4 periods. So as you can see on the screen, we sort of have phase 1, which I call the surge. This is the new technology and the revolutions start to emerge. They start to be used. They start to increase in activity. And it's broken down by 2 different phases within that, the eruption phase and then the frenzy. Now in the eruption phase starts with what's called the Big Bang. Now, when we go back through, as I said, 300 years of history, we can see each one of these technological revolutions have happened in the exact same recurring theme. Now, doesn't mean the future is always going to be exactly the same, but so far, each one has been broken down into this exact reoccurring theme, and in my study, in my opinion, this is how I think it's rolling out. So, we start off with the Big Bang. As I said, the internet has started to lose its value to us because it's been co-opted. We saw earlier attempts at digital cash, but they couldn't quite figure it out because they didn't figure out what Satoshi figured out, which was how do we create the decentralization? How do we solve the double spend problem? And so with that, we had the Big Bang. It was created. I put that at 2010 right there just for easy numbers. And so from 2010 to 2020, that first 10-year period is this eruption phase and this explosion, which we've all been living in. All right, then next comes the frenzy phase. The frenzy is when we're starting to put it into everything. It starts to take over. It starts to move into everything. And we're starting to see that adoption happen all over the world. We're seeing nations adopt it. But as I said, it's not just about a piece of technology, but rather a cluster of technologies. And so even in the way that we're seeing, like some of the early examples that we have today of how it's reimagining even the electrical systems, the electrical grids, like what all the companies here in Texas are doing and exhibiting in the back. All right, now this is intense funding of new technology and a disdain for old assets. Who here likes putting their money into Bitcoin instead of like the S&P 500? Oh, so you guys have a disdain for old assets. You see, so this is what happens during this period. Then we have the frenzy. This is a time for finance. This is where we start to see a financial bubble, and really we start to see a separation of paper and real value. What makes these things worth so much money? There's no economic value behind that, is there? What's the PE ratio of this? There's not. We're not in that phase yet. Then we start to have this turning point, this is in the middle, where all of a sudden we start to rethink and reroute the old systems and old paradigms into the new, and we start to get into the synergy. The next phase is what we call the deployment phase. Now this is where these new technologies are actually starting to be used. We're not there yet. Sorry to tell you that. We're not there yet. Everybody wants us to be what's the use case? What do we do? I've talked to many of you guys in the back room. I'm still trying to think of how we go apply these things. Yes, we're still in the early stages trying to figure that out. We will get to the deployment stage later, and this is where we start to see the synergy, time for production. This is the golden age. We're starting to see actual production. We're starting to see actual employment happening, and then we start to see a recoupling of the real wealth and the paper wealth, and then we have the maturity. Now let me show you the time frames. So as I said, it's easier to wait when you know how long you have to wait. So how long do we have to wait? Well, again, based off of 300 years of history of the last 5 technological revolutions, this is how it's broken down every single time. And I don't have a lot of doubts that this will be the same way we see it break down technology does change things, so maybe it happens a little bit faster, but they typically happen in 10-year cycles, as you can see there. My co-author of my book, The Uncommunist Manifesto, Alex Fetsky, he recently put out an article on Bitcoin Magazine, and he called it the 3 generations theory. I don't know if any of you guys read that, but basically kind of giving the same timeline but from a different perspective, more of a generational thing where my grandparents will never buy Bitcoin, but my grandkids will never buy gold. And that's sort of the 3 generations, and it lines out with this type of thinking. Now, the way that we move through this is there's three different forces, sequential forces that drive this recurring change every single time. And it's based on causal mechanisms, and they're in the very root and nature of capitalism itself. These mechanisms stems from 3 features of the system that interact and influence each other. 1, the change occurs by clusters, as I've already said, of technological innovation, building on successive technological revolutions of the past. So we're not going to throw away everything that we've learned. Obviously, we're still going to use cars, but we might have autonomous vehicles driving that have their own Bitcoin wallet and can earn on their own. So we don't throw away technologies of the past, but instead we bring some of that forward and merge it with the new technology that we have. 2, the difference between financial and production capital is what I want to get to next. There's interrelated types of capital, but they're separate because they have different criteria and different motives. And then 3, the inertia and resistance to change the socio-institutional framework versus the techno-economic paradigm. So it looks like this. So in these 2 phases, and this is a key piece here, in these 2 phases that we have between the surge and deployment, the first 20-year period and the second 20-year period, there's 2 distinct types of capital that are needed. Are you guys socialists or are you capitalists? Capitalists? Do we have any capitalists here? Raise your hand. Okay, great. So you have capital. So that means you believe in strong private property, and you believe in creating efficiency, and you believe in using your capital in cooperation with others to increase the level of living, right? So we use our capital in ways like that because we're capitalists. So we have to understand there's 2 types of capital that are needed in a technological revolution if we would like to see this revolution take place. Some of us think of ourselves as revolutionaries. No, we don't have to go commit suicide by putting our name on the Declaration of Independence like our founding fathers, but it's a new type of revolution that we're fighting today. Now, the first stage is set up by what we call financial capital. And some of you might not like this piece, but the early stages are financial capital. What is financial capital? It's the speculators. Remember, there is there's a separation between real and paper wealth right now. There is no PE ratio. There is no way to back into the profits of Bitcoin because there is none, which is why Warren Buffett doesn't get it. The first stage starts with the speculators. The speculators have the capital. Capitalists and speculators are looking to deploy that capital in order to increase the capital. They want to make money from having money. So you have money, you want to put it to work, you want that money to bring you back more money. You can invest into companies, early stage companies, venture capital funds like Channel Venture Partners, Bitcoin Opportunity Fund like I work with, and you can put that money to work and hopefully make more of it, all right? That's the first phase, speculation. Finally, later, the second phase will come, which is what we call production capital. Now, this is where we put money to work in production and we get money back. Let me give an example. When automobiles were created in 1908, that's cool. You just bought a Model T. Awesome. I'm stoked for you. You have it on blocks in your yard because you can't drive it, right? Because there's no roads and you got no gas stations. And there's no one to change your tire if you break down, right? So cool, you got a car. It don't do you any friggin' good because you got nowhere to drive it. The problem is someone needs to go build the roads, and someone needs to build the gas stations, someone needs to build the tire centers. But who's going to put the money up to build the gas stations because they're not going to make any money? They're not going to make any money because there's no freaking cars. We got a chicken or the egg scenario. What are we going to do? So somebody, a speculator, has to put money up, hoping, praying that maybe they'll get their money back at some future date. Now today, any of you can go buy a gas station and instantly start making money back, right? Because today we're in a later phase. Today it's called production capital. Anyone can go buy a gas station right now and get a return on investment. But in 1908, it was a speculative play. And that's where we're at today. And you have to understand, this is a much bigger thing. So let me explain. A gas station. Okay, so we need a gas station, sure. So when I get gas in my car and I put the gas pump in, who makes that little plastic cover that goes in there? When they measure how much gas in the tank, where did that gauge that they stick in come from? How did they figure out the pressurized truck to transfer the petroleum into the tanks? What about the LED screens that go on the gas pumps themselves? Oh, we just need roads, right? No big deal. How do we get roads? Oh, we need tractors. Caterpillar. Someone has to design a Caterpillar. What about the rubber for the track? Where does that come from? Oh, no big deal. Thousands, millions of technologies that have to be developed for this technological revolution of the automobile and the roadways to achieve its fruition. So you're going to go buy your Bitcoin, your 6.25 Bitcoin, and you're going to hodl it, and you're going to disappear on a hill, and you're going to magically hope that the world changes. But unfortunately, that's not the way it works. Someone's got to build the roads. It ain't the government. I know, my roads, my roads. If I don't pay taxes, where do the roads come? It comes from you guys. You guys are the speculators. So there's two different types of capital, complementary roles, but at different periods and for different things. Now, through these technological revolutions, we have a revolutionary battle that will come up. There's conditions of the previous revolution that don't fit. We no longer like the centralized world that we created. And then we have a process called creative destruction that destroys the old for the new. It has to dismantle. It has to tear down all the old frameworks and install brand new ones. And that's not easy. The old guard doesn't like to go out easy, and we don't like to change either. The old guard is resistant to change. Kodak didn't want to go out of business, but they did. We also have massive social implications because of this. There's radical changes in the patterns of production, organization, management, communication, transportation, and people don't like that. Some people get phased out. They don't want that to happen. They resist that change. It requires massive amounts of effort, investment, and learning. That's why you guys are here. You're here learning. You read books, like Jimmy Son's book. You read it, you learn. You spend money. You spent money to come here. You're spending your time, effort, energy. It takes all of that individually and socially. And this is why it takes about a half a century. This is why it takes 3 generations, as Alex Svetsky wrote about. And finally, it comes down to all of us with the mind virus. Orange pilling people. The people involved in the changes that occur in technology and the economy are us on the ground floor. We have to spread the common sense of each new techno-economic paradigm. Because the old people, they don't see it. As Jeff Booth says, you can't see the new system when you're stuck in an existing system. So for us that can start to see that, it's up to us to spread that and to spread it to their other spaces like a virus. From person to person, weakening the old mental maps and introducing the new. So the question I'll leave you with is that I believe personally that we should build the world that we want. I don't believe that I'm a victim. I believe that I'm responsible for the world that I want. I believe that I'm responsible to set an example for my kids and my friends and my community, and it's up to me to build the world that I want. Otherwise, I get the world that somebody else wants. There's a saying that says you either build the life of your dreams or someone else will hire you to build their life of their dreams. And I ain't building anyone else's dream. I'm building my dream, and it takes each one of us to do that. But here's the thing. Your 6.25 Bitcoin in long-term storage and you go live on a mountaintop ain't going to do it. It's not going to do it. So what are you going to do? Again, you don't have to go storm the beaches of Normandy in World War II like my grandfather's generation had to. But you might have to sacrifice some of your time, your effort, and your energy. And yes, you might even have to put some of your capital at risk in order to build this environment. I think it's worth it. Anyone else think it's worth it? And I'm going to ask you, because supposedly, Gary calls this the Bitcoin Maximalist Conference. You guys maximalists? Okay, so you guys are the maximalists. So then I would just ask you, if you guys are the maximalists and you're not going to put your time, effort, energy, and money at risk to build the world, then who the hell is? I'm out. Thanks.
Wow, that was good. Okay, got a couple announcements here. Number one, for the...
All right, guys, we are back at the news desk. We are streaming live to the Swan Bitcoin channel. I'm here with two Bitcoin legends.
I am building.
Opti, what are you doing?
I was trying to give him the horns. I was
The
trying to
air
give him
horns.
the horns.
And Max and Stacy, and you guys were inspirational to the creation of Simply Bitcoin. And I'll say, I just told Stacy, but I'll tell Max, I copied the Kaiser report format, and that was very, very inspirational for you guys. And you and Andreas, were who orange pilled me. So your guys work at the Kaiser report. So I actually just we had a Swan Salon. I had an interview with Damian Merlot. He spoke super highly of you guys. Could you guys give an update? What is happening on the shining country on the hill, the savior, El Salvador?
Oh yeah, well, it's the update is that it's growing by leaps and bounds, and it's going from strength to strength, and it's happening during a time when these fiat money countries are collapsing or falling apart. So the timing is exquisite because you have the President Bukele, who's the right guy at the right time in the right country with the right currency, the right money, Bitcoin, in a world that is just dying from a 300-year experiment with fiat money that it didn't work.
El Salvador is winning. El Salvador is winning. Hello, where's my audio?
Opti?
No. No, so that's the update. El Salvador is winning, and it's important that El Salvador keeps winning. Everybody here at this conference, so many people have stopped me and said El Salvador has to win, and it really has to.
Of course. I mean, it's going to prove the model that, and I actually want to add to that, and I want to get you guys' take, because I had a conversation with Jimmy about this earlier. I don't think that it's a coincidence that the first society which fixed the base layer, right? The base layer, which, the base layer of society, put it on a sound money standard. I don't think it's a coincidence that, the politician who got elected, I'm talking about Nayib Bukele, is actually doing the job that he's elected to do. And I think that as long as countries have fiat money, politicians are not incentivized to actually do good by their constituents. They're incentivized to get as close as humanly possible to the money printer. So El Salvador is the that's the beachhead. It's integral. It's integral that El Salvador keeps doing what it's doing, because it's going to prove to all the countries around that there's an alternative to the US dollar. There's an alternative to the IMF, and that's exactly what Nayib Bukele is doing.
Yeah, fiat money breeds corruption, and it's all proof of stake, isn't it? The U.S. dollar is proof of stake. If you have a lot of it, you get to make the laws to make it easier to get more of it, and it just creates a very corrupt society. With Bitcoin, you don't have that, and you have a virtuous government who is really working hard to get rid of the violence, and working hard now with a new initiative as of a couple of months ago to go after all white-collar crimes and white-collar crooks. So the president is not going after the elites and doing a great job in reimbursing the citizens of all the money that was stolen with the previous administrations over the past 20, 30 years.
Yeah. I said it on stage, and I'll say it again here. Frédéric Bastiat, the French statesman, and I would say President Bukele is a statesman. There aren't very many of them in history, but Frédéric Bastiat, in his pamphlet called The Law, he wrote, when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that justifies it and a moral code that glorifies it. So the United States, after all these years, since 1971 especially, of having this all fiat standard, which is an all plunder standard, they glorify plunder. And you see that
everywhere glorifies plunder to the point of like, yeah, like don't call those people looters who go into the CVS and rob it blind. Like these are just liberator, whatever they glorify these people in a way. So it makes sense that would happen under a fiat standard. And it makes sense that the opposite, that the plunder would end, that because plunder is no longer a way of life for a group of men in the society of El Salvador. So you have the opposite. The legal system no longer justifies it. You had 40 years of plunder there from the politicians and from the gangs. So the legal system no longer tolerates those people, and the moral code no longer glorifies it.
And you think that has to, so Opti and I, we've been talking about this for weeks now. We really believe that Bitcoin has something to do with this. Max, what's your take on that?
Absolutely. You know, Bitcoin, the president was attracted to Bitcoin years ago, starting back in 2017 or so. He was tweeting about it. And of course, he made it legal tender. And it, Bitcoin changes you, you don't change Bitcoin. So it has this ability to elevate everybody's consciousness and moral standing to the level of the protocol, which is perfect money. And of course, it permeates throughout the society, and everybody on the street feels it. Even though the adoption of Bitcoin rate in El Salvador, actual people using it might be 10, 15%, the awareness of it is 100%. And the awareness of Bitcoin is just as equally important as using Bitcoin in terms of the ethos of Bitcoin and the philosophy of Bitcoin. And so you see that throughout the country.
Absolutely.
Wait, I'd like to ask Max and Stacy. I was in El Salvador, I think it was last year around August. What's the improvement, and like how far has El Salvador come in its last year and a half or so since they've been on the Bitcoin standard, since Bukele has been a revolutionary and really not only exposing Bitcoin to the world, but obviously just improving their country, and I think it's undeniable at this point.
Well, there are two kind of answers to that. One is Bitcoin, and one is just the character and the strength of President Bukele to stick with his war against the gangs. So the war against the gangs, maybe it's a bit to do with Bitcoin, but really it's him. It's his character, and it's his determination as a leader. So that was really important. And since August of last year, you've had, weeks on end without a single homicide in the country. And we weren't, we're not Salvadoran, like we didn't grow up there. But we know so many people who were captives. They were prisoners in their own homes for their whole lives. This young guy, Mario, who we work with, and he's like 26. He works with me in the Bitcoin office, and he helped with Kubo Plus. He, when he talks about his liberation, that he wasn't free to leave the house after, 7 p.m. when it's dark and closer to the equator. He couldn't leave the house. He wasn't free to leave. And now the world is like his oyster. He can go wherever he wants. And then there is the Bitcoin side, and yes, Bitcoin is now like it has helped along with that. There are two sets of optimism, and they're like converging into like this overwhelming optimism and in a sense that all is possible. Whatever you want to do, you can do, and you feel that, and Bitcoin is part of that, and the liberation of the people from the gangs.
And as a Latin American and Opti as well, it is inspiring. I live in Miami, okay? And Miami's it
is like part of Latin America, Miami.
It is, but to my point, if you reach Miami as Latin America, you've reached the promised land. I've heard people in Miami, El Salvadorians, saying, I want to go back. That is unheard of. You don't hear that, which is absolutely insane. But before I get to that, I actually want to pull up this article by Bloomberg, and it is a big "I told you so" moment by the president. And I think he said, I don't want to say "I told you so." I can't believe this. This is not my word. This is Bloomberg. It says El Salvador President Nayib Bukele scared off Wall Street by embracing Bitcoin. 2 years later, the bond rally he's overseeing is proving too lucrative to resist. And if you read the article itself, it's saying that it's the most successful bond in the region. So what are your guys' takes on that?
Right. Well, that's what he said he was going to do. He was going to improve the creditworthiness of the country, and by getting rid of the violence, you've got an entrepreneurial renaissance and boom. You've got a lot of foreign direct investment. Tourism is up 100%. So this is a great bond, and the bonds are up 70, 80% year on year. And we've always thought that we could help the country become debt-free by 2030. Effectively debt-free by 2030, and to be able to eschew the IMF, which is an important goal, to be able to be free of international bankers, and that's just another whole state of freedom.
Also, when I talk about statesman or a great leader, that is one of the most important qualities of a great leader, is to be unflinching in his resolve. And his resolve is unflinching. He is determined, and he saw the path, and he knew where he wanted to go. That's actually the phrase that first got me and Max to El Salvador. He said, where El Salvador is going is to the place we want to be. So that's a leader leading his people, right? A leader is supposed to persuade through great oratory ability, but they have to be unflinching. They have to be able to. That's the hardest part to have, because you have to have real strength of character to withstand that pressure, to withstand the mocking. And the mocking was relentless. We were there. Like, the mocking was relentless about Bitcoin. It was about the war against the gangs. And he was just calm as fuck. He was just he knew where he was going. He knew where El Salvador was going, and that it was the place he wanted to be, and that he knew the people would want to be. And sure enough, that's what you see now.
Yeah, and I love how you said it. He did exactly what he said he was going to do. And you mentioned the response, and Opti and I, we were covering this, the relentless attack by the legacy corporate media. The Economist came out with, if you would search El Salvador and you put El Salvador Economist on Google, right? It would just be Nayib Bukele is a danger to democracy. Nayib Bukele is a danger to democracy, et cetera, et cetera. You search China and The Economist, there was nothing. It was either neutral news about China or whatever news about China, right? It was nothing was mentioned about the Uyghurs. Nothing was mentioned about the fact that China doesn't even have democracy. And speaking of democracy, Nayib Bukele has the highest approval rating in the world, right? So you would think, do they really care about democracy, or is this more so about control? Max?
Well, the experiment in El Salvador that's proven to be wildly successful is a threat to the status quo, and it's a threat to the fiat money world. And of course, they're going to be panicking at this point, and you can see the panic in their faces, that what if this becomes a model for the region? What if this becomes a model for the world? What if Bitcoin becomes global reserve standard? What if the fiat money world collapses? And it means that all of those folks are going to be existentially threatened. And so they're panicking, and they're fighting, and they are really just throwing all the mud that they possibly can to try to stop this juggernaut. But Bitcoin is on a vector that's unstoppable, really. It's perfect money. It comes from a place of need that's deep and resonates deeply in the human psyche. And at this stage, there's no turning back. We as a species are going to make this Bitcoin singularity happen.
Absolutely beautiful. And speaking about it spreading, this peaceful revolution spreading, You're already starting to hear this in other countries saying, hey, I want to copy this Nayib Bukele model. And then most importantly, I think the the breaking news is Javier Milei in Argentina, hardcore Austrian economist. And in terms of moving the Overton window, he's saying the quiet part out loud, and he just won the presidential primary by 11 points. And he's saying stuff like inflation is theft. You don't need a central bank. The central bank is the problem. He's a fan of Bitcoin. Is this part of the global rise against the central bankers, Max, that you've been talking about for years now?
Definitely. And his 5-minute interview that he gave recently explaining money and Bitcoin and politics was the best I've heard in my 13 years in Bitcoin. And his catchphrase, which I think says it all, is make money private again. In other words, money existed before the state. The state ruined money, and Bitcoin is going to ruin the state and make money private again. And this will be hugely beneficial for all people everywhere.
Absolutely.
But I also want to say it's interesting that he only ever mentions Bitcoin. He doesn't say crypto. The same thing with the U.S. candidates for president, whether it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or Vivek. I can't say his last name.
Ramaswamy.
And there's one other candidate. Who is it that's...
Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis, RFK Jr.
and
Suarez.
Francis Suarez.
Francis
Yeah.
Suarez.
He is a former shitcoiner.
Yeah.
Now he only talks about Bitcoin. You know, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. mentioned crypto in his first tweet. He said crypto. And that was the last time he ever said crypto. He only says Bitcoin now. And that's quite interesting. Politicians understand the zeitgeist and have the pollsters and know what the people actually want. And they know that the word crypto, that is toxic. Crypto is toxic. Bitcoin maximalism is not toxic on a political sphere.
I mean, Bitcoin maximalism is life, and I actually it was the first time I met you guys. It was Bitcoin 2021. I was a nobody back then. It was backstage. I think I scared Max a little bit because I just bowed like that, and that's where I said the line that went absolutely viral. It scared Eric Voorhees. It was quoted in the Financial Times. I said, if you're against Bitcoin, and Max, you retweeted this, and I said, if you're against Bitcoin toxicity, you're against Bitcoin, and if you're against Bitcoin, you're against freedom. So yes, I 100% agree with you. Talk to me about volcano bonds. What's going on over there?
Sure. Well, Volcano Bonds became Volcano Energy, and Volcano Energy is a $1 billion Bitcoin mining startup in El Salvador, which was tapping into geothermal as well as wind and solar. So the project is up and running, and it's a huge investment. As Stacy mentioned in our talk, it's a $1 billion investment. That's 3% of GDP. So in one go. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more behind it. And the country's got a lot of geothermal to exploit, and we're going to be tapping into it. And we've got a lot of hash rate to hash. We want to become one of the biggest centers of hash in the world, and to geographically diversify hash rate to El Salvador as part of Bitcoin's ever need to become more and more decentralized.
And it, of course, also does incentivize the building of infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and energy is life, right? So we're building new energy infrastructure, and we encourage others to come do that. There will be a bond coming probably in 2024. So, next year. So we still do have that to look forward to, but the way we did it is it's pure equity play, and it's no debt at all. And that is really important to maintain sovereignty. And El Salvador has sovereignty. Max and Stacy have sovereignty. Volcano Energy has sovereignty. We have no debt, no leverage, zero leverage in Volcano Energy. And next year, we're going to offer some of it as debt, just a little bit, and scale up. But people do want to participate. It might be, some sort of way for people to participate in it, because we do know people want to be part of the story of El Salvador. If you can't move there, we encourage Bitcoiners and builders to move to El Salvador, to come join us there and help build Renaissance 2.0 and Enlightenment 2.0. But if you can't, they want a way to participate. They just want some chunk of El Salvador to say they were part of this revolution.
Absolutely, 100%. So we got about 4 minutes, guys, before the next panel. Nayib Bukele, 2024. Bukele 2024. Max is wearing the hat, and I'm going to read it. No, it's too far away. Max, do you mind turning your head? Translation is God, Union, Liberty, and Bitcoin. Bukele 2024. Could you guys talk about that election? I mean, you would think that it's going to be a blowout. It's 90% approval rating. Now, I forget who. I talked to an advisor of Bukele, and I brought up the question. Does it concern you a little bit that the U.S. might get involved a little bit? Because look, there was a bill that got passed in Congress that was exploring.
Yeah, that's from some lame. We don't even want to mention their name. Lame Democratic Congress people. But look at what's happening. Just look at the actions, because people love winners, and President Bukele is a winner. And El Salvador is winning. And you see the attitude shifting from, President Biden did appoint a great ambassador of the United States to El Salvador, Ambassador Duncan. And so he is somebody who has been very positive. There was a interview with him, a great clip. Like, he was saying amazing things about El Salvador because he's there. He lives in El Salvador. He sees. If you see it, don't trust, verify. Anybody who comes to El Salvador, even if they're a hater, you can't deny what you see. You can't deny the liberation. You can't deny the freedom. You can't deny the optimism. And that is what Ambassador Duncan sees. So he says that, and therefore the shift in attitude that you see coming out of the Biden administration, you see that with Marco Rubio, Senator Rubio coming to El Salvador. You see that with Ted Cruz says positive stuff about El Salvador. So that is because people like winners, and he's not winning for no reason. President Bukele is winning for a reason, and you want to stand next to the guy who's winning, and that's why the United States is standing next to President Bukele. And I think. I would imagine they want a winner to continue in office there in El Salvador.
That is very, very nice to hear, Stacey, and thank you for that update. Max, we got about a minute or two left. We got about 1 minute. Bukele 2024. What's your message to everyone watching?
Well, to follow up what Stacey was saying, the U.S. loves more and more Bukele in El Salvador because migration patterns are reversing. As you pointed out earlier, we're approaching now the moment when more people are going to El Salvador than leaving. And the diaspora that lives in America, 3 million Salvadorans, we project that 500,000 are going to be moving back to El Salvador. So there are going to be very few people leaving El Salvador because it's the new land of opportunity. It's the new Camelot. It's what America was back in the 1950s. This is the land where the land of the free, home of the Bitcoin. So this is why the popularity is soaring, and this is why the U.S. is all for it, because it solves a problem for them on the border.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we have a little bit more time here. Anyways, okay, current projects. What are you guys focusing on? Other than the volcano energy? Anything else?
Well, we just wrapped. Well, we're almost wrapping on Cuba Plus, which is a Bitcoin and Lightning devs program in El Salvador, and that is born out of our Bitcoin embassy, the first ever official Bitcoin embassy, which is El Salvador's Bitcoin embassy in Lugano. And so we've had Jimmy Song, Lisa Nygut here from Austin. We had Peter Todd. We had Safetina Moose. We had some of the best and brightest of the Bitcoin world teaching Salvadoran students, the best and brightest of El Salvador, how to become Bitcoin and Lightning devs. So they're all getting great jobs right now. They're being flown to Lugano to go meet other people there and more education and Bitcoin. So Cuba Plus was, it's now I think going to be a benchmark against what all other Bitcoin education projects will be measured at the elite level. Peter Todd, who everybody knows is a very early Bitcoin core dev, he says like this was the best one he's ever participated in. So, you know, I seek excellence. Right?
Amazing, amazing. All right, guys, we're gonna bring it back to the main stage where it's gonna be a crazy, crazy lineup. Looks like Natalie Burnell, Mark Moss, and many, many more. All right, guys.
And advisor to Ego Death Capital. Super honored because these are all household names and macro gurus. So first of all, you know what? This is where I'm going to start this conversation. Learning about Bitcoin sent me down the macro rabbit hole, and normally I gobble up all of the macro interviews on YouTube and on all the podcasts, and lately I've just felt fatigue. I've felt fatigue with asking the questions and listening to some of the shows because it seems like all of them are repeating the same topics. When is the recession? When are things going to systemically break? When is the credit event? Why haven't we, we initiated the money printer again and reversed the policy. So can we zoom out for a second? Can you set the scene? And anyone can start. Let's be super casual about this. Where are we at right now? And why haven't things, quote unquote, broken?
I'll start with, I was the one that provided that video because I found it absolutely hilarious, and Yellow does such a perfect job, I think, kind of encapsulating what Natalie just said, which is there's a lot of fatigue and frustration because you'll listen to shows, and I know I'm guilty of this and many others are as well, where we get all excited and we're talking about macro and we're having these in-depth conversations about valuations and whatnot, and that central bankers are breaking the world, but yet it just seems to like inch along and nothing's actually like truly breaking, right? And I think that if I was going to really zoom out and describe why is that the case, it's because these cycles, they don't move quickly. For people that are maybe just coming into this and they've heard some of these conversations, it might feel and it might sound like it's going to happen tomorrow or it's going to happen in a month. And the reality is when you look at the sheer size of Bitcoin and you look at the sheer size of the legacy financial system and all these trillions upon trillions of fiat units that are in that system, the one's microscopic and the other one is just an absolute behemoth. And so the analogy of like a speedboat and a cruise liner and like turning a speedboat and turning a cruise liner is probably very apt to describe why these cycles take so long to kind of play out. I was doing a discussion over here on the side before we came up here, and not to dive into the nuances of some of these charts and like really more obscure ideas, but 30-year versus a 3-month bond, when you're looking at this chart and you look at it over the last 40 years, once that negative inverted where you're getting a higher yield out of a 3-month note compared to a 30-year bond, which doesn't make any sense to anybody that's hearing that, but when that goes negative and it actually starts to reverse itself, we haven't seen a bottom in equity markets for 600 days, basically 2 years after that has been bottom and it starts to go the other way. We haven't even seen that yet, right now. And that spread between 30-year bonds and 3-month notes just continues to go deeper and deeper negative, the difference between them. So when I'm looking at this larger macro picture and we're having these conversations that things are going to break, sure they're going to break. We saw Silicon Valley Bank and some of those things like breaking, but they're continuing to put these patches on the dam, and then there's just a new hole that pops over here, then they stand up another backstop facility. But when we really, really zoom out, I'm of the opinion that a lot of this has a lot more time to kind of manifest itself, at least from like traditional markets. Now, when you talk about Bitcoin and like the implications of what happens to Bitcoin with all of that macro backdrop, I kind of think that some of it is overlapping, and Mark, you do a great job talking about some of that stuff from time to time where you have this macro backdrop that's creating a tailwind to something that's naturally happening in the organic Bitcoin cycle, and then sometimes it's at odds with it. And I would argue right now, over the last year and a half, we've had intense selling pressure in Bitcoin where
actors that I view as being bad actors, SBF, Three Arrows Capital, the Luna, just all the altcoins that sucked up a lot of the speculative interest that in previous cycles would have gone into Bitcoin. All of that is unwinding. You could even make the argument that Binance could potentially be the next addition to that, long list of quote unquote bad actors. And so we're a year and a half into that, just from a Bitcoin standpoint, and that selling pressure is eventually going to come to an end. And I think that might be in a different time frame than all this macro backdrop that we're talking about. And so once you get so much sell pressure and so much suffocation, and I'm sorry I'm going on, but this is a very high level, and we got a lot of time. There's the sell pressure is going to eventually fizzle out, and because there's nobody adding more units of Bitcoin, the buying and the accumulation and all of that Bitcoin nesting itself into the hands of very strong-handed individuals like the people in this room that have a ton of conviction, that's going to drive a bull market, sometimes regardless of what's happening in the backdrop with the macro. So you got to really kind of, I think you got to look at them in two different buckets. Sometimes they're complementary. Sometimes one's providing a huge tailwind to the other. And then other times they're kind of going in two different directions, and it can get kind of foggy or unclear. And that's where you get the sideways movement a lot of the time. So.
I'll let them weigh in, but by the way, if you liked Preston's answer, you can zap him right now
Do it.
on No
Do
Sir.
it. Zap him.
If you see the zeros on top, that means no one's zapped. So it's kind of sad right now.
Going back to the kind of original question, like it looks like something's breaking and when is it going to break and things like that. The first thing you have to clarify is what is your definition of breaking? Because I was given this example, actually, it was a few months ago. One of my buddies was texting me sort of frantic, and he's like, what does this news mean? Am I going to wake up one day and find that my dollars in my bank buy me half as many goods and services? I'm like, they already do. Just look at the last 3 years. Houses went up by 50%. Gas, steak, milk went up by 50%. They already do. Like, it's all, what you're afraid of actually just happened. And so it's really easy to look at like the Turkish lira. It's lost 95% to the US dollar in the last 5 years. It's crashing. Argentina, the currency's crashing. Venezuela, Lebanon, we can go down the list. All these currencies are they breaking? What's the definition of breaking? And then you go, okay, well, if they're breaking, but then the dollar's lost 65% to the S&P 500, 45% to the US median real estate, et cetera. So it's already breaking. How else is it breaking? Well, the Fed's broke. The Fed is now losing money. They're no longer paying the Treasury. The US government is now broke. And now the banks are broke. So what is the definition of breaking? I would say it's already broken. Now, if your definition of when will it break and no longer cease to exist, well, you may be in for a sad surprise, because that might not happen. So for example, the dollar took over the reserve currency status from the pound sterling 100 years ago, but the pound sterling is still the third most used currency in the world today. So the chance of like, and really, I mean, there's different levels of this conversation. I think we're witnessing currencies breaking or disappearing left and right now. Eventually, yes, the U.S. dollar, is going to continue its downward trend. I think the bigger picture is the international monetary system that we know today. The fiat monetary system is breaking. But I think again, it's just this continual decline, and it accelerates. But yeah, what's your definition of breaking? I guess I would say about that.
Yeah, and we don't want the system to just break. I mean, if we had the system just fall apart, that would be catastrophic. That would not be fun for anybody. Even all the Bitcoiners who have their 6.15 in cold storage, it would not matter. It would be a really bad event. So, but, there's a lot of different ways to pull this apart and unpack it. And many of you in this room, you own Bitcoin because it's an investment. Many of you own it because you just believe it's a great savings vehicle. It's where you should save your money. Many of you believe that. Oh, okay. Is this one terrible? Okay. So they gave me the garbage mic.
Grand Poobah.
Yeah. Thanks, Gary. So anyway, so the bottom line is, you come to Bitcoin a lot of different ways. I mean, I came to Bitcoin as an investor. That's where my background is. I've been in hedge funds and private equity for 30 years, and I saw Bitcoin and understood it in a different perspective. But I can tell you, from that perspective and pulling back and looking at this market and talking about what Preston and Mark are talking about, this is the most difficult market I've ever looked at from an investor perspective. This is really, really hard, right? So you've got so many forces that are working against each other and pushing each other on a system that is more levered than we've seen in a very long time, any of our lifetimes, right? So the issue here is it's going to break. It will break, but will we have a parallel system along the same lines that we can use while this other system is kind of coming offline? Or can we just run those parallel systems forever? You know, whether it's a US dollar that we're going to use as a means of exchange, and then you have Bitcoin and the Bitcoin ecosystem and the Bitcoin protocol, that all these different things that Mark was talking about in his speech just a little while ago that are built on top of. Well, that's our hope, that we get that built, and that's what we're all here for, is to try to help people understand that. But going back to what Mark was saying, you know, we can come to it from a perspective of we see Bitcoin as an investment. We're U.S.-centric. We have this tremendous benefit that we are using the reserve currency of the world. That's pretty. We're fortunate there. You know, we don't need Bitcoin. But people in Lebanon need Bitcoin. People in Argentina need Bitcoin. People in Venezuela these people need it. And so when you look at timelines, we're all on different timelines in our need for it and what we expect from it. And so just looking at it from that perspective, just remember to pull back. And I'm not saying be patient for the destruction of the U.S. and fiat world, because I don't think that would be a great event. But we do want Bitcoin to grow organically, and it is happening. It's just on that pace in the beginning of that parabolic curve that Mark was talking about.
To Mark's point, where he was saying that it's your definition of breaking, I think is a really important point. And what I would challenge people that when they change the unit that they're using to look at the overall system, whatever their investments are, let's just say you're investing in the S&P 500 index. When you're looking at it and you're just denominating that in dollars, the chart just looks like it's parabolic. And so for a person who's, let's say you're having a conversation with your family member and you're saying, oh yeah, I listen to these Bitcoiners and I listen to this macro panel and they say everything's breaking. That family member is saying, well, I have money in the S&P 500 index and it's just going straight up. It's doing quite well. It was down a little bit in 2022, but it's doing quite well this year. That's the comeback, right? But when you take that performance and you M2 adjust that performance, meaning I'm taking that dollar and I'm going back throughout time. Let's say I look at the last 10 years of the S&P 500's performance and I redenominate each one of those discrete moments in time with the amount of dollars that were in the system at each one of those discrete moments in time. All of a sudden, that performance is actually going sideways and slightly down. And I know most people in here probably have a TradingView account. It's real easy to create this chart. Just go in there, type SPY, which is your ticker for the S&P 500, put a division symbol, and then I think the ticker for the M2 is M2SL. Just put that in there, hit enter, look at the chart, and you'll see the chart is like going sideways and slightly down. That's your actual performance of the S&P 500. People that have seen the housing prices double, right? Everybody's like, well, yeah, but I'm not, if I have to move right now, especially if you don't have your house paid off, let's say you have 20, 30% down on the house and the rest is debt, and you want to move out of that house that just accumulated in all sorts of value, and you want to buy a new house, congratulations. Your lifestyle is going to get worse as you transition to that new house. That's where you're seeing the reality of this situation that seems to be masked in a very superficial conversation when you're talking about the system isn't breaking.
Well, I'm really glad you brought that up because I just pulled up a report that came out from, if you guys follow the Kobaisi letter. Median cost to buy a house hits a new record of $2,748 per month, up a massive 90% since 2020. In other words, buying a house today costs nearly $33,000 per year. This is 46% of the median pre-tax household income in the U.S. Post-tax, home buyers in the U.S. are spending nearly 70% of their income on home payments. Meanwhile, the median monthly apartment rent just hit a fresh record of $1,859 per month. How has it become this difficult to have a place to live? So let's touch on that a little bit because I think there's a lot of gaslighting going on, right? We're hearing we have a very strong economy. Inflation is coming down. The labor market is hot. What is the truth behind what we're being told?
Go ahead. Yeah, the labor market's hot. Everybody's working and they're all making $1 an hour. Full employment means nothing, right? Not if everyone's working for $1 an hour. So there's a lot to unpack within that number. So sure, unemployment's low, but the labor force participation rate is also very low, which means a lot of people aren't working. We also know that the people are working that are fully employed are working for lower wages. And so the problem is that the quality of life is going down because asset prices are going up faster than your wages are going up. And so that's like the big thing. So while they want to tell you the headlines, to Natalie's point, they're gaslighting you with data, with facts. I call it, I call it factually correct but intellectually dishonest. Because yes, that number is factually correct, but it doesn't really tell you the context to understand what's going on. So yeah, in that example, who cares if everybody's working if they're working for low wages as asset prices are going up? And the other thing is that when you're looking at things on micro levels, you also don't see these big moves. So home prices had gone up because the overall payment of the home went down because interest rates were so low. But now they've jacked the interest rates way up, which has pushed the prices up. But that doesn't even really tell, even that letter doesn't really tell the full picture because you can see that home sales are at all-time lows. No one's selling because most people locked in 2% and 3% mortgages. And so that's one of the reasons why the housing market hasn't really been impacted as much as a lot of people expect it to be, because those people that locked in those rates haven't really been affected. And so even to that report, while that is correct, most people aren't paying those payments because they're locked in. Now, it does affect you if you want to buy a home, certainly. And that's why that activity is very, very low. But yeah, these are all forces that are happening under this fiat money system. And if you look at WTF app in 1971, you see all of these stats. And so, for example, you can see the cost of living go up. And really the way that I like to measure it and the way that I talk about it is like stealing your life. And so really, if you go back and look, what is the average wage and how many hours does it take them to buy the average car or the average house and things like that? And so that's one way to look at the productivity. And you can see that it's taking, at 8% inflation at a $32 average wage, it takes 10 more hours per month to have the same standard of living that you would have had to have the month before. That's 10 hours of your life that were just taken that could have been spent with your wife, your kids, a second career, your health, etc. And so they've literally stolen that from you just to maintain that quality of life.
And not just that, but you're talking about full employment, the participation rate, but also many people have more than one job, and that's a problem in and of itself, right? But let's go back to inflation, okay? Inflation in the U.S. is typically measured by a segment that's called the CPI, okay, and it's a measure.
CPI.
CPI, right, and by the BLS, which we shorten to BS. So, but the problem here is that it's a measure that they use to gauge what inflation is, okay, and so they put this out repeatedly, like very regularly. You get this inflation gauge, okay, and you hear what this is, but it is a lie. And why is it a lie? It's a lie because the United States needs inflation, okay? They need inflation to continue. They just can't let it to get out of control. It can't rage out of control. We can't have hyperinflation. Why? Well, you need inflation because we operate in a perpetual deficit. We are always borrowing money, okay? We don't make enough money in productivity in order to pay for all the expenses that Congress has agreed to, has put into legislation. We just can't meet those needs. So we have to borrow more and more every single year. But we're borrowing so much, the debt is growing so much. We borrowed, what, $1 trillion in June? Yeah. I mean, in June. So we're up over $32.5 trillion of debt in this country. And we've got unfunded liabilities added to that, which puts us at about $200 trillion in debt in this country. So we're talking about the everything bubble. The problem is we will never pay that back, ever. The only thing we can do is keep kicking that can down the road. So going back to CPI and the measure of inflation. Well, they're gaslighting us. They're telling us that inflation is down to 3.2% from last year. Raise your hand if you think that your groceries are up 3.2% from last year. Are you effing kidding me that that's the number they're giving us? Really? Okay, but they're telling us that. They're telling the world that. Why? To instill confidence in those treasuries. Because if you're going to loan the U.S. government money for 2 years, 10 years, 30 years, and you're going to get that principal back after those 10 to 30 years, and that you've been running inflation at 5, 7, 10% over those years, what do you think that those dollars are worth when you get them back? Not a lot.
Less. Yeah. Mark and I were having a conversation earlier, and we were talking about the BRICS and why we think that this is a really important macro theme and something that is a major pivoting point than what we've seen in the last 40 years. And I don't know if people saw the headline, it was just yesterday or the day before, where it's not just the BRICS nations. Now you have Saudi Arabia, you have the UAE, and you have Iran that's looking to join. And when you combine all of them together, they make up 80% of the production of oil. When we talk about CPI and we talk about this keystone of valuation, which is inflation and how much these monetary units are expanding, beneath that, right, is energy itself. And any Bitcoiner who really grasps why Bitcoin's important, you know it's backed by energy, encrypted energy. And so when we talk about oil and how it's this number one input to move, like if you have crops, how are you harvesting those crops? How are you then transporting those crops to where they need to go? If you're pulling metals out of the ground, what machines are you using to do that, and how are you powering those machines? So when you think about oil and you think about this energy and you think about the people who actually control the amount of supply that they can put onto the market versus the natural demand that's there, when you have 80% of the people that are supplying that critical input, and they're now saying that we're going to team up together and we're not going to be aligned with the United States, that is a very, very big deal. Because when you look at this treasury market, that the treasury market that central bankers, G7 central bankers have been working together to control the price of that money, regardless of what's happening with energy, it was almost like they were able to wag the tail of the energy market. But now all of a sudden you have this unification of all these producers of energy that, in my opinion, and many other very smart economists, Luke Gromen being a very vocal person on this particular point, he's saying now that they're starting to unify, all of a sudden the ability of the central bankers to call the shots, no more. This new entity over here that's controlling the price of oil can actually dictate the price of treasuries and euro bond markets and Japanese bond markets, because they're the ones calling the shots. And it's a massive shift than anything that we've seen. It may take time. I know Nick does a really great job talking about this, and this is something that Mark was talking about earlier, is you have to understand the timeline. Right? I'm not saying that this is going to drive treasuries in the next year, but in the next 10 years, I think we're going to see some fireworks take place, because they can't control. If you can't control the treasuries, you can't control the price of money itself, which means you can't control the price of everything. Everything you buy when you go out to a store, how you spend your money day to day. That's what this is all about.
And this is a macro conversation, which by definition means a very big picture, wide view. So that's what we're talking about. The way too often quoted, great one, Wayne Gretzky, of skating to where the puck is going to be, so to speak, right? And so really what I'm always looking for, and I think most of us, and I think what all of you should also be looking for, is the directionality. None of us are traders. I mean, even James, who spent his career on Wall Street, I don't think you would consider yourself a day trader. Like, we're not looking at each piece of information as a tradable or actionable event, but rather it's to see the directionality of the world so we can be in position for that to happen. Kind of like Charlie Munger said, that the big money is not made in the buying and the selling, but in the waiting for these developments to happen. But kind of back to what Preston's point is, it's even a bigger deal because not only are they ganging up, and it's 80% of the world's energy, and so the whole world moves off of energy, which again, back to the CPI, they give gas like 3.5% of the CPI basket, but it's probably the single most important ingredient in the entire basket because the whole economy moves off of energy. So if the price of gas goes up, the price of every other thing in the basket goes up. So anyway, that's kind of crazy. But if 80% of them, so that's one thing. At the same time, we have the United States, who's also a major oil producer, trying to shut that off. The United States has goods and services that we export like every other nation, and we have our GDP, which is pretty massive. Now, if you break it down into goods and services, the services are mainly financial and social media services. Putin called out the United States and said, what are you going to do? Eat your social media stocks? Ha ha. So the main three exports of goods that we do is energy, oil. And so if our main exports are oil, 80% of the world is kind of cooperating, and we're trying to shut ours off at the same time. Where does that lead things? From this macro picture, which direction are we going? And you kind of start to see, how does this treasury market get backed up by a country who no longer has energy and has now been co-opted? And then the last piece I'll add is that some of the rhetoric that came out of this BRICS meeting last week was very antagonistic in a sense where they said that we are encouraging and emphasizing all of the nation members to do trade in their own currencies, meaning outside of the US dollar, one. President Xi of China said that he wants the BRICS to outcompete the G7. So Preston just mentioned the G7 that used to have control over the treasuries and the oil. Well, now we have 80% of the oil being over here, and they're specifically saying their goal is to compete with. That's a lot different than cooperation. That's coercion. So now we have to compete. No more free trade. So this is what's happening. And to Preston's point, I would agree. This is over a 10-year time. This is a macro conversation. This is the directionality of where we're going.
And the G7, the GDP of the G7 doesn't even match the original BRICS nations: the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. So when you add UAE, you add Iran. This is a massive jump up in like you were talking about with oil. I mean, so one thing though, yes, BRICS it's a kind of a warning sign, okay? But this is not happening overnight. They have structural problems themselves. I mean, they can't even trust each other, right? So that is a major problem, and I don't see them as trying to create the new world reserve currency. But I do see them trying to get away from the dollar, and it's obvious why. When Putin's treasuries were seized by the U.S. government, when they were cut off of SWIFT, the messaging/payment system, and they couldn't transfer U.S. dollars, they realized, well, we've got to get out now and have our own system. Okay, and then it just sent a signal to every single country around the world who's not perfectly aligned with the United States that if you don't do what we want you to do, we'll cut you off from the system. So what does that make you want to do? Well, clearly have your own system. And so it isn't nothing. It is absolutely a warning sign, and it could absolutely grow into something that pulls a massive amount of trade outside of the current system. And why that matters is because everything right now, as Preston said, is based on treasuries. And if the U.S. Treasury market starts to falter, that's when you see the cracks begin to appear in the United States, in not just our financial system, but then the system across the world. So the U.S. Treasury market is absolutely king. It's essential for this whole fiat system to continue. And that's kind of the signal that we're all looking for. If there are problems there, then there are problems that we cannot overcome.
Well, I'm actually glad you made that point, James, because right now the dollar is still so entrenched globally. 80% of transactions, most debt denominated in dollars. So we're at the very beginning phases, but we see this happening. However, you also have to acknowledge that even a couple decades ago, people were talking about de-dollarization. And I don't know if you saw this this tweet people were talking about from Peter Zeihan. We're all familiar with him, right? He said some stupid things about Bitcoin on the Joe Rogan show. But he said, have you ever seen a couple of 3-year-olds sitting on the playground talking gibberish and acting like they're making life-changing decisions? That's what's going on at the BRICS summit in South Africa this week. He names the countries and he says they have limited economic ties, diverse interests, and they struggle to connect on anything meaningful. They have all these extra countries that are applying, but this is the worst. Try to come up with a worse list of mid-tier countries to bring on if you want to expand your geopolitical influence. The varying interests of the current and new members will likely halt any meaningful conversation. So, I mean, talk about gaslighting. I mean, these are going to be the messages coming out, that this is of nothing important.
We get messages like this all the time, like, oh, the downgrade of the U.S. Treasury debt from the credit agencies is no big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. I mean, we just fell from one of the highest rated countries' debt in the world down a tier. That's a big deal for a number of reasons. One of them being that if you're an investor and you're worried about having a technical default on your treasuries, then the problem is if you have a technical default, you have counterparty risk, you have collateral at risk, and you can't meet that collateral. It's a big deal, but they're gaslighting us here, okay? You've got the White House, you've got the Fed, you've got Congress, you've got the Treasury, and they all have different goals that they're trying to meet. They all are in their silos. So we think that we have this playground where they're all in the sandbox and they're trying to fight and elbow out. Like the Fed can't raise rates too much because the Treasury's going to default, and the Treasury can't issue too much because then Congress won't get reelected. That's not the way it works. They don't talk to each other like that. Powell says, I have a goal. My goal is to instill confidence in the US dollar. That's my goal. And the way I do that is to keep inflation in check. And our targeted rate is 2%. That's what I've been told to do. That's my goal. The Treasury has a goal. Their goal is to issue enough bonds to meet the demands of Congress's spending. Congress has a goal to get reelected, period. That's their only goal. And so...
And to vote money into their district.
And that's right. And that's it. So to get reelected by voting money into their district and then overspending. And the White House has a goal. We don't know what it is, but they have a goal, okay?
So what James is saying is that they all have independent goals that sometimes overlap, but they also sometimes contradict. And that's exactly what Natalie was just talking about in Peter Zeihan's quote that he said. And all of these nations often contradict, and how can they work together, but they also sometimes align. And in Preston's conversation that we were having earlier backstage, I mentioned how also the same problem persists when you have BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, now plus the other member states, but Russia being one of the biggest members of that, probably the second largest, and Putin couldn't even go to the event or he might be arrested in South Africa. So like that sort of shows that. That being said, it's funny, and it does show that like this is going to be difficult, but at the same time, enemy of my enemy is my friend. And when you're coming to kill me and James, we may not like each other, but since both of our lives are in danger, we will work together. And so you have a lot of dynamics you have to understand. Yeah, we like each other, but I'm just saying. But you understand. So while Zion's sort of right, what happens in capitalism is that we can all be free to be individuals, but we come together where our interests align. And while in a lot of ways these countries cannot align, in a lot of ways they can. The other thing I'd say about Zion, I mean, you have to understand the source of the news, and obviously he's like a CIA mouthpiece, so you understand that. The other thing that you have to understand is that it's pretty categorically false. I mean, we can pretty much, he's saying that none of these nations matter. But the whole news media right now is being fed the line that the U.S. is scared because we're being threatened by China being the rival, overtaking. So China's nothing, or they're overtaking the U.S. Which one is it? So China's certainly a global superpower, maybe on par with the U.S. That's debatable, whatever, but they're certainly there. Russia as well. And so to call them collectively nothing, I mean, that's just false.
I would just say this whole BRICS conversation is the tailwind to the issue that we were talking about at the start of the conversation, which is the math already, and James has done an amazing job kind of outlining this. The math alone, just in the U.S., being able to control the spending that's needed, the amount of liquidity that's going to be needed to be pumped into the middle class and lower just to subsidize people not to rise up, which we're already seeing some of the social unrest manifest itself. Like all of those issues I would put over here. And then I would say all this BRICS conversation is the tailwind fanning the flames of those issues. So I would compartmentalize both of them separately.
Well, you can't because they actually feed each other.
Well, they do feed, compartmentalize isn't the right word, but I would say look at them as one supplying and fanning the flames of the issue that's over here.
Cause and effect.
Compounding it.
Cause and effect almost.
They're feeding off of each other. Yeah.
Well, while this international summit happened, right now we have our favorite central bankers, including Powell and Christine Lagarde, in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, threading the needle and trying to get us back to 2% inflation, that nice little target that the New York Times opinion column wants to increase to 3%. So let's move back to U.S. policy, because I think that it would be good to sort of give us the difference between monetary and fiscal policy, because I think that's the important difference right now. Is they've contracted the monetary side, and we're seeing fewer, lending. We're seeing more tightness on the monetary side. But on the fiscal side, the spigot is totally open, and we have everything from the ERC program still injecting liquidity, and we have other kind of stimulating factors on that side. So that's sort of, tilting things off balance. So we actually do have more of a bubble and not a recession yet.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, but when you run deficits, it's inflationary, and so what do I mean by that? Well, you're creating dollars. You're just continuously creating dollars and pushing this debt into the system, into the economy. Okay, so debt. Let's go all the way back. Debt in and of itself is not a bad thing. Okay, if you use it responsibly, all you're doing is pulling future productivity into the now, right? So if I want to go start a company, if I want to go start a restaurant, say, okay, bad idea, but let's say you did, okay? And if I did, and it's going to cost $100,000 to get the lease, to hire workers, to buy the equipment, to get the food. Okay, but if I don't have $100,000, I can either go work my day job until I get enough money to get that $100,000 and then open up the restaurant. Or I can get a little bit of money, go to the bank, get a loan, and then just immediately get the lease, buy the equipment, buy the food, hire the workers, and start generating productivity now. All I've done is pulled future productivity into today. So it's not a bad thing. The problem is we can get over our ski tips with that and have too much debt, which is what we've done at the U.S. level. So going back to what Preston was saying is that, yeah, we are in a path that's unsustainable. The Treasury even admitted it, putting out a chart, and it was subtitled An Unsustainable Fiscal Path, showing how debt to GDP is just exponentially rising in the next 50 years. And they know it. It was kind of a warning signal to Congress, but that's why they put that out. Okay, so, but the issue here is we're borrowing more than we're making every single year. We're pushing that into the economy, right? And then every single time that we have a crack in the system, so you go back to last spring, and we're talking about Silicon Valley Bank, and that collapse could have been catastrophic if it was going to touch other banks, if those other banks were going to be, if they were going to fall into bankruptcy as well because of contagion. Okay, it's like a contagious virus in finance, where if one thing fails, another thing fails, another thing fails. And if anybody remembers 1998, back when long-term capital management was about to fail, Well, this is kind of the first time that we ever really rushed in, the Fed really rushed in to save the system, which is partly what you're talking about, is continually save the system. It started back in 1987, okay, when in Black Monday, when Greenspan assured the markets that the Fed was there to help them and keep everybody solvent. That was kind of the hint. Then you move forward to 1998, and in long-term capital management, run by a couple of guys who had actually won the Nobel Prize for creating the Black-Scholes options model. And so these were geniuses, right? Well, these geniuses went out and borrowed 100 to 1, $100 billion to $1 billion, and they shorted volatility. Okay, does anybody know what that means? It just means that if things go volatile, they lose money. Well, what happened? Russia depegged the ruble over the summer. Bonds got super volatile. These guys lost not just billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. They were going to take down the entire system. So
that was when that used to be a big number.
That used to be a big number, right? So pretended 100 of trillions. Right. So, so what happened is they literally went to the Goldman Sachs CEO went to the Fed and said, hey, the head of the New York Fed, and said, if you don't help us here, we're going to collapse and take out everybody with us. And that was the start of it all. And so the New York Fed gathered everybody in that room, and rumor has it that Bear Stearns refused to play ball. And so when you fast forward to 2008, when Bear Stearns needed to be bailed out, Goldman Sachs was like, sorry, pal. So, but that's kind of where it all started. And so, yes, we're having conflicting, you know, we have the BTFP program, we've got, you know, we just continuously injecting liquidity into markets while the Fed is trying to raise rates and tighten things. And so it is working against each other.
So you had this was 97, when was this? 98. So this was 98, then you had the 2008 crisis, right? And then you had the European crisis, which was 2011, 2012 timeframe, right? And then things are pretty stable for a little bit, and then you have the repo situation in September of 2019. And this is where I would argue that everything kind of started coming back to manifest the next global financial crisis, where you're having impairment is about to set in, and cascade contagion throughout the global economy, and they step in and they do their repo backstop facility. Then all of a sudden COVID hits 2020 March. They're doing drastic QE and all sorts of liquidity measures into the system. Then you go to September of 2022, and you have the UK gilt market on the cusp of breaking, and you have global cooperation among central bankers to backstop all of that and to calm the markets again. Then March 2023, this year, we have the Silicon Valley Bank. So look at the frequency and look at the actions that it's not just one central bank, it's all the G7 central banks that are now globally cooperating together in harmony in order to try to prevent this cascading impairment to come through the market and expose fractional reserve banking for what it is. So what does this look like into the end of the year? We got $1.8 trillion just in the United States that still has to be issued at these really high rates compared to the low rates that they're rolling over, okay? So there's the frequency, the whole point of laying that history out is to show you that the frequency is really picking up, and it's aggressively picking up, which goes back to Mark's original comment when we started this conversation, which is, how do you define broken, right? Their intervention is the signal to everybody in the market that something is extremely wrong. The problem is a lot of people aren't educated around that being truly an issue because they have swooped in and miraculously threw another trillion into the system, and these numbers are so large that they are incomprehensible to everyday citizens that they don't even, like, these numbers, like the Silicon Valley Bank thing, was bigger than the numbers of the 2008 crisis by a lot, right? And that was a massive news event. The Silicon Valley Bank thing, I think if you lined up 100 people on the street, 95 to 98%, 98 of them probably wouldn't even have known what happened. It's like, what are you even talking about?
Right. We've exceeded a lot of the numbers from 2008 in terms of how much has already been drained out of the system. Mark?
I just want to go back to your original question. You were asked about the difference of the monetary versus the fiscal spending. And I think it's an important piece that you kind of need to understand and pay attention to, because what we have monetary, which is what the Federal Reserve controls with interest rates and bank policy, but then you have fiscal, which is what the government or the Treasury spends into. And the reason why those are important to understand is because what the Fed is doing, what Powell's doing, is trying to bring inflation under control, thinking he can control an economy of billions of people with a single digit of the price of money, which is pretty crazy in itself. But by raising interest rates, he's trying to bring down inflation. But the problem is, inflation is, if we take it for what they mean it to be, the prices of things going up. And really there's two ways to change the prices. So prices are the equilibrium of supply and demand. So we could bring more supply to the market, but of course the Fed can't do that. So what they're trying to do is crush demand. So if they bring rates up, make money more expensive, there's less demand for the goods and services to bring the prices back down. The problem is that affects you guys mostly. But it's the fiscal, so that's the monetary side. The fiscal side, it's the governments that are spending all the money. Pre-pandemic, the U.S. Treasury was spending about $4.6 trillion per year. That increased by about 50% to about, or it was 4.8, and now it's 6.4 trillion per year. Now, what we saw in the last debt ceiling debate is that they argued about trimming the debt, bringing down the fiscal spending, and of course that could never happen, and so they baked in that new number. So the government, the fiscal spending went up by 50%, which caused massive inflation, and that's the new norm. That's the new number now. So while the Fed is over here trying to change the price of money, and trying to make you guys broke so you don't buy as much stuff, the problem is it's the government. The problem is the government that's the one spending all the money. And they have decided not to bring it back down. As a matter of fact, with the debt ceiling debate, they said now that these numbers are baked in through the next election cycle of 2025. So there's that. And then the other piece I just want to add on to it, kind of what James was saying about the different types of debt, good debt and bad debt. My mentor and my friend Robert Kiyosaki talks about good debt being productive debt if you buy a rental property or equipment for your business, bad debt being like going out to dinner on vacation. And so when you look at the types of debt that are being issued, and so you have productive debt, and so really we live in a debt-based monetary system, so dollars are liabilities. Dollars are liabilities. Debt is the asset. So I want a house, I get debt for the asset. That debt is backed by the house. The dollars are the liability for that. And the problem is, if you or I get a loan on a house, a boat, a car, or a business, at least there's an asset to back that. But when the government takes on the debt and just blows the money into nothing and spends that fiscally into the economy, it's highly inflationary. And then back to James's point about the Treasury's own admission in the report in 2021, it's an unsustainable path. The interest is now higher than what we spend on the military, which is more than the next 10 nations combined. And so it's the doom loop. And so it's debt being accumulated into non-productive assets, which is highly inflationary. Because if the goods and services increase with the rate of the money supply, you don't have inflation. But because of the type of debt that's being taken on and being spent fiscally, it's a big problem.
I was listening to a podcast earlier today talking about the employee retention credit and that program, how much fraud there is, but it's still pumping like 20 billion, 30 billion every month into the economy. But again, these numbers, they're so big, but yet they're starting to feel really small.
So employment's a big deal. And so one of the things that the Fed points to, okay, they say they need to keep inflation in check, and they're supposed to keep high employment, right? That's their goal. Well, they know, just like Mark just said, they know that they have to crush demand. How do they do that? They raise interest rates, okay? So that makes people borrow less, from the consumer up to the corporations. They'll borrow less. It'll just decrease productivity, and it'll decrease the amount of demand. But you get to the point where the interest rate gets high enough, and enough debt has to be reissued, right? So you have debt that's going to expire, it's going to mature, that you have to reissue more debt in order to keep operating. Well, maybe that debt is a little bit too high for you to operate at. Maybe demand comes down just enough that you do what happens is you trip a covenant and you don't make enough money to cover those expenses on interest, that the lender will call that debt. and they'll wind up owning your company. And what do? They're going to fire people. Okay, so when you hear full unemployment, just remember that these things happen in stages. Okay, so we will get to a point where a number of companies will start to falter or go out of business. They'll start to cut back employees, and then you're not going to see it happen until we actually enter a recession where the unemployment spikes, and it happens every single time. You don't see unemployment spike before a recession. It's a lagging indicator, exactly. But the Fed knows this. So the Fed knows that they can just keep tightening and keep tightening and keep tightening, and Powell has said it over and over again. They have tools to deal with a recession. They do not have tools to deal with hyperinflation. So he's not scared about a recession, and that all of us could be casualties to the job market and to productivity and to earnings. He doesn't care. He knows that he can swoop back in, enter the QE program again, flood the market with liquidity, and start that inflation engine going again.
Okay, so let me ask something, because it seems like the consensus among macro Bitcoiners is we're going to have a recession. The last one that I think was, most people in this room are very familiar with it feeling really deep and severe is the 2008 recession. I was part of the, 10 million American families lost their home. What will this recession feel like given the macroeconomic factors and all this debt in the system?
So I just want to follow up on James's point, and then I'm going to touch on that. So one of the things that I think I got really wrong, like if I had to go back 2 years ago, was the speed at which them hiking rates, like the impact that was going to have on the economy. I kind of suspected that at best they could do it a year and then things would really start to break and fall apart. And this has been way more resilient than I had ever imagined. Now, it's real easy to Monday morning quarterback the why, and for people that are wondering what the why is, when you look at 0% interest rates and how long they stayed there, and you look at the incentive that's around 0% interest rates, businesses are highly incentivized to load up on as much of that as they can possibly gobble up, some locking in 5-year terms or longer, because when it's 0%, you want to lock it in as long as you possibly can. I'm sure a lot of people in here maybe refied their house at really low interest rates, and if they could give you 100 years, you would have taken a 100-year loan instead of 30, right? So you had a lot of this happening across the whole spectrum, whether it was an individual, a company, or even municipalities that took on this really cheap and low interest-bearing debt. The reason that this is able to be persistent for so long is because none of them are rolling any of that debt. You can see this, everybody in this room, how many people went out and refied their house since the rates started going higher, and pretty much nobody's going to raise their hand. Same thing for companies and corporations. So you're on this shot clock where some of this debt that people have borrowed is going to mature, especially if it's 5 years or 3-year terms on this debt. Once that rolls over, and you're seeing it with the Treasury already, they're experiencing it firsthand because we're seeing the amount of issuance that they have to do because the rates are higher and what that tail looks like at the federal level. But you're going to start seeing that at the individual level, and you're going to start seeing that at the corporate level, and it's going to start to manifest itself. And, my guess where it really gets nasty is by 25, if I was, just to bet. And I've heard that a lot of these companies are going to have to start rolling at 24, 25 at much higher rates. And so that's where a lot of this is going to start taking hold. So with respect to Natalie's question, which is, what does this look like? And this gets extremely difficult for me to answer. And the reason why is because it really comes down to you got so much buying power nested into the fixed income bond market. You're just talking trillions of buying power globally that's stuffed into that type of vehicle. And as the math continues to mature, and more people, it becomes the consensus that there's no way any of these G7 countries can actually get this under control, and they're pulling that buying power out of that thing because they know it's going to continue to get debased and get crushed. Where does somebody stick that buying power? Well, most individuals, especially the boomers and the people that are controlling a lot of this buying power around the world, where they're going to stick it is in companies that can actually still produce free cash flows, and they're just going to bid those PEs to the moon. They're going to buy that equity. You're going to see PE ratios that you didn't even think were possible because there's really nowhere else to go. You're going to see gold get bid. You're going to see Bitcoin get bid. Not everybody's going to be able to wrap their head around this initially, but as the time continues to march on, I think it's going to become more and more obvious just through the price action as to where that goes. Now, if you're a business that can't produce free cash flows, which gets really, really hard the further you go to the right on the timeline with all of these dynamics playing out of higher interest rates, inflation, and everything, those businesses that are not generating free cash flows, they're going to get wrecked. They're going to absolutely get wrecked. And as the government steps in and tries to subsidize this by controlling the price of money through yield curve control, and I would argue quasi-yield curve control has already happened with some of these backstop facilities because they're not allowing the prices of bonds to drop any lower. Just put them on deposit over here if you're running into issues. That's a whole nother terminology argument that we could get into. But long story short is the few businesses that continue to have free cash flows, they're going to consolidate the equity. They're going to buy up any other mid or small cap company that can produce free cash flows, and they're going to do it more easily because they're becoming more and more dominant. Almost like when you're playing a Monopoly game, and let's say the four of us are playing, and let's say any one of you guys are starting to dominate the game. Let's say James is dominating the game, okay? It'd be like going up to that game and watching and looking at James holding all the properties and saying, yeah, I don't think he's gonna monopolize the board at this point and start taking the property. Get out of town. He's gonna buy all these properties from the rest of us, and at the end of the game, it's not linear, it's parabolic, and it starts taking off. So I think you're going to start seeing some of those things really play out in 24 and 25, where it really, you see consolidation of equity, you see this disparity that really starts to express itself even more than what you're already seeing.
Yeah, I think that's generally probably what I would also view it as well. I think, you know, it's really important to understand, to kind of, as I said, like, this is the macro picture, it's the big picture, and so trying to understand the directionality. And so some of these things, there's just no option. The Treasury admitted it's an unsustainable path. There's no other option. Do you think the governments print more money or less money in the future? I mean, there's just no choice. And so that leads to one thing. So that's the direction. Now, what happens within that time frame is up for debate. I always like to refer back to, there's a great book written, When Money Dies, and they talk about the hyperinflation through Weimar Republic, Germany. And you guys have probably seen the chart. It's been used many times. It was the German mark to gold ratio. Over a 9-year period, it just went up parabolic like a hockey stick. And then there's an overlay with a red overlay that shows the volatility that was within that, right? So like, that was a 9-year trade. Just step out of the marks, buy the gold, come back 9 years later, you crushed it. But if you were living within that, the volatility was so extreme that most people were shaken out over and over and over. And in the book, they talk about how people had never seen their asset prices so high. Their gold had never been worth so much. Their house had never been worth so much. They needed to sell those assets before they came crashing back down because it was going up, down, up, down, up, down. So they did. So they sold all their assets before they crashed back down, and they ended up holding a bunch of worthless paper that was worth so little, they burned it in the fireplace because it was worth less than wood. And so I think that's sort of where we're at, right? In Zimbabwe, everybody became a billionaire, but eggs were 350 billion. And so I think, you know, what happens in the next, 6 months to 12 months is anybody's guess. Looking at all the data we have, the inverted yield curve, which could stay inverted for another year, we don't know. But there's probably a big liquidity crisis in front of us. We can see at least a dozen, whatever, gray swans in front of us. But what comes next is probably a liquidity stream that we haven't even imagined. And so the bigger problem is, how do we keep our head above water as that inflation rises? If we're looking 3, 4, 5, 7 years out, I think, in my opinion. So I think there is probably a big liquidity event coming in the next 12 months, it seems like. We know that, historically, when we see massive rate increases by the Fed, it takes about 18 months for them to start to show up in the system. So we're going to be there here at the end of the year, going into next year. And so there's probably a big liquidity event. I think it's probably like a V-shaped deal, sort of like we saw in 2020. Probably not a tradable event, in my opinion, unless you have some dry gunpowder ready and your finger on the trigger. But then the question becomes, how do we keep our head above the water as that inflation rises? I think Bitcoin, any scarce assets are always going to do good. We saw, for example, Austin that we're in right now has been the fastest growing city in the last 20 years. Over the last 3-4 years, real estate's gone up by 40%. But on Lake Travis, lakefront property went up by 150% because it's scarce assets. And so Bitcoin, I think, is going to be one of those lifeboats that will keep our head above water.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree that the liquidity event that Mark is referring to, I'd say it's a credit event. And what I mean by that is that eventually, after 18 months of raising rates or whatever it is, after 24 months of the inverted yield curve, we finally get to the point where you have a major company or a major credit event. Company fails, or an insurance company, or another major bank, or something that we're just not expecting. And it causes something that we call, like I was saying before, contagion, where it will take down a major number of large players. And if any of those players are anywhere near what are considered the globally systematic important banks, the GSIBs, if they're anywhere near that, then we're going to see the U.S. Treasury and the Fed, get together, print money, and start monetizing assets again. Why? Because the Treasury market must continue to operate. Why? Because the U.S. must continue to float treasuries to operate. Why? Because we're completely fiscally, we're fiscally, I want to say a word that I can't really say it here, but you guys know what I mean. We're FUBAR, right? So, but because we operate in such a perpetual deficit, there's no way that we can let the Treasury market lock up. And so it all comes back again to the money printing, to expansion of the money supply, to expanding M2. And that means that you have to protect yourself, like Mark is saying, keep your head above water. How do you do that? You own assets that will appreciate along with that money supply expansion.
Buy Bitcoin. That's what I'm hearing from this. Okay, I think we're going to have to wrap this up, but we might have time for one question. Anyone? Quick question? Puppy,
come on. Say it. We'll repeat it.
we're gonna have to ask that behind the stage.
I think his question is, when will the debt be paid back? And the answer is never.
Yeah.
Never, Laura, never, yeah.
I think it's hidden in inflation, the most pernicious tax of all.
So when you look at the CPI, right, I can make CPI anything you want it to be. You want it to be 80%, you want it to be negative 3%. I can just go in there to all the different categories and I can just weight them however I want to produce whatever number you want. And this is Michael's brilliance where he's talking about inflation's a vector. And he talks to, like, your inflation's different than yours because your spending habits are different than his. So if I'm sitting at the government and I want to try to manufacture numbers,
You can look at the UK, you can look at what's being reported, you can look at what they're actually, an everyday person is experiencing who has a house payment, a car payment, medical bills or whatever, and it's grossly different than what the reality is. So that's how, I would argue that's how they hide it, is through the weighting of the various categories.
Basically, we're being gaslit. Sorry, guys, we're out of time, but give it up for this panel. Sorry, guys.
And there we go. Now it's working. Can y'all hear me okay? All right. Last talk coming up, right? So originally, when I was asked to introduce my good friend Parker Lewis here, I was going to come up here and try to mildly embarrass him the way he did to me last year. But actually, after watching Natalie Brunell's talk yesterday, I was kind of overwhelmed with nostalgia for the early days of Bitcoin, and it got me thinking about I think it was actually Max and Stacy's clip of them doing their victory lap on how's it feel to be a Bitcoin millionaire. It really got me thinking about sort of the early days of Bitcoin and some of the changes I saw from growing up in tech, living in New York City, watching the world of finance, and watching my good friend I'm about to introduce here come into Bitcoin. And what surprised me the most was remembering all of the sort of first principled thinkers that came into the space at the very, very beginning. It was almost a prerequisite. The gathering of people in 2010, 11, 12, 13, they weren't exactly normal. They're very odd. And the best word I could think of is first principled thinkers. And when I was living in New York City, I remember, I was working in tech, and kind of counterintuitively, tech was devoid of first principle thinkers, especially in that time around 2006, 2010. Everything we were doing was very derivative of what had come before us. And so I started looking to finance to see if I could find those types of people. I wanted to think like that, and I didn't. It wasn't intuitive to me. And I remember starting with investment bankers, thinking like, well, these are the smart guys. But it turned out they weren't. They also were derivative. They did deals and they sold things. And finally, I found hedge fund people. And it turns out, I know it's a little bit different today, but back then at least, hedge fund people actually did know something about the world. They had to, in order to do their job. They had to make really counterintuitive bets. They had to think about the world very differently. And of course, they were punished greatly if they didn't get it right. And I got to personally witness my good friend Parker go through this process of understanding Bitcoin, one of the few people that talked to him about it early on. And he had gone through this process of investment banking into the hedge fund world, and I had actually seen him become like a first principles thinker. And being in the hedge fund world, if you're going to make a big bet against a company, if you're going to call fraud, as Parker did against a company in Dallas, Texas, then you better be right and you better understand something fundamental about the world. The funniest thing about this is that it's almost as if these first principle people are discovering secrets about the world. And I feel like what Parker's been able to share with many of you are some of the secrets that he learned on his journey to Bitcoin. And so it is my privilege to bring up here my best friend of 35 years, business partner, and the #1 trending account on Nostr right now, Parker Lewis.
All right, thanks, Will. I am not formally on Nostr, but it feels good to be trending on Nostr and having people pay you sats because you can pay Lightning anywhere in the world. So thank you, Will. And I also want to start with thanking Gary Leland. So let's all give Gary Leland a hand. Each year, this conference it just never fails to one-up the prior year. Each year, it has a lineup of speakers that I always want to learn something from, or I've already learned something from. And it's actually the hardest conference to give a presentation for, because by and large, you are all rabid Bitcoiners. So when anybody gets up on this stage, it's easy to explain some principle about Bitcoin to a bunch of people that don't understand it. But when everybody is already starting with the baseline that Bitcoin is the best form of money, how do you come up here and give a presentation? So Gary does a great job of year after year, not only just getting people to show up in terms of the type of speakers, but it is the longest running Bitcoin conference. And he stood up for us when everybody else was shutting down, and I'll never forget that. And so I just want to thank him again. We don't need to give him another round of applause, but I did. Gary Leland's a leader, and I really appreciate it. All right, so with that, I'm going to get into my talk. So when I found out that I was going last, I was actually pissed off at Gary. I was like, okay, everyone's going to be exhausted, and everyone's going to want to get to the bar. So I was thinking about making a funny talk when I already prepared a serious one. But I just decided to change how I was going to start it to get your attention. But the name of my talk is The Beginning of the End Game, Bitcoin as a Price System. And I'm going to talk about a principle, but just as I am starting with the baseline that you guys already understand Bitcoin, I'm going to talk about it from a perspective of helping you better communicate, because it's the principle that I think is most important but least intuitive to help you better communicate to your friends and family why Bitcoin is important and why the world's converging on it. But then I'm going to have a call to action that's more specifically for you. So the first half is going to be about helping you help your friends and families and the normies out there, and then the second half is going to be a call to action for you guys. So I'm going to start with Secretariat. How many of you are familiar with Secretariat? How many of you have seen the film from Secretariat winning the Belmont Stakes in 1973? Okay, good. Not many of you. All right. With that, the idea here that I'm going to talk about is Bitcoin as the Triple Crown winner, as the store of value, the medium of exchange, and the unit of account, and the end game is the unit of account. Secretariat, for those of you who are not familiar, won the Triple Crown in 1973. Winning the Triple Crown is hard because each of the races are different lengths, and certain horses are built for speed, certain horses are built for stamina. It's very difficult to have all three things in the same horse or to be the best at it. But it's not just that Secretariat won the Triple Crown, it was how he won the Triple Crown. And so that, I'm going to play the full 2-minute video, and then we're going to talk about it.
On the outside, Sham getting ahead in front as they move around the turn with Secretariat second. Then there's a large gap. Make it 8 lengths back to My Gallon in third and Vice Prince fourth. And Private Smiles is still the trailer. They're on the backstretch. It's almost a match race now. Secretariat's on the inside, by ahead. Sham is on the outside. They've opened 10 lengths on My Gallon, who is third by ahead, with Vice Prince fourth. Then it's another 8 lengths back to Private Smiles, who is trailing the field. They continue down the backstretch, and that's Secretariat now taking the lead. He's got it by about 1.5 lengths. Still Sham, 10 lengths back. My Gallant, Twice a Prince. They're moving on the turn now. For the turn at Secretariat. It looks like he's opening. The lead is increasing. Make it 3.5. He's moving into the turn. Secretariat holding on to a large lead. Jam is second, and then it's a long way back to My Gallant and Twice a Prince. They're on the turn. And Secretariat is blazing along. The first 3/4 of a mile in 109 and 4/5. Secretariat is widening now. He is moving like a tremendous machine. Secretariat by 12. Secretariat by 14 lengths on the turn. Jam is dropping back. It looks like they'll catch him today as My Gallant and Twice a Prince are both coming up to him now. But Secretariat is all alone. He's out there almost a 1/16 of a mile away from the rest of the horses. Secretariat is in a position that is impossible to catch. He's into the stretch. Secretariat leads his field by 18 lengths. And now Twice a Prince has taken second, and My Gallant has moved back to third. They're in the stretch. Secretariat has opened a 22-length lead. He is going to be the Triple Crown winner. Here comes Secretariat to the wire. An unbelievable, an amazing performance. He hits the finish. 25 lengths on the outside. Sham getting the
All right, so the takeaway from this is that on the back stretch, when that was the third race, that was the third and final leg of the Triple Crown, and that race was over before everyone in the stands knew it and before every other horse on the track knew it. That Secretariat knew he was about to just hit the burners, and most races are won by maybe a nose, maybe a length, but what we're seeing in Bitcoin is that Bitcoin's already won, and that Bitcoin winning starts with its fixed supply, but it ends with Bitcoin as a price system. And while it might not be particularly obvious to everyone in the world, that Bitcoin isn't just going to win, it's going to destroy the competition. And what that horse did, that second place horse, its will was broken. And its will was broken with a quarter of the race left, and then it fell back and ended up in fifth place. But the big point being that Bitcoin, that horse had everything that it needed to do everything. And sometimes people will say, well, Bitcoin can do this, it can't do that. And the ultimate reality is if Bitcoin can enforce its fixed supply, it will be everything that money needs it to be. It will be a medium of exchange. It will be a unit of account. So we're going to talk about that, and then I'll get into the call to action. So Mike, if we can skip ahead, I don't want to start the race again. All right, so the end game is beginning. And so this is what I'm talking about: store value, medium of exchange, and the unit of account. So the principles that I talk about when I go through with normies, I'm going to talk about this to you first, and then talk about it in a way to abstract so that you can relate it. It is that there is a best form of money. It's the form of money that can't be printed or that's hardest to produce, and that money converges to one. And that principle of money converges to one, the first half is easy, the second half is not. The idea that money converges to one is what I've personally found when I'm talking about Bitcoin to others, that is hardest for others to take in because they see a world of fiat currencies. But it's all very linear logic. It's that if Bitcoin has a fixed supply and it is credible, that it will store value. If Bitcoin does store value and that fixed supply is credible, it will be used to trade. And if Bitcoin does those first two things and is used to trade, then that trade will ultimately be denominated in Bitcoin. But there's this other idea that humans are rational. And when I talked to BitBlockBoom 2 years ago, I talked about hyperinflation. I said I wasn't going to make you feel doom and gloom about hyperinflation. But it's that hyperinflation is rational if the government, the Fed, the banks, however you want to think about it, if they create money out of thin air, people will stop trading their finitely scarce time for that. And Bitcoin is the other side of the coin of hyperinflation. So this is for you guys. This is the way, if I have somebody deep down the rabbit hole, the way I explain this concept to them is that specifically the money converges to one concept. It's that I have to have the form of money that you're willing to accept. And I always talk about it in the idea of literally relating me to you. Like if I want to buy the goods that somebody in front of me is selling, I have to have the form of money they're willing to accept, but they have to accept the form of money that I have. So it becomes it requires a consensus. But then if you think about the next person over, that it applies to them too. If I give you money, then the person next on the hop also has to accept the form of money that the first person had. That same problem actually extends out to all 8 billion people in the world. That's the way that I help somebody understand it on a very individual level. But there's this ultimate idea of the end game of Bitcoin being a price system, and that when you start to think about this principle, and if there's one resource that I recommend for people, it's The Use of Knowledge in Society by Friedrich Hayek. It's that prices don't exist if a massive amount of people do not converge on one form of money. Or said another way, that a price system is the output of convergence on one form of money. And that might seem obvious, but it's not obvious to most people. And when you start to think about or realize just how fundamental price is, the price of a water bottle, the price of parking, the price of a hotel room, the price of a airline ticket to get here, that it's like, where did all those numbers come from? But where they came from was the world converged on one form of money, and the output was this very idea of price. Now, if you tell these things that I just told you, and you guys are Bitcoiners, so you probably understand it, this is what the world hears. Like, you can go in and be like, Bitcoin is not crypto, Sybil attack, double spend problem, Byzantine generals, fixed supply, censorship resistant, and you can try to relate in any possible way why Bitcoin is different. Why Bitcoin is not crypto, Bitcoin not blockchain. Everyone just hears that you're a crypto bro, and that's probably the most frustrating thing about being a Bitcoiner. I've sat in presentations where I've given a 2-hour presentation about explaining all those things, and then I get introduced as like, hey, this is Parker, my crypto guy. But it's this acceptance that these last slides are the fundamental reasons why that connect the dots between if Bitcoin has a fixed supply of 21 million to it will do all of these things, it will be the medium of exchange, it will be the unit of account. But realistically, someone is not going to relate at that level. So how to communicate to normies. It is first, and I'm going to go through 5 examples quickly. 1, the world previously converged on one form of money. I tell people that the world previously converged on gold. They do not need to understand why gold is money to understand why Bitcoin is money. They just have to accept that the world previously converged on one form of money. It was gold. They don't even need to be able to explain why, but they have to ask themselves the question, why, and was it by coincidence? The next example is themselves. Virtually every individual in the world has only ever interacted with one form of money, and that's not to say that they haven't gone on a trip and bought things in euros or gone to Mexico and bought things in pesos. It's that on a daily basis they only interact with one currency. They only buy and sell things in one currency. And the question is, why, and is it by coincidence? It wouldn't be that case if the world hadn't converged on one form of money. Prices at the grocery store. Now, the great Silicon Valley VC firms like Andreessen Horowitz, the New York firms like Union Square Ventures, Sequoia Capital, they will have you believe that you will walk into a grocery store and rather than see all prices denominated in one currency, that there's all these prices and there's going to be 100 cryptocurrencies and each one's going to be priced in some different denomination. But the reality is, when someone goes to a grocery store, all the prices are in one currency. So the question is, why, and is it by coincidence? The Home Depot is not a grand conspiracy. At a single store, there's thousands of goods, and the Home Depot only takes one form of money. So it's either a conspiracy by hallucination, or it's the output of rational thought. The last one, thinking about each individual good in the economy. This is Texas's ERCOT power market, as Pierre Rochard, if he's here, likes to talk about, that we have a crisis every day because we've got wind and solar. But the more fundamental point is that this is one good, and that every good is a market, and they're all traded in one currency. This one price is coordinating power for 38 million people in the state of Texas. Right now, the price of energy is spiking to about $3,000 per megawatt hour. But the point is, everybody that's buying power in Texas is only transacting in one currency. And so the ultimate question, rhetorical, that I always ask people is why, and is it by coincidence? And so when I go through all of these, it's simply helping people understand that concept that money converges to one, because anything else that you tell them about Bitcoin is going to have no anchor point in reality, the fixed supply, anything, if they don't start with that principle that they know something about money, because the hardest thing to understand about Bitcoin really does start with the question, what is money? So the core fundamental idea of this is it's the price system. And this is where I'm going to transition my talk into more of a call to action. And it is that the price system is emergent, and it is emerging right now. And what I mean by that is that every decision of yours to save or spend, you're pricing Bitcoin. Every fiat to Bitcoin conversion, you're pricing Bitcoin. Every dollar sale that's dollar denominated and actually settled in Bitcoin, you're pricing Bitcoin. And every sale denominated in Bitcoin that's exchanged in Bitcoin is pricing Bitcoin. That when you start to think about this idea of the world converging on one form of money, and that the end game is a price system that can affect day-to-day transactions, it's kind of hard to get, well, how do we go from where we're at today to the future? So when I think about that in specific terms, it's thinking about, I have a salary of $5,000, I convert 1,000 to Bitcoin, 20% of my time equals approximately 3.8 million sats. If I buy a good, I'm doing the math as to how many sats, even if I'm not quantifying it as sats, I'm thinking about the trade-off, do I buy it or sell it, or do I not buy it? But then at the end also, if I decide not to buy something, I'm ultimately starting to price things in my head in sats, and that it's not going to be a flash cutover where all of a sudden we go to the grocery store and everything's priced in Bitcoin. That it's actively a process of emerging. Now, this is the key point. It's that Bitcoin's price system, and this is where I'm speaking to each one of you as individuals, that Bitcoin's price system is singular, not circular. I'll get to the next slide that is circular economies are very tiresome. But Bitcoin adoption is a personal journey, and it's a personal journey at every stage. And there is no circular economy. Everything is highly specialized, and the only thing that you control is your destiny. So focus on yourself, and that means you and your customers, or you and your vendors, or anybody who you pay, or people who pay you. You can't manufacture your own circular economy. All you can do is control your own time and your own actions. So this is the point. A lot of Bitcoiners, I don't want to say LARP because that's unfair, but a lot of people talk about how we need a circular economy for Bitcoin to be successful. Point is, you don't get paid by the same people who pay you. That is the nature of that's literally what money enables us to do. We're not bartering. And that as a consumer, it's not going to be consumers who cause this trend of making people pay in Bitcoin. It's going to be you as a merchant, you as a professional, demanding that somebody else pay you in Bitcoin. That what Mark Moss said earlier, where he said, who's going to build the roads, and if not you, then who? That this is where it starts. It starts with Bitcoiners, not normies, saying, pay me in Bitcoin. And this is maybe the probably slide you can take away the most from. It's that when Bitcoiners think about the circular economy, about Bitcoin, being able to facilitate all trade, and that economies are circular, it's really an imaginary theory. The right side of the page, I think it's the right side, that is really all you are in control of. Who pays you and who you pay. But realistically, in that equation, what you can control most of who you're delivering value to is who is paying you, because you are the one who is voluntarily opting in to do work for somebody. And this is another key. Just be selfish. Normies versus Bitcoiners. The normies of the world, they need to understand Bitcoin, but somebody first needs to understand why Bitcoin is going to store value before they can accept Bitcoin payments. And oftentimes people want to go into the little grocer or the coffee shop and teach that person what Bitcoin is and get them connected to receive Bitcoin. But the point is that if you polled 100 of your Bitcoiner friends, 1 out of 100 is being paid in Bitcoin right now. You might run a company and you might not pay your employer or your employees in Bitcoin. That don't expect of somebody who does not yet understand why Bitcoin stores value to suddenly turn around and go from 0 to 1 and start accepting Bitcoin. And so when I think about people saying pay me in Bitcoin, it's really got to start with Bitcoiners. It's not normies. And this idea of being individualistic and being selfish. Don't try to save the world, just try to save yourself. Bitcoiners owning businesses are the ones that are going to usher in Bitcoin as a price system. And so rather than focus on things that you can't control, literally start taking action, because that first action is actually very hard. And while some people think, and I have an example of this, while some people think that people won't pay you in Bitcoin, well, it's irrational for me to pay somebody in Bitcoin that I don't think is going to keep it. But if you have an expectation that somebody wants the Bitcoin, they will pay you in Bitcoin. Jimmy's been running his book sales out there, for the last 2 days, and 85% of his sales have been in Bitcoin. But he's given everybody the opportunity to pay in card. And so it's generally one out of complacency, but when you start to actually consciously think about being paid in Bitcoin, it's easy to shut down. But the hardest step, rather than thinking about how you're going to get the butcher down the street to get paid in Bitcoin, start thinking about yourself, because that's the thing that you can actually control. And this is a good example. Like, one of the things that got me thinking about this is a podcast that has nothing to do with Bitcoin, but I recommend it. The dude's got a phenomenal Georgia accent, so if nothing else. Will Harris, he runs White Oak Pastures in Georgia. The Beef Initiative did an event there. But this is basically Will Harris saying these things. He said, "What I do is highly replicatable. It's not highly scalable." He said, "I'm a deliriously happy person. I'm a happy son of a bitch. I see a lot of frustrated, unhappy people in this space. The difference between me and them is they are trying to save the world, and they might not be able to do that. I'm trying to save White Oak Pastures, and I'm probably going to be able to do that. I don't go to bed at night agonizing over saving the world. I go to bed at night thinking of the 180 people who come to my farm every day." And he's talking about his employees. So it's really just kind of thinking about this idea of singular versus circularity, and these two things are not the same. That if you buy dollars or get earned dollars, and then they're sitting in your bank, and it needs to go through a payment processor to get to another bank, to get into the merchant's account, to then get over to a Bitcoin exchange, to then get into Bitcoin. Even if you're going to use a Bitcoin company, going from Bitcoin to Bitcoin is fundamentally different. A few things that are different is that you're training your customers that you accept Bitcoin. Second thing, you're communicating your values. Jimmy's out there communicating his values by taking Bitcoin, and all of you, at least 85% of you, and I'm not going to call out the 15% that didn't, decided to pay him in Bitcoin. But it's more a lesson that you're communicating your values when you're saying pay me in Bitcoin, and if you're someone that has customers that are Bitcoiners, they will pay you in Bitcoin if you enable it, because and you can go, I talked to somebody about it where, like, they show up and they want to pay dollars, but then they feel like, well, shit, like, if Jimmy wants to be paid in Bitcoin, why wouldn't I do that? And if he didn't then take his wallet out and pay in Bitcoin, then he would have been thinking about that and judging himself the whole time. It's also the cheaper way to get Bitcoin on your balance sheet at the end of the day. So it's training your customers, it's communicating values, and it's a balance sheet decision, and it's training. But this is the real important thing. Jack Dorsey put the tweet out about 2 years ago saying hyperinflation is going to change everything, and it's happening. I think Bitcoiners know that it's happening, and you guys won't be able to read on this slide, but the point is that in 2013, GM wrote down its pace, Venezuelan bolivars from 4-to-1 to 6-to-1. And within 2 years from then, it had written 99% of its bolivars off. And if you Google when did hyperinflation start in Venezuela, it happens after GM wrote off all of its bolivars to zero. And so the point is that when you think about that first devaluation from 4-to-1 to 6-to-1, that's what the dollar's depreciated against real goods and services in the last 3 years. And it's to take action before you absolutely have to. So at BitBlockBoom 2020, I said if you wait to learn about your money hyperinflating on TV, you've waited too long. BitBlockBoom 2023, if you wait until hyperinflation to get set up and start receiving Bitcoin payments, you've waited too long. And that receiving Bitcoin payments is ultimately a balance sheet decision. It's about protecting and insulating your business and getting set up and doing it before the crisis actually onsets. And this idea I talked about at Pleb Lab, it's when did Noah build the ark? And the rhetorical answer is before the rain. And so if you wait to say pay me in Bitcoin until you have to, this is ultimately about common sense and survival instincts and self-preservation. It's not to prove that it's possible. And I'm eating my own dog food. So for those of you who guys might like, I got set up to receive Bitcoin on my crowdfund. The URL is graduallythansuddenly.xyz. You can capture the URL to go to the crowdfund, but I highly encourage people to start taking it seriously because hyperinflation is not the end of the world, but it is happening, and it's upon all of us to be responsible and to be high agency and to take action. And one of those critical steps is to start telling people to pay me in Bitcoin. So that's my talk, and it's got 2 and 1, and I'm done. So I'll answer a couple questions and then go from there.
We have a mic in the middle of the room for questions. If anyone has one, come on up to the mic.
Any questions? Yeah.
What would you say to them when they say, I can't handle the volatility? Hold on, I'm not saying, I'm asking, my question is not to convince them to accept the volatility. My question is how to tell them to mitigate it.
So I think that the question is, hey, if I'm talking to a local farmer or rancher, how do I kind of help them understand, that they maybe should be accepting Bitcoin payments despite the volatility, or help them get comfortable with the volatility? So I'm actually not going to answer that question, but I'm going to answer it in the sense that I think as Bitcoiners generally, we should be focused on, it's like those type of people first need the Bitcoin standard. That I wouldn't show up to somebody's door and be like, you got to accept Bitcoin so I can pay you in Bitcoin. That it would be like, okay, if you're interested in Bitcoin, rancher, I will help you understand why it's not too volatile in that full gamut. And then somewhere later down the road, you're going to come and say, well, now I figured out why Bitcoin is going to store its value. Now I want to get set up for payments. And so in that triple crown of getting to that endpoint, it's actually backwards to start, in my opinion, to start someone off as payments, because if they don't understand why it's going to store value, why would they ever convert it directly for it? And also our time is scarce, that trying to help people understand this is like, help those people understand Bitcoin. Everybody in this room start getting paid in Bitcoin as an order of operation.
Hey, Parker. So I'm fairly certain that a while back, Eric Voorhees and other people like him have kind of made the claim that, okay, with technology, it's trivial to convert any kind of currency into kind of your own mental model currency. And, fundamentally, I feel like that's flawed because I think it's supporting your point, but I'm just wondering if you've had any, ways of kind of addressing that sort of thought process.
So is the question, it's fairly trivial to convert something into another currency's value?
Yeah, so it's kind of like, he's obviously involved in a bunch of other cryptocurrency projects, and I think it's him just kind of justifying, trying to say, well, yeah, actually you can have multiple currencies.
Yeah. People try to justify unethical things all the time, so I get it. That I think the answer to that question is that for there to be a price of the other currency, or to have a conversion ratio between two currencies, that there first has to be a price system for the euro or the yen. And so there's a dollar price system, there's a euro price system, there's a yen price system. So yes, it's fairly trivial to convert dollars to euros, but that was predicated already on mass convergence on one form of money. And that in reality, the euro's price system and the yen's price system both emerged off the same thing that the dollar price system emerged off of, which was gold. And so it's that he's basically like a look over there, where it's like, well, no, but how did price in the first place exist? Because what I explain is that mass convergence on one form of money is a prerequisite for any concept of price to exist. And so they all emerged from gold being, euros, or really before the euro existed, other country currencies having price systems that emerged off of gold. So it's kind of like you have to explain the fundamental of why any price exists, and can that happen on a first principle basis unless a massive amount of people all decide to use one common form of money. And then the question is, well, why would they use another?
Got it. Yeah, that's helped. Thanks.
So you got a good job offer. You're going to take the job. They can't pay you in Bitcoin. So the second best is to simply take the cash and buy Bitcoin.
Agree. But, and like when I say this, I think it's like everybody needs to think about these things, right? It's not, I don't have an expectation that 100 out of 100 are going to be able to do it. But you could go find another job if you got a good one. If you've already got a good one, then your time is scarce and valuable. And you can go to your employer and ask them, right? Doesn't hurt to ask. And so the point is there's enough people who can, and they just have to not be complacent and do it. Because if it's 1 out of 100 a day, which it's probably less than that, if it were 5 out of 100 or 10 out of 100, that's a lot better than we're doing today. But realistically, it's not focusing on the 10. It's just each person thinking about themselves and saying, hey, am I in a position to do it? Because you're right. If you're not, you get those filthy dollars and you convert them to Bitcoin. Yeah, you go talk to your pension and you orange pill them. They're on, they're on the side of the screen. They're the normies on this screen. So you get them all the Bitcoin standard, and then you get them to turn your pension assets into Bitcoin. That works. All right, Zach?
Hi, Parker. Since there can be tax challenges with being paid in Bitcoin, would it not be better to be paid in dollars and then sweep the profits to Bitcoin?
Again, like I go back to, when did Noah build the ark? If you wait to start getting your rails set up to accept Bitcoin payments until the world's burning around you, you've waited too long. And so I also think that what people often overlook is there's friction both ways. There's a lot of friction in the dollar system. So if you're, again, everybody's different, but if you think about merchants selling their services, they've got holds, they've got chargebacks, they've got accounting and tax that they've got to deal with, and then at the end of the day, they're converting to Bitcoin. So, and then anytime they want to spend it, again, then there are those consequences. But people, as Jimmy's showing out here in practice, that if you decide you want to hold Bitcoin, that if you do the calculation, it might be 4% cheaper to take Bitcoin directly than to get it into dollars, pay the processing fees, and then go through the conversion fees. So you owe taxes either way, right? And so you're not paying taxes on each individual transaction. You're doing a tax return just as many times. You just need to make sure that you're accounting for Bitcoin's volatility. So
this is kind of a quick one. So at the end of the day, Bitcoin is a tool, right? And my big question, what do you think is the biggest limiting factor for merchants using that tool to accept payments?
what is the biggest limiting factor? I think that it is that the tools are still emerging, right? And that I think it's the case, it's certainly the case with what we built at Unchained, is you have to put collaborative custody out there for people to adopt collaborative custody. You got to put tools out there, and people have to start adopting those tools before additional capital can come in to perfect those tools. So there'd be a lot of things to make the process that Zach just described of the kind of friction that's introduced by taxes a lot more flexible. But the chicken and egg problem is I've got to put the tool out there that people will use, and then as people start demanding Bitcoin payments despite the friction, more capital is attracted to the space, and then the tools are perfected, so the automations to accounting systems and to tax reporting systems, where they go from kind of elementary or basic to you never have to think about it and it's done in the background. But it starts with a market of people saying, all right, I figure out that the boat's leaking at every point of the ship. I need to start communicating to my customers that they can pay me in Bitcoin, and I'll figure out the tax consequences because it's not just about getting the Bitcoin today, it's about being set up and training behavior and conditioning customers and communicating values before you have to.
Parker, I think your message is very important because not only how you do it, not only that you are accepting the Bitcoin, but that you're putting the message out there in the meme space, in people's minds, Bitcoin accepted here. And when you see that everywhere, it moves the Overton window to the discussion of, hey, Bitcoin is being accepted. And even if you don't ever get a Bitcoin in an entire year, it doesn't matter. That people have seen it will help make the shift.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right, but I would just really focus it back on the individual, right? Where it's like, yeah, it's going to be better the more signs out there that say pay me in Bitcoin, but it's really, my message is just be selfish. This is not about, saving the city, saving the state, saving the planet. It's about saving me, my family, like my company, the people that work for that. And so if you start to think about it as like, put my oxygen mask on before helping the small children next to me. It's like, if you start being selfish and realize this isn't about like the greater mission, it's about, I got a problem and I need to create a solution for it, then what you just described will happen if enough people do that. That will be the output of enough people saying, all right, I'm gonna go through the things that I need to do, the steps I need to take this very necessary step. So I agree with you. It's just kind of like looking into yourself and being like, all right, I'm gonna get up off the couch today and go to the gym. I'm gonna get set up.
Okay, fantastic. I will be selfish first.
Okay, last question.
Hey, Parker. What do you think about incentivizing your clients by giving a discount on your Bitcoin sales? Like, do you do that? And if yes, the percentage you're giving and just your general thoughts on it?
This is not my sock puppet, Simon. This is just Simon, a friend. But that's a great question. Give me a softball. It's very important, and I think about it differently. It's that it's like a slight reframing, but it's very important. It's like you don't give a discount if somebody pays in Bitcoin to incentivize. It's that if you want to pay me in fiat, there's a surcharge, because there's actually more friction to me to take the dollars and go through the dollar system and then get them into Bitcoin. So yes, I do think that, and it's part of something, it's not something we have yet in Zappai, but it will be there, that what we're planning to do is charge $25 for our service. And the price is $25, but if you pay in Bitcoin, it will be $30 if you pay in fiat. So it's like, we will take the fiat, we will go through the friction to get it into Bitcoin, but what we would prefer for our value communication is, please pay us in Bitcoin, but we're happy to take your dollars if you pay us 20% more.
Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you. Let's give Gary another round of applause. He's a champ, so thank you guys. Thanks for listening to my TED Talk.
That was an incredible presentation by Parker Lewis. We're back at the BitBlockBoom news desk hosted by Simply Bitcoin, being streamed on the Swan Bitcoin channel. I'm here with Sam Callahan, lead analyst at Swan Bitcoin, and also the host of Swan Signal, Rustin Watt, who is responsible for the Simply Bitcoin originals, and my legendary co-host, Optimus Fields. We're going to close out BitBlockBoom. Sam, you have some interesting Swan Signals coming up. Why don't you tell everybody about them?
Yeah, man, thanks. And thanks for the shout out. We have Neil Howe coming on. Author of The Fourth Turning, a super popular book in the Bitcoin community. If you haven't read it, go check it out. It's about generations and how they kind of this large cycle of generations and how we're entering this more chaotic period where there's a lot of change. It basically takes that strong men create good times, that whole meme into that book. And he actually termed the term millennials. And so his new book is about the millennial crisis and that we're in the fourth turning. We have him coming on with Brandon Quittem, who's summarized his work through a Bitcoin lens. And it's going to be a great show on Monday because he's not a Bitcoiner, man. If you listen to him, his recent interviews, it's like he's talking shit about Bitcoin pretty hard. And so we want to just try to orange pill him, try to make him understand that Bitcoin kind of is fits into his narrative.
So Sam, you are pairing him with Brandon Quittem.
Yeah.
And they are going to have that dialogue. This is I am so glad this finally happened. This is going to be epic.
And by the way, I will be producing it, so I'll get to see it before all you guys live. And I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I'm really looking forward to that. I know you have Lynn coming up soon as well. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, Lynn, I think Lynn's one of the best analysts, not just in Bitcoin, but in the entire world, in terms of educating people about the macro picture. She's amazing. Everyone loves her for a reason. And she just wrote her first book, so Broken Money. She just released it this week, and so she's coming on next week to kind of discuss that book. It's thick. It's got 400 citations, so I am reading that as quickly as possible to prepare so I can ask the best questions. But always a pleasure to talk to Lynn, so she's coming on to talk about her new book.
Awesome. So Sam is also one of the best writers I've ever met. He writes some amazing stuff for Swan. Some of your articles, man, have really, really popped off. Are you working on anything that you could tell the audience?
Yeah, I mean, I get excited about this stuff, but I recently read a paper by the Bank of International Settlements, and it's called the Limits of Fiat. And it's about the Bank of Amsterdam. And they basically, they looked into the Bank of Amsterdam and they said, hey, this is an example of a central bank that failed. That really, the currency failed and people lost faith in the central bank. It completely collapsed after 200 years. Why did that happen? And they basically list out the reasons. And one of them is like negative equity. It meant the central bank was actually losing money. And if you guys know about the Fed this year, for the first time, is losing money, all right? And the other thing is that when the fiscal support becomes constrained, and you look at the fiscal picture of the United States, and you're like, okay, check, that's another thing. They're very constrained with the debt situation to come in and kind of prop the central bank up. And then the third thing is that you need an alternative to turn to. So in the Bank of Amsterdam, that was metal coins that people turned to. They could escape the fiat money and go to metal coins. And in this paper, they even mentioned cryptoization, the risk of people choosing digital assets, like they call it, like a Bitcoin. And so you really have all of the circumstances there for when a central bank's failed throughout history now. And so that's kind of what I'm working on, is kind of taking that piece, applying it to Bitcoin, applying it to today's picture and the Bank of Amsterdam back in the day.
Man, that's awesome. Where can people find your work?
Usually it's posted on Swan Signal, which is the blog on swan.com. So you can check that out. I post it on Twitter. We post it in our newsletters going out, so you can kind of join that by going to Swan and joining some of the monthly newsletters that we put out. And then, we post it, in show notes and all over the place. So Twitter is probably the main place, but, go to the Swan blog too to check it out.
Awesome. Guys, all right, this was BitBlockBoom 2023, the live stream was hosted by Simply Bitcoin. Thank you. Also, shout out to Swan for we're live streaming onto the Swan channel. Shout out to Gary and, of course, BitBlockBoom. Guys, we will be back next year from Dallas for BitBlockBoom 2024. I'm Nico. This is Sam. This is Rustin, Opti, my legendary co-host, and we are signing out, everybody. Take care.
All right, guys. All right. Well, we did get a few rug pulls on the spaces, boys and girls, but hey, I don't know. We did what? I think we did less today than yesterday, but it's been a long day. We are now going to break everything down, and if you are in Austin, I am sure everyone is going to be hitting up a LobbyCon. So I hope you guys